Hi there, postcard. Thank you. Welcome in. Hope you guys are ready to do some learning, huh? Hi there, how are you? Welcome in. Thanks for lurking. Hi, everybody. Welcome in. Hi, everyone. Welcome. I'm so excited. We're going to have a good day. Well, I hope so. Welcome in, everybody. I hope you're having a wonderful Sunday so far. My goodness. Let me see. Let me see if the let's do the music a little louder. So early for me? No, no. It's 3 p.m. I stayed up till 4. I've had a horrible sleep schedule these past few days, but I stayed up till 4 because I was working on some new overlay stuff. Uh, I've been going back and forth with it for a while, and I think I have something good. I think I'm just putting too much pressure. Sometimes overlays can just be simple, but I think I'm putting a lot of pressure on myself to make them, like, extraordinary, you know what I mean? I've gambled on a fat as Woody and lost. No, Celador! Take care of yourself, my gosh. Well, welcome in, everybody. I hope you've had a fabulous Sunday so far. I hope your week was really awesome. Started stream a lot more earlier than usual for me. Well, so on weekdays, I only start at 8 p.m. Eastern, and on Sundays, I start at 3 p.m. Eastern. So it is a 5 hour difference. Yeah. But that's because I don't have work on these days, so gives me the opportunity to stream a little earlier. Um, 1 a.m. for me now, it's 8 p.m. Well, hey, there we go. There we go. Yeah, so, the weekdays I stream after I get home from work, so, I do what I can, you know what I mean? I wish I could stream every day around this time. I think that would be awesome. I'd get so much done. I wouldn't even believe it. I'd get so much stuff done. Um, but today we're actually gonna be doing our very first tutorial and demo stream. Um, so that's super exciting. Let me put a pinned message too, so that people, well, just another way for people to see what we're up to. But I hope you've had a fabulous day. Welcome in. I'm super excited to do one of these, especially because I would like to see if I can't edit the VOD together. Hi Prickles, how are you? I'm gonna see if I can't get the VOD edited. But I think also it might be better if I just record like a nice clean video and use any of your questions or comments as like a really a really good way for me to like make sure I'm not missing anything. Um and I think that's one of the best things you can do as an educator or somebody who wants to educate people about techniques. Um is just making sure that, 1, you're breaking down the information in a way that people can understand, as if they've not really used this tool before, but then also taking their questions and using them to make your content better. Uh, Talking about trying to make your overlays could hit hard for me. I don't know what to do with the theming of mine. Well, that's fair. I've been going back and forth with mine for a little bit, just trying to make sure that you can actually see what it is that I'm doing. I don't wanna compromise, um I don't want to compromise you being able to see what I'm working on for something that looks kind of flashy, you know what I mean? But I do want to maintain like the vibes that we have here, but like improve upon them. And I think I've gotten something good. Um, let's do let me make a pinned comment. Tutorial demo day gradient maps plus metal. There we go. Wonderful. So we're going to be doing that today. Part of and since I've not done a stream about tutorial, like a streaming tutorial so far, I have made tutorials before, of course. Um, I'm going to be doing a couple things and we'll see what things work and what we would like for the next one, because I think this could be really fun. People have asked for it in the past of like specifically going over the techniques that I'm using. So this stream's intention is to be tutorial and question stream. So if anybody has any questions at any time, really whenever I'm drawing, you can always ask me questions. I mean, I'm always up for answering your questions because you know what? Art education uh is all over the place, and there's a lot of ways that you can do the same thing in different ways, you know. So having one option is just another tool in your arsenal to use. It's going to be I think it's going to be really fun. A lot of people haven't really used them before, so gradient maps tend to be um a little bit difficult to understand if you're just kind of messing around, but they're very easy to use and they can be really really awesome for improving your art. Um if you like that way of drawing. Of course, I'm also going to be making the materials like the tutorial materials while we're on stream. So, I had made a Fruitiger Arrow button tutorial like a week or two ago, and so I'm planning on doing the same thing for the gradient maps and for drawing metal. And the reason why I lumped these two together is that um they're very similar or they can help one another. They end up being um having a lot of benefit to one another. And here's that button tutorial if anybody hasn't seen it. It's on my Blue Sky and I have it on my Discord as well. I think gradient maps are going to help my art so much since I start with black and paint the colors as highlighting as lighting on top. Yeah, if you prefer um, using black and white, this is going to be an awesome way for you to expand on your already strong foundation. And for those of you that don't work in black and white, hopefully working in black and white for even just a moment can help strengthen the work that you do in color. So this is um really just a really awesome skill set to have. Same family of techniques, not necessarily same family. Drawing metal is tricky. But drawing metal is, I think, or rather shiny surfaces is where your gradient maps are going to be the most beneficial. So by teaching them both together, um, it'll give you two very handy things to know at one time. One thing kind of feeds into the next. But yeah, I'm very excited about it. Um, and of course, all the stuff that I'm showing you have seen on stream already. But I'm going to be using it as a tool to show us and demonstrate what's going on. I think one of the most important things about gradient maps, and I'll say this again later for folks that come in, but one of the most important things to remember about gradient maps is that they shouldn't be the only color that you're putting onto something. Um, I think one of the easiest traps to fall into as like a more novice artist and something that a lot of artists can recognize but just like don't know how to combat it is that you use the tools um in their barest of form. You don't expand upon the tool and really polish it. And that's where some things might end up looking flat, some things might end up looking like not as good as you want them to. Hi Bios, how are you? Welcome in. A really good example is if you use paint straight out of the tube. A lot of times there's no blend to the colors. There's nothing to harmonize the colors. So in order to make them look more harmonized, you'd put like washes over your painting, or you would do an underpainting. And so there's a lot of techniques that you can do to make colors feel, a lot more harmonized. Don't eat paint. Don't eat paint. I cannot emphasize enough not to eat paint. Highly recommend not eating it. In fact, it has been proven scientifically and otherwise that eating paint is bad for you. Um, you know why colors are called what they're called most of the time? It's because they're named after the metal that's inside of them that makes the color exist. So cadmium red, cadmium is a metal. Don't eat that. It's poisonous. It's very bad for you. No wonder you've been having stomach issues. So yeah, I'm super super excited to get into it. But I wanted to chat a little bit just to give some people some time to come in. But we're gonna be doing the metal, like very very shiny illustrations first. And I'm really gonna keep it kind of straightforward and simple. But if you ever have any questions, feel free to ask them. And I will be using the materials that we work on today to make the tutorials, and I'll be making those on stream as well, and asking your opinion if it's straightforward or not, if it could be improved. And yeah, Directions unclear. No paint left. I ate it all. No, don't eat paint. Don't eat paint. I highly recommend not eating paint. Hi, Drake. How are you? Welcome in. Are you ready? Hi, I'm your little butterfly. Hi. Welcome in. No, 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 not paint chips. That's not that kind of chip. It's not that kind of chip. Oh my gosh. You guys don't eat chips that are made of paint. Don't eat anything made of paint. No, not scrumptious paint. Get out of here. I hope you guys have had a wonderful day. Welcome in. My goodness. All right. All right, y'all. Are we ready to get into the drawing screen? Let me first off, I will go over what gradient maps are. Um and if at any point anybody has any questions, feel free to ask. Mandi, can't I have some paint chips as a treat? No, not paint chips as a treat. No paint. No, not my birthday. No. I can't emphasize enough. Hey there, Twitch overlords. Cannot emphasize enough how much you should not eat paint. Do not eat paint. Oh my gosh, y'all. You guys are silly. You guys are absolutely silly. You're razzing on me. You're razzing on me. Cut it out. No paint. Don't eat paint. It's not healthy. It's not healthy. It's not healthy. Don't eat paint. Just like big bold letters on my forehead. Don't fucking eat paint. All right, y'all. So I'm thinking that we're going to I have an illustration actually that I would like to use as a demonstration. Um can we pin that? Eat it with your greens? No. White paint looks like don't encourage them, syrups. Don't encourage them. Don't eat paint. Don't eat paint. Don't eat paint. I cannot tell you how much you should not eat paint. In fact, I know that you guys know you shouldn't eat paint because no, no. To be fair, they don't really use lead in paint anymore, even if it's called lead white. It tastes like frosting. You'd never know. It does not. It will not. It will not taste good. It will not feel good. Your belly's gonna be full of paint. You're not gonna like it. Did you know that Romans used to use lead powder as seasoning? Yes, they used to use a lot of shit that killed a very many people. I'm lacking iron in my diet, and paint clearly says titanium. Yeah, don't no, don't do that. Nor just make sure that you're eating iron-rich fruits, vegetables, and meats if you eat meat. Um, there are easier ways, I promise you. There's also supplements if your diet can't provide. Anyway, I'm not a doctor, but please don't eat paint. I think we all know this, but I think you guys are silly. I think you guys are silly. Okay, you guys are fucking around and finding out. Um, raw umber and burnt umber. Looks like no one can cook umber properly. Okay. There is also ochre, which is not okra. It's ochre, which is a brown color. Let me go to I'm gonna do some Nintendo lo-fi. I think that'll be fun. Yeah, nah, nah. But I think, yeah. Because I think having no there we go. There we go. Let's play that instead. Some of us have the survival instincts of a Tamagotchi. You need batteries to live. I see. I see. There we go. There we go, guys. All right. So now we got some chill tunes. So first off, what is a gradient map? Hold on. Yummy batteries, guys. All right, hold on. Hi, Unlucky. How are you? Welcome in. Welcome in. Hi, I'm your little butterfly. 91% cringe. Let's go. All right. Hi there. Welcome in. Welcome in. So yeah, today's stream is going to be predominantly a tutorial. So if I'm not as goofy silly as usual, it is that I'm actively uh trying to teach about a technique. So, not to say that we won't have fun. I'm just saying we're my goal today is to teach people. Um so again, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask them. Um and I will do my best to answer them. So for first off, explaining to you what a gradient map is, for those of you that haven't seen or don't know, gradient maps are a method through which you can apply colors to a range of value. So this piece here is exclusively colored through, let me move my layers over here. This piece is exclusively colored via gradient maps. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop down some of my layers, and immediately here you can see I have a gradient map layer. Yes, Celador. This gradient map layer is for the fog, and if I turn it off, you'll be able to see that the area that is affected by it is now black and white. Under what circumstances would you use a gradient or a translucent? What do you gradient to translucent? Well, gradient maps would not necessarily require translucents or transparent colors, whereas a gradient, like using a gradient tool, which is different, would allow you to create a gradient from an opaque color to a transparent color. So most of the time when I use a gradient that goes to transparency, from opaque to transparent, it's usually for atmosphere. So if I'm applying it over an entire piece, I'm trying to mainly achieve contrast between something. So if I wanted to push something further away from the rest of it, I would, for example, I would create a gradient. Let's see if I can find the gradient tool. Um, and already I have a gradient put together that has an opaque to a transparent, but let me just use like black for ease of use. And if I did that like this, you can see here that I've now created some sort of effect. I don't know what happened to the gradient tool in my Photoshop, but it just does not want to cooperate with me. Um, I don't know. Because I changed the color of this gradient and it still did not do what I wanted it to. So let me undo that. Oops. No. There we go. So here is what that looks like. And you can see here that I can edit how far it comes up. So basically going from an opaque to a transparent is beneficial in giving overarching contrast. So you have a little bit darker here. If I move that behind the fog, you can now see that everything that's behind the fog has become darker, and the fog is left lighter. So you can use that as a way of helping to separate large items and figures. If I change this to be a multiply blending mode, it'll look a little less um, dull and washed out. But yeah, this does not actually have to do with the gradient tool, but this, I think, one of the most common things you can use these for is to separate items in your piece or to add additional contrast. So that's what I would recommend. I see now on the right. I thought the program was called Macromint Draw. I was going to look that up. No, no. Hi there. Hi, Dragonfly. No, Macromint Draw is just my overlay. It's a pun or a play on Microsoft Draw or Microsoft Paint. Macromint instead of Microsoft. Either way, welcome in. Um, so yeah, if I go down my layers and I turn off the gradient map, you can see here that anything that gradient map is set to um, is turned back to its original form. So I drew it in black and white first, and I applied a gradient map. I'm using Photoshop today, but I know that Clip Studio and Procreate and a lot of major drawing tools and programs also have gradient maps, and they will work the same. You'll just have to find them in the interface in a different way. I recommend either using the materials that your program comes with to tell you where things are located and how to use certain tools. But the premise of a gradient map is the same, so that will translate well. Did manage to make my V-hand edit. Very happy with it. Hell yeah, I'm happy to hear that. I haven't touched mine yet. So here in this piece, you can see that my gradient map is its own layer. It's called an effects layer. So in Photoshop, the way that you would make a gradient map, on the bottom of the layers panel here, there is a little row of icons that appear. And let me show you those. So this little row of icons here is at the bottom of the layers menu here. Um, You recommend to label it with numbers helped a lot. Oh, yes, absolutely. Yeah, to find which pieces were what. Yeah. So in order to put an effect layer onto, or yeah, to make an effects layer, you'll need this right here. This is an effects layer. I guess this is called, what are these called? A adjustment layer or a new fill layer. So these are adjustment layers, these are effects layers. But some of them are very similar, but I guess this is called an adjustment layer. But for all intents and purposes, you'll just need this little circle shape here in Photoshop. Again, if you're using another program, you'll have to take a look at the interface there. Hi, Jeannie, how are you? And they work as their own separate layer that can be turned off and on. Can these apply to Clip Studio? Yes, Clip Studio does have the capacity for gradient maps, but again, you'll have to find out in the interface how to do that. I'm not using Clip Studio, and I know that they are in Clip Studio, but you'll have to take a look around to see how to find the gradient maps. But the concept of a gradient map will be the same. Is this any way similar to effect using color or hue layers over black and white values? Does it work entirely different? It is. It can give you a lot of similar effects. So in a traditional sense, a painter or an illustrator or an artist might make an underpainting or an underdrawing in like a monotone or monochromatic palette. So whether it's black and white, or maybe they're using brown to white or yellow. There's often terms like grisaille, where you're making like a gray underpainting and then doing something like a wash over top, or you're adding different mediums over top. Um, I'm sure somebody's uploaded a gradient map tutorial on YouTube. Absolutely. Yeah. This is just my way of introducing a lot of people to gradient maps because they can be very helpful and they can be very useful if you're trying to bump up, some of your art skill. Did you use gradient maps on the entire shading in the xenomorph? Yes, I did, and I'll be going over that shortly. Um, so there are many different ways to use an underpainting style. So I recommend using gradient maps as part of your process, not the entire process. If you only rely on just gradient maps, it might end up looking a little lackluster. There might be something missing. Hi, raccoon. Don't worry, we are just getting started. And if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to repeat stuff. Um, so for example here, to answer your question, Abdul, you definitely can use gradient maps as an underpainting, to start. So maybe for example, you have a nice black and white and you're like, okay, I really just want to start introducing some warmth to this. So maybe you change it to a brown to sepia, like make it like sepia. The cool thing about gradient maps is that you can continuously edit them. You can turn them on and off. They can be changed. They do not have to stay the way they are. They're very easy to use. You can copy and paste them, at least in Photoshop. You can copy paste them and apply them to different layers. Because I've just clipped this into the group that I want it to be on. So for example, it's just clipped to the fog, and I've used several different gradient maps here to achieve this overall look. But if I wanted to use the same electric green, I could copy that gradient map and apply it to a different group of things. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to start going through and I'm going to be turning off all my gradient maps to show you what this looked like before I started applying gradient maps. And as you'll be able to see, it'll be very easy to just turn these off. You could see here now, all black and white. If you are working on any piece, one of the best ways to elevate your art is to learn how to use contrast and push the level of values that you're using. Contrast is meaning how dark something is versus how light something is. If you talk to people that have maybe limited visibility, so maybe they have certain types of blindness, or they're just hard of seeing, they will also often emphasize that contrast is what allows them to see large shapes. So if you have something dark against something light, the more contrast there is, the easier it is for us to see. And for people that aren't as difficult, don't have as much a difficult time as seeing, contrast is still just as important. So I do recommend, if you are starting on an art journey, that you learn how to draw with like higher contrast and learn how to push the values that you're using, because it'll make your art stronger. It'll make things clearer, and you will then be able to use your composition to make things even more easy to see. The whole goal of your piece, if you're doing something like this where you're trying to make a recognizable character, is for people to be able to see what's going on. That's not always the case. People have very moody and atmospheric art where they're using a lot of similar values, and the point is to have a very dark, deep piece. That's not the case here. But for a lot of foundation art, you need to learn how to draw with values first, and then you can expand upon it and find your own style. But the techniques that you build upon are very important. I can't emphasize that enough. Um, Eyes involved to see contrast first. Absolutely. It's light versus dark. The benefits to gradient maps are malleability, non-destructive nature, being able to make canvas-wide changes with little input. Absolutely. They're continuously editable, and you'll be able to see there are way more benefits than just that. Gradient maps don't just involve you choosing a color on one side of the gradient and a color on the other. You can fit as many colors as you could possibly want in between, and it'll assign those values. And I'll tell you in a moment how that can change and affect the art you're working on. Part of our demonstration, I will be showing you a base art, and then I will start changing it with gradient maps and only the gradient maps, and it'll look entirely different. Um, I'm gonna use this knowledge I've learned so far in the fan art. Hell yeah, hell yeah. So already I've turned off this gradient map, but one of the important things to notice is that there are still layers here in which I've drawn lighting on top. Without the lighting, this character looks good, but if you notice there's a flatness, and because your gradient map can be a broad array of colors, and any color that you want. It is really important to know that you have to continue off of it. You shouldn't just stop at using a gradient map. Unless you're going for a very particular style. Again, this is just a technique to use. These aren't the rules, but these are important things to expand on a foundation of art knowledge. So here I have a couple different lighting layers. These three layers that I have right here. The first one I did blue, and this is set to overlay. And so you can see here, I've added this electric blue, trying to put a little bit more differentiation from our purples and our yellow. Our next one is this pink, or this green layer that was set to difference. So now I have this like minty color that's, added a little bit more depth. And finally, that electric green from our background, I've added that in along the very edges. And here's the before and the after. Now we have a really moody atmosphere. And one of the most important things to make a character look like they're in an environment is to take colors from that environment and put it on the character. Um, and vice versa. The purple from my character has now been used here. And the reason that I went with purple, I've been drawing a lot in purple. But purple is a way to get a lot of value, like very dark values, um, without having to use black. If you've ever seen comic books where characters have blue in their hair, or like red or purple, it is, to make the black hair look less flat and to take advantage of, being able to print and use different colors. It's just a good way to break up that heavy area of black without using gray, because gray can make things look washed out. Gray can, sap all of the personality out of something. So when, you might hear this when if you're trying to paint, but using black to mix into paint to make it darker might not always be the best. So making black out of like a dark blue and a dark red, it'll still look black, but the undertone of that color will be a lot richer than just using like straight black out of the tube. And even here, you can see here that I have this dark color. This is actually a really dark shade of blue. This is blue, not black. And by doing that, and there are also too, there are different shades of black. They have different temperatures, so it can be warm, it can be cool. So if you ever find that your piece has something a little bit off about it, it might be that the temperature of your dark colors is wrong, or contrasts, kind of in a way that doesn't look right with the rest of your colors. But that being said, Gradient maps are really powerful, but you shouldn't just use gradient maps. So now if I get rid of that lighting, here's that again. Here it is without. It still looks good, but you can see here that in areas like this where there's a lot of detail, um, some of it's blending together because our gradient map is over this entire thing. Um, it's only able to use the colors that we've given it. So by pushing certain parts back, like the back of the neck, I've now chosen to separate the jaw from the chest here. And now, even more so, now the jaw from the chest being separated with our lighting, and this now gives us this really cool underlight. So yeah, so if you find there are areas that need more contrast, like here, it'll just further add depth. Before, after. So now let me turn off my gradient map again. You can also see here that some of my line art is colored. If you use line art, that can definitely be a beneficial tool. You don't have to color your line art, but it's something that I'm a big fan of. Let me turn off the color of my line art here. Also, again, my line art is a really dark blue. Even though I used black and white, I did use just black and white to render the xenomorph in the middle. But that's because my intention was always to make this with a gradient map, and black and white are the simplest ways to ensure that I'm getting a broad range of contrast. I used to do line art, but now I just color on top and polish. That's also completely valid. One thing is that if I'm saying things that are stylistic, like line art, those things are just an option. They're not the rule. And gradient maps are just an option. This is just a tool that you can use to improve upon your art. And I honestly just recommend trying it. And if you don't like it, that's okay. You don't have to. One of the things that I did stylistically as well is I put a stroke around the xenomorph. So by removing that stroke, it's almost acting like a harsh light, like a harsh rim light. But if I remove that, we're losing a little bit of the detail up here, and down here, and on the side here. But that was just a personal preference. It wasn't. It's just another way to help make this very complex looking item, a little bit more visually distinct from the background. So now I'm going to go to the background and I'm going to turn off. There's the grayscale version of the background. And again, I used all gradient maps for this piece. I don't usually use gradient maps for everything, but since this was very shiny, very metallic surface, I mostly relied on gradient maps. And you can see one at a time, I'm removing all of the color. Let me see if I can't get rid of something else. There we go. So here you go. So this is with gradient maps turned off. I still have strokes and effects like applied to some of these things in green, but I mean, it's very easy. On, off, on, off. Um, so yeah, I mean, now this piece, if your piece reads well in black and white, it'll read well in color. And one way to try that without, let's say that you drew it all in color, you did, you know, you didn't use gradient maps, you didn't draw it in black and white initially. Um, Let me see if I can get there we go. One way to try this, to see if your piece works in black and white, you can change the usually you can change a color mode to grayscale, but an easy way to make sure that you're not saving over any of your art and getting rid of the color. I just take a nice medium shade of gray like this. I will bucket fill my canvas and I will change this to color, the blending mode set to color on a gray. And you can see here that all of my details still read very well. My character is separated from my background. This silhouette reads really well. So I recommend using that trick to make sure that your pieces still read. And you might need to make areas lighter. You might need to make areas darker. And there are ways that you can do that as well using layers like again also in the adjustments layers things like hue saturation, curves or levels, brightness, contrast. If you've ever used filters on like an image on your phone to like make more contrast happen, same thing can go for your art piece. So if I added an adjustment layer, I'll use levels. You can see here now that I have this bar over here. Let me move this here. Oops. Let me move this here. So now you can see here that this is my levels layer. Oh my god. And here's our midtone, these are our highlights, and these are our darks. So if I wanted to adjust that, I could adjust how rich my darks are. I could lean further away from the midtone, or I could lean further into the dark by just moving the mid. It's basically taking the different values of your piece and pushing them. So here's what this would look like, without my grayscale layer on. So you can see it's very overexposed, stuff like that. But there are a lot of tools. I mean, Photoshop specifically um is is more of a photo manipulation tool, a photo editing tool. So if you are comfortable with photo editing, um you're going to often find that Photoshop or similar, Clip Studio also has a ton of tools. But you can use all of those tools to enhance a piece without having to redraw stuff. If you do it in black and white, how do you put the color? That's exactly what I'm explaining now. So the gradient map is how I've put color onto it. So allow me now to show you that. Let me get this up here. So gradient maps are the tool that I've applied this color with. A gradient map, again, will literally map colored gradients onto your values. For Clip Studio users, anything done in Photoshop, you can probably do in Clip Studio. Yeah, none of these tools will be missing from Clip Studio. Clip Studio is such a comprehensive art tool that's actually been built to make art, whereas Photoshop was originally built to manipulate photos, which is, why it's called Photoshop. So you will not be left wanting any tools in Clip Studio. However, anything that I mention about the user interface, the UI, will probably not be the same. You'll probably have to navigate through different windows and menus to get to these things than what I'm showing here. But if you're using Photoshop, um, this is not so much a tutorial on where you can find the things, so much as a tutorial on how to use this thing. So no matter what program you're using, you should be able to find it using, you can just Google, where's this panel? How do I access gradient maps in Clip Studio? And then the gradient maps themselves are what I'm going to be teaching you about. So now we can take all those off, and I'm going to focus on the xenomorph here. Um So this is, again, without and with. If I turn off my lighting layers, I drew the xenomorph very, very simply. Um, we are going to do a brief explanation of gradient maps, and then I will draw something and do a more in depth. But for something like the, and this is also where drawing metal will come in. So I'll do my drawing metal tutorial in between that, sort of, so to speak. It sounds a little convoluted, but it'll make sense. So for the xenomorph, I started with grayscale here. Let me turn off some of the this extra stuff here. There we go. All right, so the xenomorph, and I'll also turn off the colors for the line art. You'd be surprised at just how much of this is super, super simple. Okay, so that's the xenomorph. I mean, aside from having some pretty complex line art here and there, I did some hatching, just to kind of give it some differentiation between these big flat spaces, these smooth spaces, and like a rougher, like muscle kind of texture. But this is really it. It all starts with a mid-tone gray. If you're wanting to get into drawing with pencil, I think it's really, really beneficial to learn how to draw on a mid-tone colored paper. So whether it's gray or like a very neutral, like a maybe like a brown, some shades of blue. So yeah, drawing on a mid-tone, doesn't matter if it's color or if it's gray, is super beneficial because then you can add the dark and pull out the light. So it makes it a lot easier to draw highlights, and you can get a really cool effect by doing that. So I'm gonna turn on one layer. It's this layer here, and let me go to my panel and see if I can't make my, let's do panel options. Let's make these thumbnails larger. Okay, so now you can see my layers a little bit better over here. Better for your eyes too. Yeah, so here is how I started. It is just line art and it is just a mid-tone gray. Again, my line art was done in a deep navy color, not black. So I'm going to turn on one layer, one, this layer right here. There. That was one layer and it's one color. It's just black. Um and now you can see I have this really fascinating matte black color, um, that looks really nice. So I could stop here if this matte effect was what I was looking for. Obviously, I would want to put some lighting in and around some of this to help push and pull some of the pieces of the xenomorph to make it a little bit less difficult to discern, especially around the jaw and neck area, because there's only so much that our black and gray can do for us. But here, before, after, one layer, and that's not me, like, flexing, "Oh, I only have to draw." I have tons of layers in this file. Before, after. All I did was on our grayscale base, I made a clipping mask, and I used a soft, round brush. So just I didn't it's not a downloaded brush, it's one of the defaults, it is just round with soft edges. And I just made sure that I was defining these areas, getting some good contrast. And here, I decided to use a levels layer. So here's my levels layer before, after. I tend to be pretty heavy handed with making things really dark and really high contrast. So what I did is I saw that this might be a little bit too deep, a little too dark, but I didn't want to compromise the work that I already did. So this is where I put a levels layer before, after. And it just brightened things up a little bit, and tightened up some of my dark areas. And now here for the xenomorph, I only have 2 more layers. This layer for highlights, and this layer for some more ambient glow. Life hard and cold, brush soft with round edges. Absolutely. So this is just white. There's no blending modes, no nothing. We have our black and our white. And that's it. That's all I did to render this. Obviously, there's a lot of very subtle, choices that I made here, but at the end of the day, I just needed to use black and white and a soft brush. That's it. And then here I used this is set to overlay at 100%, and I just did some really soft, you know, highlighting. I call it bloom, so I basically just went in to give it a little bit more of a bloom. I love to see this on the back of on a black t-shirt. Make it blend with the shirt kind of spooky. Yeah, I love that idea. So yeah, so for this instance, the black and white ended up turning out really strong. So you could stop here. Like if you wanted the xenomorph to look like this, you absolutely could. But that just goes to show you that with just these layers here, a black layer, a white layer, and then a bloom layer that I put on it, overlay, which is a blending mode to just kind of bring it out. And then the levels, here it is without the levels. Here it is with. So you can just see that you can pull a little bit more of the detail out. Um, so that's pretty much why the levels was used. It reminds me of how one applies makeup with foundation, shadows, and highlights. Also, how one paints miniatures. Yeah, all of these techniques they are foundation techniques. They are fundamentals. I highly recommend that if you're struggling with contrast, just draw in black and white. And it might be a little tedious at first, but I highly recommend it. If you're struggling and if you're not sure where to go from here, learn how to push your contrast, learn how to build shape with just black and white because color makes it so much more complicated. With people that learn through the internet, which the internet is a powerful tool, and a lot of people teach themselves, right? You're talking to people, you're learning, you're growing, you're trying things. That is how you expand on your art. All of this stuff is very natural. You're just grabbing up, you're soaking it up like a sponge, but you're getting information at different times in your process, information that you might not need until later. And so a lot of times self-taught artists will be so excited about the really cool techniques that you're learning that you end up jumping over the really important basic stuff. So if you learn how to draw with these values, the world is your oyster. Black, white, gray. That's it. Gray, then black was clipped into that, and then the white layers clipped on the back. It's all just clipped to the same layer. So Photoshop's clipping is very simple. It might be different. Let me get rid of the navigator here. Let me put this up here. So here is my base shape, which is just this gray here. I'll pull this out more. This gray, you can see that silhouette there. That is just my gray color. And everything above it has been clipped to that gray. So with Photoshop, things sit above a shape and clip down onto it. Whereas some other programs, you might have a shape above that everything is clipped into. So definitely keep in mind that I've just clipped these onto a shape. The shape just happens to be that gray base color right here. The line art is its own layer, the gray is its own layer, and however your program clips, I've clipped these things into it. So here is just what we started with and what we ended with for the grayscale. So once you have a really strong base, you can now, add a gradient map. So I chose to go with purples because I wanted a really moody green background. So I went with things that are uh, pink and purple. The pink and the harsh lime green, especially because lime green also leans towards yellow. So I chose actively. It's clipped on the shape, yes, and you could also use a mask. So, for example, this layer has a mask on it. If you use masks, that might end up being something that works easier for you. All you need to know is that I just had a gray base and then the black and white were clipped into that gray base. Um, so I'll bring out my color wheel. I wanted to use for this, I wanted to use some pretty intense green that leans more towards yellow, maybe a little bit of that. Um, and maybe getting into a little bit of like a bluish green. I really wanted these intense greens, and so green's complementary color on the color wheel is red. But I'm not in the business of making it look like a Christmas illustration, so I brought that red just down ever so slightly to be like a bright magenta. And since I have tones of yellow, so we already have our red green. Since I have some yellow here, introducing things like purple and getting even a little bit cooler into like the blue. Um, the purple is the complement to yellow. I have no clue how to use a mask. Just know it clips health. Yeah, yeah. So a mask is really you just taking a shape. It's as if you took a piece of paper, cut a hole in it, and set the paper on top. That's what a mask layer. That's what a mask does. You can see here the white is where things show through and the black is where things are hidden. And that tends to work for a lot of different things. So, like editing software will use masks, animation will use masks, stuff like that. But clipping, the black and white was just clipped into the gray. So yeah, so I really wanted to use this intense lime, and so the pink and the purple end up being an excellent contrast without it looking kind of garish and Christmassy. So this was the palette that I was going for. So what I ended up doing with that is making a gradient map that incorporated these colors. For the xenomorph, I was focused on these, and for the background, I was focused on these. So now that I had a color palette that I really wanted to use, my gradient map, which is this layer right here, now you can see I'm using those deep purples. I'm using that magenta. And I've introduced this yellow color, one, because of its being the complement to purple. Yellow and purple are complementary colors. Two, because the yellow and the magenta would make kind of like these peachy in between colors. So it would be a nice blend. But three, I wanted to make it a warmer color scheme. And the green, it's very warm. This deep purple is offering us our dark value. So instead of using black, we have a really intense deep purple color and with slightly lighter purples, magentas, and yellows. So let me open up my gradient and I'll show you what the gradient map looks like. So here, let me move this whole panel outward. Oh, no. So this is what my come here. This is what my gradient map looks like. Get out of here. Move. Move over. Just trying to get this stuff looking right. There we go. Oh my goodness. Just trying to make sure that y'all can see what it is that I'm talking about. There we go. So here is what the gradient map looks like. Very non-mystical. My dark purples, my magentas, my pink, and my yellow. And if I drop down, there is a menu that'll appear. Of course, it's not showing you the menu. Um, and I can't take a screenshot of it, but there's a little drop down right here. And when I click on that, Photoshop shows me a wide array of gradient maps that it already has pre-programmed. So things like black to red, things like blues and greens, they have, let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 different folders full of gradient maps. And I know for a fact that Clip Studio also has pre-programmed gradient maps. So if you're interested in just seeing what the gradient maps are and clicking around, you can start changing your black and white image to literally anything you want. That's the magic mystery of using gradient maps. So I'm going to take a screenshot of the panel. When I double clicked on my little gradient bar, it came up with a panel. Um and that panel looks like this. Oh, I love Super Mario Galaxy. Oh, I miss Super Mario Galaxy. Thanks for lurking. So let me get a nice high contrast color and move my layers up here. So here is what that panel looks like. A lot of gradient map editors will look very similar. All you need to care about is this section right here. You can also see here are some of the presets that exist. You can also click amongst those to, to do what you got to do and try some different things. But you can see here that I have chosen 4 colors on my gradient map bar. And let me zoom in even more. I have for black, it goes from black, white. And you can invert these. So if you want your shadows to be light and that's what the inversion kind of like, if you've ever inverted a photo with like an inversion filter, that's kind of what it does. I had no idea how it works, just kept downloading more of them, and now I have mess of gradients. Yeah, you honestly could probably get rid of all the presets and make your own presets. You can save. Um, I believe by clicking you can name it and you can just click new and it'll make a preset that you can call back to if you like using these. But also you can copy and paste the gradient map layer and just put it in another file as well. So there are multiple ways for you, and that's just for Photoshop, but I'm sure Clip Studio has something comparable, like no doubt. But I'm mainly just focused rather on the interface. I'm trying to explain what gradient maps are and like how to use them, just the gradient maps. So now that you're here in however you edit your gradient maps, you have a couple things to ask yourself. You already have a strong black and white image, which you are applying your gradient map to. You need to just make sure that you have a dark and a light. I could just have the dark purple and the yellow if that was my goal. But everything in between it then would be just the dark purple to yellow. You're going to end up encountering a lot of muddiness in that case because even though these are complementary colors, yellow and purple, when you mix complementary colors together, you get a neutral color, which is something around a beige or a gray. That is that is two certain benefits. That is just a classic color mixing situation. I think if you guys are interested in color theory, I can do a whole stream just about color theory. Um, but for now, the reason that I have these intermediate colors, one, because I wanted to use magenta and I wanted a little bit nice of a nicer purple. But here, I could just have my magenta, I could just have my dark purple. However, introducing this other purple here has allowed me to have more control over the colors that happen between our colors. Um, if you have a cool color that you're trying to blend with a warm color, you might get muddiness in between. So now if I wanted to change this, if I wanted to control, I could put another color in between those to make sure that the I have better control over how those colors look as they're blending together. So, does that make sense? If you leave it as just a start and a finish, you have just a muddy mess in between. So by introducing colors along this gradient map in between, you can now ensure that the colors are blending together much nicer and you're not getting a muddy looking piece. But on the other side of it, you now have the opportunity to put really interesting colors, things that might not have naturally appeared. So maybe your colors don't look muddy when they're mixed together, but now you have the opportunity to introduce alternate colors that maybe are just a little bit more saturated, right? You have a little bit of an opportunity to pop in an unexpected color. And that's really where gradient maps go from just being a way to color something to being a way to like make something really, really cool. Um, and also too, it's easier then to use a gradient map to try color combinations without having to commit, because you've already done the work of drawing a black and white image, right? So you've made sure there's enough contrast, that the shapes are identifiable, that the composition looks good. You've done that work. And now applying these colors to those values, you can try a bunch of things out. When I was just streaming drawing this piece, I tried a bunch of different combinations. I kind of knew what I wanted, but as for this highlight color, I tried a couple things. And gradient maps are highly editable. They don't disturb the work that you did underneath. You can get rid of them if you don't want. You can change them at any moment. And that's where gradient maps are really, really cool. And all I've done here by pushing and pulling them along, imagine this is black on one side, white on the other. You can just position these little squares, which are the individual colors. So you can see here, this gradient just happens to be 4 colors. By pushing them along, you're just changing how close, those colors are together and how harsh the transition from one color to the next is. So if these were very close to one another, they might have a sharp, abrupt meeting point in the middle, instead of a nice smooth gradient. That is something that you can use to your advantage. It's something that is just in some cases a personal taste. But it is purely as simple as you opening up a gradient map, apply it to the art you're working on, and start messing around and see what kinds of color combinations you really enjoy, how much contrast you can bring out of something. Really is I just really highly recommend playing around with it. I'm gonna show you an example of me changing my my gradient map. You can see here, this is the gradient that's currently applied to my gradient map. I am going to, in Photoshop, I'm going to double click on my gradient bar, and I have a panel here that's shown up. Uh, of course, it doesn't show because I'm presenting the program. But I am going to show you what it looks like when I start editing some of my gradients. And let me move this here and put this here. So I'm going to start experimenting with different colors. So let's say the yellow, we don't like the yellow. I can simply click and remove the yellow from the entire thing. And you can now see, look, my entire gradient map bar here is is now just pink and purple. I can take the pink and slide it over. And now you can see that my pink is less dominating. It's going more into the purple. This almost makes me think of printmaking, right? These two tones of inks, it makes me think of screen printing specifically. This you could leave this. Obviously too, I might want to play around with getting some different values there, but this is still a pretty serviceable piece. But if I undid that change, I've moved this pink back further. I've made sure that my pink is taking up a bit more space and it is occupying some of my midtones now. Um, the gradients here are just meant to show you where your black is and where your white is, and this color I can push and pull. And look at this. I now have this really interesting effect that almost looks like an overexposed poster. And you can see just how sharp there is very little gradient between these things. Here I am, I'm dragging it further away, giving it a little bit more subtlety. That's really all I'm after. Um, there we go. I've snoozed the ads, so I'll make sure that, during the ad breaks, I take a break so you guys don't miss anything. But while I'm talking about this, I'm gonna snooze the ads. Um, so yeah, so you can see that I got rid of my yellow, but let me reintroduce my yellow. I'll just press cancel. So all of the edits that I made, I can just get rid of. I don't need to keep those. But let me open up my bar again and I'm going to say, you know what? I'm not feeling this yellow. I'm going to try to go for something that's a bit more like a holographic effect. So let me choose a really interesting like cyan color. And this was actually one of the colorways that I was wanting to try when I was first working on the piece. So now we have this really fascinating warm to cool color situation. The magenta is a more of a warm color and the blue is a cooler color. And now we've got like almost like a holographic, like icy kind of effect. And let's see what I can do by introducing more median colors. So now we have this blue. Let me see. I want to add like a green to this. Hi, Rain. Yes. So now you can see that I'm kind of making a rainbow effect here. So now I have this really intense green, and I'm moving these colors along to distribute them a little bit better. But again, now I'm just getting a really interesting effect. Let me push and pull some of my colors around to blend them better together. And now I've got this really fascinating looking effect. Um, Gradient maps are super, super fun to play with. And let's say this contrast is a little too intense. I'm gonna just double click on this one purple color and I'm gonna lighten up that purple. And look at that. We just by playing with the gradient map, we have created an entirely different piece just by playing around with our bar here. Sauteed basil, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Today we're doing a gradient map and drawing metal tutorial on this xenomorph piece that I did a while back. Also, if any of you guys are curious, I do actually sell stickers and shirts with this art on it. Hi Starry, how are you? Welcome in. So yeah, in just moments, we took our piece from one thing to the next. If I press cancel on this, it returns to what we had. And again, if I turn on my lighting layers, obviously I've got these really nice, these values to make this underlit effect. So yeah, gradient maps are incredible. And but you might be saying, you know what, I don't really like to use a ton of color. I'm not really interested in having the most colorful thing. That's also okay. So if I wanted to take a thanks for co-working. If I wanted to take a black and white piece, and let me show you that muddiness that I was talking about. See how gray and muddy this becomes? This is also a really cool effect. Again, going back to like printmaking. But see how muddy that is in the middle? So let me add a color in there and let's see if I can't choose something between purple and yellow. And I'm gonna go with maybe like a blue because I know that the blue will transition well with my deep like navy purple. Um, and will meet in the middle with the yellow to make like a green color. Okay, now you can see that's a little muddy there. So let me introduce a different color here to control what happens between. Maybe like a green. And now that is a much cleaner, smoother transition. And we have another really interesting looking combination of colors just because we're playing around with it. Let me lighten this blue a little bit, this like turquoise color. And look at that. We've made an entirely different piece just by playing with our gradient map. This could work really well for skin tone as well. So, I highly recommend doing studies of different skin tones. And by studies of skin tones, I mean find photographs of different skin tones. So, darker complexion, lighter complexion, and pay really close attention to the colors that are less obvious. So, if you have somebody, let's say, with a darker skin tone, I there could be undertones of orange, there could be undertones of purple and blue, and those undertones actually can help you form what other colors you might be using for that character. So, for example, you might have a character that's a black character, but their skin tone leans more towards orange. So, if you put them in shirt or like an outfit that has a lot of blue in it, the blue and the orange are going to complement each other. They're complementary on the color wheel, and they're going to make those colors feel really rich and really interesting. Whereas with somebody with a lighter skin tone, maybe the undertone is red and pink, so using something like green or like even like a teal or a turquoise will make that stand out and make the color feel more vibrant. So I highly recommend doing skin color studies. And if that's something you guys are interested in, I would love to do that. And maybe I could make a skin color palette. Especially gradient maps can be really fun in playing with those undertones. I struggle with skin tone just I struggle in general with a lot. Hey, you know what? That's okay. The thing is that I think a lot of people feel bad that they struggle, but in reality, the struggle just means that you're learning something. Um, and for myself, like, in the past almost 2 years that I've been streaming, my art has improved because I've been trying new things and I've been doing stuff that's difficult. I have learned so, so much, and I've been having a good time while doing it. So the fact that you're struggling is a good thing because you're actively trying stuff that challenges you. It's not a bad thing, but we're kind of trained to feel that our struggle means that we're failing. When in reality, you're just pushing yourself. And that's something to be like praised, you know? At least in my own opinion. I've never used gradient maps before. I've always seemed overwhelmed to try and figure it out. That's yeah, 100%. It looks super convoluted, but again, we did the work to draw a black and white piece underneath, and so we know that our piece is solid. We know that it has good contrast. We know that the silhouette works. We already fixed all of the hardest parts about our piece. Now we're just playing. We're just playing around. Thank you for pushing the boundaries and challenging yourself. I love seeing you try new things, explore absolutely. I have been a professional artist now for the better part of 10 years. I have a full degree in illustration, and I've done things like printmaking and sculpture and professional painting. I've painted on walls, I've painted on canvas, and I've done all this shit. But all that to say, I can still learn and grow. Anyone can still learn and grow, and it's so easy to beat yourself up about like not knowing something, but you don't know what you don't know. And like I mentioned earlier, the internet is just a wealth of knowledge and you're getting it all at the same time when you might just need to focus on getting your values put together. You know what I mean? Like we're so it's so exciting to use color and to try all this stuff. But before I learned color, I had to just draw in black and white. I had 3 courses of me just drawing in black and white. Just drawing in black and white in different ways and drawing different things. So, I'm telling you this so you don't have to do all that. So back to the skin tone thing. Let's say we wanted this xenomorph to have a skin tone. A lot of my rendering is leaning very high contrast, so it's very metallic. So skin wouldn't necessarily have that much shine to it. And the way that something looks metallic is one, how reflective it is. So how much of this bounce light you see, how crisp the differentiation between our colors is. So basically, instead of being very soft, if it's very crisp, that tends to make it look really, really metallic. So let me move our gradients closer together, and you're gonna see very quickly just how much more it goes from looking like a kind of it's still shiny, it's still, but now we're making it look much more metallic by just really intensifying. There we go. It almost has a cell shaded look to it now that we've done this. But it also has a bit of like a chrome kind of feel to it. Let me play around with some of this, Now it's really shiny. Hi, Brother Faith, how are you? So now we have a little bit more of a shine to it than we did before, and you can actually see on our gradient how much crisper and closer those boundaries between colors is. So that's why I'll be going over like how I draw metal. But you can very easily see now why gradient maps and metal play really well together. Um, so I'm gonna go back to a skin tone mentality here. I'm gonna keep it very simple. We have a medium, a light, and a dark. So I know that I'm doing good just lurking, enjoying the art process. Hell yeah, well welcome in. So I'm going to say that I want a darker skin tone And I'm gonna try to do something like using complementary colors in the shadows. So maybe I have something a little bit more like blue purple. So I'm just gonna lift this into like this navy, this bluish purple, this indigo color. Then I'm gonna see about doing like a mid-tone here in like an orange, a red orange kind of area. Now I've got this really interesting contrast of this bluish purple here. I'm gonna lower it, get it a little less saturated here. And now it's got almost like this bronze effect. Yeah, it looks like gold. See how cool this is? Like you really can just do literally anything. And if I just pressed cancel, it would go back to what I had initially. Also, you can copy, paste, and then edit it so you don't lose what you were like. You can literally make as many of these and save them as you want. Okay, so now I see I have a pretty good blend here. It might get a little muddy, but where it's getting muddy here is my transition from this like lighter color to our mid-tone brown. I'm going to introduce I don't want the skin tone to be very orange, but I am going to utilize orangey shades to make my transition nicer. So here I am getting into these warm rusty colors. Maybe I make it a little bit more of like a reddish orange here. And then our highlights, let's go with something. Let's try what does a cool highlight look like? Let me go to blue. Look at that. It's got such a fascinating effect here just by using a contrasting color. The blue against orange will just make it look that much more vibrant, but let's go for something a little bit less intense. So maybe something like a gold here. This isn't necessarily a skin tone. It's a little bit too exaggerated here. So let me see if I can't. Oh, and here I am. Here's an accidental example. Look at that. I introduced a light color in where my dark values should be, and now it's made this weird chrome effect. Very, very cool to play around with. Um, you can see here, like we're just getting it's getting to like peanut butter jelly territory. Um, so let me see if I can't go into something like this, where it's like a warm red pink color. Yeah, it looks thermal, yeah. And let me remove that one. So now we have a bit more of like a almost like a milk chocolate kind of effect. Um, and this might be a little bit too light and a little bit too cool. So let me move it down into a different area and let me desaturate it a little bit. And now this is looking very shiny, but still a little bit closer to really fascinating. And again, this is very orange, very red. Not every skin tone will have red in it, but we can desaturate some of that a little bit, make it a little less intense to look at. Um, and just by bringing it down a little bit, maybe we can have a little bit more saturation in one spot than the other. But now we have this really interesting effect here just by playing around with our gradient maps. We really haven't done anything other than play with gradient maps this whole time. So now let me take it to like blue, a bluish gray. Look at that. It's now it looks like copper. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. And this is us just playing around. Now we have this really interesting, I don't know. One of the coolest things about gradient maps is that it makes me try different color combinations that I ever would have. Um, I'm gonna use a light blue here, and see if I can't change how drastic maybe it's just for the lightest parts, like just barely. And look at that. Like it's a totally different piece now. It's a totally different piece of art just by playing around with our gradient maps. So all this to say, and this isn't really a skin tone, but I am using, this could be a very interesting base to work off of. I recommend color picking different skin tones to try to get some, and this is a metallic figure, so again, it's not really going to look so much like skin. It's always going to have a bit of a shiny effect because that's how we rendered it. But if I drag it this way, we're just really just playing around. You're gonna get a lot of different effects just by moving things around. Um, and at the end of the day, if I don't like it, I can just change. I can change it into something totally different. You know, let's say I wanna go towards like pink, you know, I can do that. So now it's just giving like a rose gold effect, really just playing around. And if I don't like it, I can turn it back. I don't have to mess around with it. Um so yeah, so this that is those are the basics of gradient maps, and I think you'll be able to better understand why metal, like drawing metal, would be made so much nicer and so much easier with gradient maps. And I'm going to show you an example of metal that I drew um with gradient maps. So let me close this piece down and let me get another one. And then we're going to do some drawing examples of how to draw metal, how I draw metal. Um, and then at the end, I'll be open for more questions, and then I'll start working on a tutorial piece to just give you a bit more of an example. So let me open a piece here. So this piece is of Gamer Goblin Gary. Let me move the navigator up here. Let me move the properties over. So this piece, you can see here that I've got leather, I have metal, I have I have glass, I have like the bike itself is like a metallic painted piece. So this is almost entirely made with gradient maps. Um, Hi Sinklin, how are you? Welcome in. Are you ready? Hi, 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 I'm your little butterfly. Hi, welcome in. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Welcome in. So you can see here, let me take you to the chrome. That's really what I want to pay attention to. So this, you can see this chrome is very shiny. It's very clearly metal. In fact, hell yeah. Hi, Osmo. Thanks for being a super shopper. You're huge. So take a look at the difference between the shininess of this painted area. So this is like the back of the bike. It's painted. Thanks for being cringe. And then this really intense, shiny, chromed metal. Um, the differentiation in how intense the contrast is what ends up making things look like they're made of different materials. So clearly, this is still a shiny surface, but this is very shiny, and we have these bright areas of high white. It's called hot white. Basically, a hot white highlight. So this really intense, very crisp white, and then these deeper, darker values super close to one another. And the closer those values are to each other, intense dark, intense light, the closer those are, the sharper they are, the shinier something will look. Whereas something like this has a lot more softness, and then this one highlight here really hammers it home that it is still a shiny surface. It's just not peak metallic. And then if we look here to the tire has even less. It's still kind of shiny over here on our rim light, but this tire has a lot less drastic change in how light and how dark something is, and that's what's giving it that matte rubber effect. And also just a little bit of a bonus, the back of the chrome here has some of the colors from the tire bouncing up onto it. I am mostly concerned with making different materials look like different materials. I'm not going for photorealistic metal. If you are interested in learning how to draw metal super realistically with all of those reflections and refractions and stuff, I would recommend you do studies of objects from life or find photographs and really study how those photographs made something look metallic. But when you get to things like metal and glass, the reflections tend to be super scary. They tend to be confusing and overwhelming. And so I'm going to be showing you how I make illustrated, like very illustrative metal, more so focused on making sure that you know that it's metallic versus something that's a little less shiny. But, you know, obviously this leather here or like latex is very shiny too. So there's a variety of texture and material happening here. That's what my goal is. Also, too, defining form. So these are tube shaped items. These exhaust pipes are tube shaped. So by having a hot highlight here and having darkness around, we're still making sure that you can see that it is a rounded tube. It's a rounded surface. It is metallic. Hi there, Brian. How are you? Speaking of exhaust pipes. So yeah, so that's really, what I'm after too. Tube shaped? No. Tube. Tube shaped. So let me show you what I did here. So if I turn these are all of our all my colors in one group. Let me zoom back out. So I have my line art, I have this dust, and I used some like half tone brushes because I thought that was fun. I've got my color, and I've got this tunnel that I drew. Can you teach us how to make the type of awesome chrome gradients used in 80s logos? Yes, actually, I'll show you how this chrome was made. Um, and if you look at 80s logos and see what kinds of colors, you'll be able to kind of do similar thing. But again, chrome is also just an extreme values against one another and makes it look excuse me, makes it look really shiny. If I lose a little bit of my voice, I had a stream on Friday night for 9 hours, so hopefully I don't lose my voice, but I don't think so. I'm used to talking. I'm used to gabbing. But a good time for us to take a drink of whatever we're drinking. I have some matcha, and I have some water. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Let me drink more water. Why is everything chrome? Because chrome is good. Okay, so in this piece, um, I used gradient maps for a lot of different things. The hair, the mask. You do not have to use a gradient map for everything, by the way. And you can also see that I've done a lot of painting over top of it. See how he's in this tunnel with orange lighting? So let me start turning off. Got matcha Kit Kats. I love matcha Kit Kats. So let me show you what it looks like with our lighting layers turned off. So this still is a pretty effective piece. It still works really well, but by adding some extra into it, we've just made it so yeah, here's without the dust. Here it is with some bloom. Uh, and let me turn these on. I'll try to explain a little bit of what I look at the difference. So having that orange lighting really makes it feel like he's half out, half in to this environment. What other cases would using gradient maps be appropriate? I find that it's mostly effective on metal. However, if you like to use certain color palettes more frequently, so let's say you're making a whole bunch of stickers. Hi Mal, how are you? Welcome in. Let's say you're making stickers that are in a whole different color palette, and you like using certain colors, and let's say you have a very specific yellow and orange you like to use. Maybe you just save that gradient map, and then use it for some of your pieces. So it can make using consistent colors a lot easier. But it's not always appropriate. Also, if you have some trouble with picking colors, as long as the values are very strong in your piece, you will be able to experiment with colors really, really quickly. Like I was showing on the xenomorph, we were just playing around with the one gradient map, and I could make that xenomorph look like infinite different color palettes. So if that's something that you're indecisive about, or maybe you want to play around with learning more about color, I think gradient maps could be super useful there. But in terms of like everyday usage, I think it's most handy for metals, but can be used for anything. Thank you so much for lurking. And in our examples, I can answer that question better and make different examples of where a gradient map could be useful. Um, Gradient maps also can help, they can also act a bit like a wash. So let's say that I wanted to do something like Abdul mentioned earlier, doing like different blending modes over top of black and white. You could set up a gradient map, and let's say you wanted a skin tone to have undertones of like brown and beige. You could then turn your black and white into a sepia tone by just making a sepia gradient map and then using uh different layers over top, different washes to add like red and blue to just like further make that flesh tone a little bit nicer. So you can see here, these are what I have drawn over top of this art. These are my layers. So I have this layer here. Hamburger, welcome in. let me see if I can't find where this is. Okay, so this is the headlight here. This is a vivid light layer. If I turn it off, the headlight looks like it's turned off. If I turn it on, the light's turned on. You can see I also put a little bit of that same yellow out here. So before, after. So that's what that lighting layer is. I think too, making decisions as to what should be its own layer really just has to do more so with what goal you have for the art. So I knew that I'd be using gradient maps, so it was much easier for me to incorporate a gradient map for this headlight here and then add lighting onto it later, than it would be for me to just try to introduce and mess around with that. You can draw beautifully. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Welcome in. Let me put the properties layer in here, just a little bit less going on. Um, and so now if I get rid of that, our next layer is a layer that's overlay. And if I turn it off, you can see now that there is a lot of deeper, darker areas. So I'll turn it back on. So overlay, this is 100%. I just used white and I used a soft brush and I started pulling out some of that value, brightening it up. I was going for a very like 80s kind of um exaggerated kind of contrast. Hi, hamburger. Welcome in. Yeah, yeah. Hi, hi, hi. I'm your little butterfly. Hi. Yeah, yeah. Welcome in. Um, and our next layer is blue. So it's some of that blue backlighting that we have here. I knew that I wanted to make him in a tunnel because it would make for some really interesting lighting. So you can see here that the daylight in the back is very blue while the tunnel is very orange. So right around here, that blue rim light is just going to push Gary off of the rest of these really dark values. So this is just a softer bit of that blue that's coming in and around some of those features. This one has a lot of these harsher rim lights, so off, on, off, on. You're so energetic. Thank you. I try to be. I think it can be a benefit, but it can also be a detriment. Sometimes borderline annoying, but you know what? That's kind of my brand. That's kind of my brand. So let me turn that off as well. So you can really see here that this is where I was doing some sharper rim lights, these orange rim lights, some of this blue back here. The lighting is usually what I like to separate out. Um, and when you look at pieces like these, it's super easy to be overwhelmed with like, why, what is all this? Like, yeah, it looks good. And like, I can recognize that this looks right. But when you're drawing, there are so many things that happen from beginning to end.
Is
You're
that a shrimp or is it Mandi?
let me sit up straight. Thank you. There's so many questions that you have to ask yourself from start to finish. Really, you know, you can have an idea of what you want it to look like, right? I know I wanted this pose. I know I kind of wanted like a tunnel. I wanted, you know, I kind of wanted this like daylight peeking out here. And maybe I put all my stuff on here and it didn't look how I wanted it to. It wasn't turning out how I wanted. So now I have to be able to understand why it doesn't look like how I want it to. Is it too dark in some areas? Is it hard to tell which shape is what? Like there's a lot of complicated shapes happening here. So by using stuff like gradient maps to push different materials, the materials being different from one another will make them look separate from one another. Um, or, you know, maybe my lighting is a little bit weaker in certain areas. Maybe I have to push things further off of the background or from each other. So you're going to constantly be asking yourself questions while you're working on art. Um and that's okay. Asking the questions means that you're able to like identify more things about the art that you're making. You can know that there's something that's kind of missing. And it really just comes to trying out different things and looking at other art pieces that you really like that kind of do what you're trying to achieve and paying very close attention to how they're what they're doing and why. May I ask your model's hair, was there a map involved to achieve those reflective colors? No. I drew these manually. I actually for the highlights, I started with white and then I just did a clipping mask and did like purple, blue and yellow. Um when I was, when I was initially doing the, but if you wanted to do something like that, you definitely could. I think hair is another really awesome place to try gradient maps. And I think gradient maps are just a really fun tool to experiment with getting different undertones. So if you like purples, if you like oranges, gonna save some pretzels. Heck yeah, have fun. Have fun saving them pretzels. We got a lot of fun stuff, and I'm actually gonna be working on some new redeems sometime soon. So, but those pretzels are for your enjoyment. Enjoy your pretzels. This you can see this layer here. Um, is kind of crazy looking. There's like a bunch of orange right here, and this is where all of that lighting has just come from. This layer is a multiply blending mode set to 75% opacity. So here what I've done is I've taken a lot of that orange and I've also added a little bit of blue down here since our light is blue here, our light is orange back there. I have a bag of pretzels right next to me. Heck yeah, what kind of pretzels? I haven't had like pretzels to snack on in a little while. And every once in a while, I just crunch on them. I'm just trying to learn how to see this stuff. Probably absolutely. Please ask questions. That's what these tutorials are for. And um if there are things that you want to see more of, I can make more tutorials about them. In fact, let me make sure that I'm not missing um that we would be interested in a color theory stream. So let me write that down real quick. But yeah, so speaking of color theory, the reason I have blue and orange, again, blue and orange are complementary on the color wheel. So using them together ends up giving us a really satisfying color palette. But obviously, there's a lot of other colors happening here. Uh, there we go. Let me do color theory tutorial video. There we go. Just so I don't forget. Did you make something, about Team Fortress 2? I don't think I've ever drawn anything about Team Fortress 2. But I did cosplay Team Fortress 2, one time for a friend. I interpret the points as churros, as I don't like pretzels. That's fine. That's totally understandable. I'm confident I've forgotten 90% of class after 8 years. No, you're absolutely right. And 2, there's a lot of stuff that you don't it's just like learning a language, right? When we're in school and we're learning whatever language that, is native to you. So for me, it's English, right? We're learning the foundations just by using the language every day, right? So like I'm picking up different words and vocabulary from the people that I'm surrounded by. There's things that I'm constantly like different inflections, different ways that I'm saying different words. You might have a different dialect or a different accent depending on the region that you're from, no matter if you're speaking the same language or not. And so there's all of this information that you gather just by living and doing it every day. So that's the same with art. It is the same with art. If you're doing art every single day, you might not even recognize these things anymore. You're just doing them and building off of them because that's the foundation that you grew up with. You're not paying so much attention to it. But at first, if you learn to recognize why people make the artistic choices that they are, you will be able to then make those artistic choices. And I think one of the most important things is to take it one step at a time. And for people that are newer to art, I highly recommend black and white, just making sure because if you can draw in black and white, you can draw in color. And and the biggest thing is that, like, foundations aren't the only way that you can draw. I think it's super, super common, for people to get into the mentality that, like, if it doesn't look super realistic or if it doesn't really, like, have, like, all this value and depth, it's not good. That's not correct. In fact, people that have more abstract styles, there are artists that use very limited color palettes and very, very, very low contrast and they use other parts of their art skill to make that art really high quality. So for example, let's say I'm only using pink, like pink, pastel blue, pastel yellow. And my character like I'm using things like shape language, I'm using things like composition to make this piece strong instead of high value. We wanna make sure that people can tell about what it is that we're working toward, what we're trying to show them, but this is not the only way to draw. And when you know the foundations, that's when you can spread out and try new things and make like break the rules, quote quote rules, and really play around with things, and you'll have a stronger foundation to work from and make those stronger choices. Hi there, welcome in. Hi, Prez. I'm your little butterfly. Yeah, yeah. Have I ever made anything about tanks? I have not. I don't usually draw vehicles, but since today's tutorial is about metal and gradient maps, this is one of my pieces that I thought would be a really good example to show that. Quick define value. Is that like pulling the shine? No, value is literally dark and light. That's what value is. That's it. Um, so how dark something is, how light something is, that's value. So contrast is having a variety of values. So I'll have something that's lighter, so white or like a really light color, and something dark right against it. Those two things contrast one another. Contrast, also more broadly, is a differentiation of opposites with each other. So for example, you'll have let's say you have something that's very rough texture next to something that's uh smooth. I actually, guys, I've changed the Discord to be a redeem um for the future. That's 500 pretzel points. So, I just wanted to make sure that the Discord link wasn't being abused. It's 500 pretzel points. Just wanted to make sure. So if you followed and if you watch a little bit of the stream, you should be able to redeem it and you'll get a link there. It's something that I'm trying out. Thank you, Prez. We've had some Discord joins recently, um, not like super frequently, but I just wanted to make sure that the link was being used less. Not to limit how often people can join, but just make sure that when people join, it's because they want to be part of the community, not just to join in a Discord, if that makes sense. But that's something that I'm trying. So yeah, just you know, it's something that I'm trying out. Um, just to make sure that, people are actively wanting to be part of the community. Actually, next week we are going to be playing a game in Discord on Thursday. And let me take a look at the poll area. Also, as a reminder, the streams and the Discord are 18 plus. So, if you're not 18 years or older, you cannot join. Please do not. Um, it's not a bad idea. Hi, Naomi. Welcome in. Yeah, I just want to make sure because there are often times where people will come into a stream, not necessarily my own, but people will come into a stream and just immediately grab the Discord. Um, and just because they know that they'll be able to share like art and try to get you to see it and look at it, which is great. I love when people want to share their art. But it's not always for the reason of I want your opinion on it. I want to show it to you. Sometimes it literally is just I want to join, put my art here and leave, which is fine. I mean, it happens. But I'm just going. We have a larger community now. And sometimes stuff like this is good to try. And if we don't end up liking it, I can always do something different. Um, so I have a poll currently in the Discord, and it looks like Jackbox is winning. We have 2 more days, so if you'd like to participate in the poll, there is a poll channel. Um, and I've also made sure that in this poll that I listed what the games cost to play. Um, 3 of the 4 options were free. Howdy. No, you're right. Yeah. Feels like a good move. Yeah. And obviously too, that's not to say somebody that has more pretzel points can definitely just use the link. But I do actually have a limit of 3 redeems per person. Um, prevents online Discord joins from potential bots. Absolutely. Yeah. It's also a limit of 3 per person. So, for example, let's say you have a lot of pretzel points and somebody asks to join and you can just keep going. You're like, yeah, sure. I have points. I'll just, I'll share them, which is very admirable. Absolutely. Um, but in order to keep people from relying on that link from other people, I've just limited it. And of course, at any time, if I need to, I can also get that link for people too. It's not so much to keep people out; it's just so much to keep people that don't actually want to be a part of the community and have fun and and enjoy the server with all the other people. That's the only reason why I did that. Anyway, back to the important stuff. Thursday of next week, we'll be playing. It seems right now we'll be playing Jackbox. I might use this idea for my own streams. Absolutely. It's not my own idea. Um, Please feel free if you see any redeems or anything in my overlay that inspire you. They are ideas for you to use. Um, that's very similar with art. When you find something that works in art that you really enjoy, try creating it for yourself.
Remember to drink some water,
Thank
Mandi.
you. Thanks for lurking. Welcome in. I'm gonna guzzle my water. Okay. So yes, we have the orange and the blue, and those are contrasting colors, but contrast meaning that there is a excuse me. Oh my god. Guys, speaking for 9 hours straight on Friday till 5 a.m. probably wasn't the move. One of the first VTubers that I really enjoy. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's really kind of you to say. Can I put a blue-haired mannequin who lives in a mall and legally distinct character named Andy? I would recommend not. I can't stop you, but that would be kinda shitty. Could a gradient map be used to bring out colors of food? For example, this being a mall, I think soft drinks with transparent cups, maybe something with bubbles and ice. Would that be appropriate? You can use gradient maps for whatever you like. So if you sorry, Celador. I love the kicks rock. Kicks a can down the street. Oh, shucks. So yeah, so like if I were drawing a fountain drink, I would probably let's say our soda is purple. I would have a layer, that is my soda. I would make sure that it has some good value, there's some dark, there's some light, getting it to look like how I want it to look, and then I would apply a gradient map and play with purple, maybe adding some things like pink or some blue, and it'll just give you, the opportunity to play around with adding some interesting color choices, without having to, you know, try to come up with all of that all on your own. It really just you can use gradient maps for whatever you want. Chatter guy kicks rock emote next. Now you're onto something. So here is that lighting, and then my final one is this little bit of darkness that I added down here specifically. So all of this to say, can I name the purple soda grape to meet you? Yes, you can. Absolutely. So with all of the lighting, it looks like this. And without any of it, it looks like this. And everything underneath of this at this point, almost all of it are gradient maps. So you can see here that because I chose to use gradient maps, because I chose to use gradient maps for this piece because it was mostly metallic or high shine. Whereas if I wasn't doing so much of that, I probably would have just colored it without gradient maps. But again, it's I just recommend trying it and playing around with it. Grape flavor things don't taste like grape, they taste like purple in my humble autistic opinion. No, you're right. We love purple flavor. Purple flavor, blue flavor. Uh Elmo's world, yeah. So here you can see that I have my color separated out very, very meticulously because I planned on using gradient maps for these things. Let me show you what it would look like if I turned those gradient maps off. What do you know about the purple flavor, though? I like purple flavor. Oh, fake mall fact. Okay. As a spin-off of the popular Mandi store, the holding corporation tried opening up a brother store of boys' clothing, Andy. It never got past the development phase as the board of directors felt it would diminish the strength of the brand. This is a lie. Thank you. Honestly, if I ever did a masculine model, that'd be kind of fun. That'd be kind of fun. So let me go in here and turn off some of my gradient maps. First one is for the glass. So here is what it looks like before my gradient map and after. And you can see here that it's just grayscale, it's just black and white, and that doesn't look bad. There's nothing wrong with this. They're very stylistic. It's not meant to be super realistic. But here in this gradient map, I've introduced some more diverse colors. So where's my it's my properties here. Yeah, there we go. So let me show you what this gradient map looks like. Ah, there we go. I'm just trying to make this look not awful. Oops. There we go. There we go. So you can see here that I have white, um, and it transitions to a really deep, dark grayish blue. Hi, Zuchi, how are you? Yeah, we love Gary in this house. I drew this for his 3-year anniversary. So let me show you what this gradient map ended up looking like in my gradient editor. What's my favorite game? Paper Mario and the Thousand Year Door. I did see blue, just checking. Yes, absolutely. Here, let me show you. So here is what my gradient editor for that color for the glass ended up looking like. I have a soft, very subtle color here. It's a very, very light blue. Very light. And then here you can see that it's giving me almost like a slate gray. There are undertones of like almost like a greenish blue here. And so I've taken a black and white image and given it some undertone of blue and a little just subtlety, which makes it, look um a lot more effective for what we like it. And again, using black and white, it looks fine, right? It looks fine. And in some areas, it has better contrast. Safe to say muted blue since there's gray involved. Yeah, I'm basically just taking gray and adding a bit more personality to it, cooling it down because a lot of the other colors that I'm using around it are very cool tones. Just adding a little bit more variety to the color. Um, so that's that. So let me turn that off for the glass. Here is the chrome. Thanks for lurking. So in this area, if I were to select the chrome, let me move this back. You can see here, this is my gradient map for the chrome. There's a lot going on here. And you might be saying, Mandy, what is that? One of the things that makes chrome look different than something like just straight metal, uh, you can see here that this blue right here is a lighter value on the darker end of my value scale. So what that means is that it should just go from light to dark, white on one side, black on the other, dark to light. When you put a color on the gradient map, it will then use that color where that area of gray is. So let's say it's a deeper gray. Anywhere in my art where that amount of dark gray is showing, it'll place that color, which assumedly would be something of similar value, like a deeper purple or a deeper blue. But in this case, I have now told it that I want this lighter color in my darker areas. And that just gives it this extra oomph of refraction or reflected light. It just ends up pushing the shine to a more extreme place, and that's what ends up making chrome look very chrome, having lighter values where there are usually darker values. And that seems a little bit complex. Let me open this up and let me show you what the gradient editor for this looks like. Ba, 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 ba. So here is what the gradient editor for that looks like. You can see here that I'm starting very standard. I have a really dark, dark navy. It's not quite black. It's just a really dark navy here. That's our dark. And then I have just white as our light. And now I can make a choice for any of the colors in between. I've gone with this interesting limey, yellowy kind of color to take this nice blue to my white. So I've added a little bit of warmth here, but that's really the only spot where we have warmth. You'll find that putting warmth in the highlights of a cooler object will end up making those highlights really pop. But again, a lot of this is just experimentation, depending on the colors that you use. It might work better or it might work less, but having a cold highlight on a warm item or a warm highlight on a cold item will end up giving this really interesting effect. And that's where gradient maps end up being super fun to play around with. Have a good night, hamburger. Thank you so much. And now you can see here that I've taken this blue and I've just copied it and put it on the opposite side of our purple. So where this would have usually been a dark purpley blue, it's now been told to be a lighter blue. And what that's done is it's given us this very fascinating chrome effect. Let me show you what it would look like if I didn't have that effect there. So here's this. Let me go to my gradient map and let me show you what it'll look like if I remove that color. Look at that. It's crazy how much it just changed it. It still looks shiny, you know what I mean? This still is very clearly meant to be metallic in the context of the rest of our piece. And I think context is super important to think about. Um, and that also ties into contrast. So something will look shiny against something that looks matte. However, this could be a very, very subtle range of values. Um, so yeah, if I get rid of it, that's what it looked like before. And here's what it looks like after. Much more purple. I've taken a little bit of that undertone out of it. And so before, after, before, after. And here's what it would look like if I pushed this even further out. You can now see that that haze of like a lighter color is it's kind of pushing even further into where those dark values are. Let me move it. And also I can control how severe see how sharp of an edge it looks like here on this end of the gradient map. Let me take this, there's a little square in the middle that lets me change, and I've now smoothed the gradient between those colors. It now almost looks a little milky, a little bit less shiny. So if I bring that back over um and make the values closer together so it's like a sharper line, I now have a harsher line between my lights and my darks, which is what makes something look really shiny. Kind of mixing colors without actually mixing them. I am mixing colors, so it's just about how you're putting the colors onto the piece. So, for example, I'm introducing these colors based on color theory, which might not always be the case, right? Sometimes things just look good, right? My intention was using a foundation of color theory. However, sometimes you just have to play with something to make it look right. Um, so I am basically just telling this program to assign a color to a certain amount of light or dark. And this gradient is just telling you where on the scale of dark to light that your color will appear. So it's like 0 to 100. I want my green to show up at like 15, if that makes sense. So you're just placing these colors along the scale of 0 to 100. And you can push and pull them, and then you can also tell it how severe you want that change to be. So if you want the color to happen quicker, have a sharper transition, it'll look sharper when it's trying to put those colors onto the value. It's a little bit complicated that way, but I just highly recommend experimenting, and seeing what kinds of things you can do off of the strong foundation that you already placed. And the reason that I say that I am actually mixing colors is because when you're mixing color, you are making conscious color choices to get different effects. Whether or not I'm physically mixing paint or I'm taking the color digitally and like putting it on top of something else, I am using conscious color choices to make an effect happen. So here, my metal, I'm touching on shades of blue. And the reason that chrome tends to use a lot of blue is because chrome is typically on vehicles like trucks, some cars. And when you're seeing that chrome in context, you are seeing the sky reflected in the chrome. So you have all of these blues, all of these white tones, and then you're going to get the gray and maybe some beige from the road beneath it. Maybe you get tones of green if your car is parked near grass. But typically, stylized chrome is mostly blue because the blue ends up giving it this richness and also emulates how you would be seeing it, which would be under an open sky, if that makes sense. Um, it is an implication that there is something around it reflecting on it, but in reality, we're just, we're not trying to make it look real. We are just emulating the appearance of chrome, and chrome tends to have a lot of blue because chrome is usually seen in an area with sky on a vehicle of some sort. Without the blue, it looks purple. With the blue, it makes a milky muted purple, but you didn't actually make that color swatch, just kind of behaves with the other colors to correct. Yes, yes. So here, I have told it to interpret those mixtures of color, but I am not mixing the colors together. The program is just assigning those values, the colors to those ranges of value, and it is interpreting everything in between. So if I get rid of all of my colors here, except for black and white, it is just interpreting here's white, here's white, here's black. This is just one to the other. And whenever you add another color, it's now given another point B. So instead of going from point A to point B, it's point A to point B, and maybe B is over here. Then you have point B to C. Okay, so that's going to interpret the color between those. And now you have B to C, it's going to interpret the colors between those. It's very similar to if you were mixing colors in real life. So if I have maybe on this side it's blue, on this side it's yellow, when I mix them together in the middle, it'll be green. So the program is doing that. You just have extreme control over making these complex color mixtures in terms of assigning it to the values in your piece. Gradient maps are not a substitute to color. It is just a different way to color things. And it's highly, highly editable. Um, but yeah, it is just giving you a mixture of those colors, like any gradient tool would, right? So if I had a gradient tool that had a blue on one side and a purple on the other, and I just made a gradient on the screen, it would give you the blue, the purple, and everything in between. The gradient maps are handy because they are now assigning those gradients to the actual value of your piece. So if my piece was just gray and I assigned a gradient map to it, it would just give me whatever color was directly in the center because that gray was like a middle value. And so whatever color happens to be in my gradient map at the middle is the color that that gray will turn to. Um, and so I'm making conscious color decisions. So here it is without, here I am trying to go for the texture, the material, making it look shiny, making it look like metal. And now with the gradient map, I've made it look more like chrome by taking the influences of, you can see here that I've used color from the street, right? So the road here is this color. Hello? Maybe not. Why are you not gonna hello? I don't know why it's not color picking the actual street for me. Okay. Just looks like it's white. That's fine. I don't know why it's doing that. Maybe is the road also let me see. Oh yeah, the road is also a gradient map. Interesting. News says the street's white. Absolutely. Here, let me rasterize it. Let me merge this together. There we go. So this color here, if I were to make a layer over top and just draw on it here, you can see that those colors are very similar. I'm getting a lot of similarity in like the blues. I'm using just a very deep blue instead of gray. Let me undo that merge. So by using the values from like the street underneath, kind of here in the dark, and then adding those blues and purples to try to give it that illustrative chrome kind of vibe, I am trying to make a stylized metal, a stylized chrome. And then my lighting layers over top are adding things like the orange, and some more intensity there. But my focus with gradient maps is to set up the to expand upon the base. Um, so I'm gonna keep turning off my gradient map layers until we're left with a black and white image. And like I said, because I knew this was going to be a very metal, shiny drawing, um, I very intentionally went for um, using gradient maps. So here, this is like, oh, interesting. That's what is that? Oh, I've just made it look more white. I love how you render metal, literally taking notes. Thank you. Hey, and if anybody has any questions, please let me know. I, I'm kind of going a mile a minute. I've covered a lot of ground and it's only been 2 hours. So please, please keep asking questions. So here you might be saying, oh, that doesn't look very different. And up until this point, guys, we've only been using our gradient maps for really extreme jumps in color. But let me show you this. All the graphics are one layer. One, two, one, two. Now it looks like a white bike. This looks like a shiny painted versus this metal, which is very clearly different.
You
Whoa!
got mail.
Oh my goodness. Welcome in. I'm thinking fast. I'm thinking fast. Happy birthday, Payne. How are you? Welcome, Raiders. Oh my god. I was gone because pool time with the kiddo, but I'll be having the VOD playing while I worked. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Welcome in. Hi, Raiders. Hi, Smilky. I can't think fast. I've just been hit in the face with a brick. I'm so sorry. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Raiders. I'm Mandi Quin Mall Mannequin. I'm an illustrator, animator, and professional goober. And today we are doing a gradient map and metal tutorial. I'm going over this art that I made a little while ago of Gamer Goblin Gary. We were also looking at this xenomorph piece that I did. But welcome in. How was your stream? Happy birthday. How was the model debut? Smilky, I was told that you rigged the model. That's so fucking exciting. But welcome everybody. I hope you guys had a wonderful time and happy birthday. Welcome in. I'm so happy to see you. I was actually hoping that you were gonna go longer, so I could raid into you. So I'm happy to see you. Maybe. Maybe in the little B. Yeah, of course. You know the audio where it's like, "Happy birthday!" and the audio just, like, clips in and out? That's just me. That's just me right now. Um, but welcome in. Um, I hope you had a fabulous stream. Aside from the debut, what were you up to? What were you doing? Um, and if you have anything that you'd like to share, please, please feel free. I love your art, so I'd love to see anything that you want to share. Or if you just want to send a link to your socials, please feel free. I would love that. If you guys don't already follow Peen, please do. A really awesome artist, really incredible. Actually, let me just pull up Peen's account anyway because I'm nosy. But also just really awesome art. Really cool stuff. If you like beautiful pinups, some really awesome line art. If you guys like my art, you'll like Peen's art. Um Very intense line art. Really awesome vibrant colors. And a little saucy sometimes. Just a little saucy as a treat. Oh yeah, here. Let me copy this. Where is this? Copy link to post. There. Note about sharing this post as visible login news. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. I died in Devil May Cry. Realized that I didn't save because when you click the save file, it starts on no. So it just backed out and didn't save and I was done. I'm so fucking sorry. What the heck? Oh my gosh. You see, we're putting the cry in Devil May Cry today. What the fuck? Oh my gosh. Y'all, if you don't already, please take a look at Peen's art. Please give Peen all of your follows and all of your love. I'm fucking sorry about Devil May Cry. That makes me think of Kaipora Gaibora in Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, where he would constantly swap back and forth between the yes and no buttons. So if you were spamming yes, he would change it so that you would fucking click on no, It's like, do you want me to repeat everything I just said?" And he'd swapped the yes and no, so you just click on, what you thought was no and it was yes, and he'd go over the instructions again. They were diabolical for that. Um, I'm so sorry. Someone cried, but it wasn't the devil. Oh, look at this cute little draw pile. Welcome in. Hi there, no socks. Let me copy this. Look at how cute this is. Aw, your community came together and drew some really cute stuff. Always hated that, yeah. All the text boxes are so long. No, you're right. No, you're right. Self-care, please, or I'm gonna fight God. Absolutely. All right, y'all. So if you guys need to take a break, right? If you need to raid and run, please take care of yourself. Get something good to eat, something good to drink. We're currently doing a tutorial slash demo on gradient maps and drawing metal. So if you're interested in that, the VOD will be up after. I'm also going to be working on making a tutorial as well. Here, let me show you first off what was just sent to us. Look at look at this. It's so cute. Let me get rid of this. I love this little one on the ceiling. Look at you. I love the white and black mustache. I love that was such a cute design choice. I don't know. Something about that just tickles me. Also, look at you in the little balloons. Oh my god. This is giving oh, Yoshi's Island. There was in Yoshi's Island there was this big goop monster. Hold on. Yoshi's Island slime. It was a boss that like came after you. Yes. Yes. Salvos. Hold on. Salvos the slime. Salvo the slime images. And he would like come up and glorp you on the street on the screen. I remember that he would, like, come up from the bottom. Oh! And then this is a newer Yoshi's Island. Hold on, hold on. It's based my mustache on real life? Let's go. Oh, you've got, like, a salt and pepper kinda thing? You got an Omni-Man kinda vibe happening? Everyone gangster till you get glorped on the street, yeah. Here, look! Corporate wants you to find the difference between these 2 images. Look at how cute that is. Look at that. I love him. I love it. I love it. Don't glorp me, I'll scream. Look at these silly little guys. He's coming after you. Actually, look at that, even the eyebrows. I love that they referenced Nintendo. Like, what a immediately gave me Yoshi's Island vibe, and I love Yoshi's Island. There is no pigment in my right side of my stash, so it's half brown, half white. That's fucking sick. That's fucking cool. I wish I had a dope mustache. What are you First off, wish I had a mustache at all, but second, I would want my mustache to be fucking radical like that. Also, look at you and your little cake. This is so cute. What the heck? Oh, and then this is one of your characters, so fucking cute. You can have a stash. It's just different. Yeah. New Mandi design. I'll just steal this design motif. I also love that it has something to do with your personal self. Like I love that. Magic's Mandy and mustache. Thank you. Mandy. We got Andy. Real man of genius. Hit some of my eyelashes, so I got some white eyelashes. Damn. That one part of your body was like pigment. No, thank you. It's like, no, no thanks. I'd rather not. And then just yeeted all the pigment out of those parts. Turns into a small moth form because I use so much magic. Energy magic is how I say energy. This is just our way of saying that our social battery has depleted. I love this art. Look at this Bobo looking ass over here. Anybody remember Bobo? Bo. I don't remember how many bows. Y'all, the search bar for this is ridiculous. Look at this search bar. Forward slash bo and QC equals bo. That's fucking crazy. I love it. I immediately clocked the bo reference here. Oh, he's doing the old Lin-Manuel Miranda. He's doing the old Lin-Manuel. Look at that. Is that you? Here, hold on. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, Lin-Manuel. His fucking silly picture when he's, like, bending his knees in weird. Where is it? There's this one picture where he's, like, posed like a goober. Yeah. Here. Yeah. Got that goddamn he's got that goddamn Bobo to Lin-Manuel Miranda pipeline is crazy. Wow. Look at that. The pose is incredible. I'm gonna have to draw myself in this pose. So look at the little I know he did this to be silly. I mean, look at that. Wait. Hold on. Hold on. I think I'm about to cook. I'm about to cook. I'm about I'm about to cook. Hold on. Stay with me. Stay with me. Guys, I'm about to cook. Don't even worry about it. Hold on. I'm cooking. Smokey did a rig and a special toggle for my model if you want to see. I would love to see it. Yes, please. Looks like he really has to pee, but at the same time, stay casual. Yeah, he doesn't want you to know that he really has to go. Guys, I think I'm cooking. Guys, I think I'm cooking. I think I'm about to cook. You might be saying, Mandy, what the fuck is that? Don't worry about it. Don't even worry about it. In fact, you're so worried about it. I really don't think you should be. Um, have a lovely night. Thank you so much. Don't even worry about it. In fact, let's release. Let's do a clipping. See, you're kind of worried, and I don't think you should be, cause because I'm about to pop off. Because I'm about to because I'm about to pop off. Yeah. Naomi introduced me to you because I was looking into becoming a kidcore PG tuber for the first time being. This entire setup's amazing. Thank you so much. Hi, Seductive Crayon. How are you? Welcome in. I'm happy to see you. Tabbed out for 10 seconds. This is like one of those two real yeah, so this is just wait. I'm sorry. I need to make it look a little bit more like you're shiny. There we go. Look at that. You like that? There you are. That's you. Finally caught your stream. Thank you so much for coming in. Listen. I promise it's not usually like this. Let me get a little bit of detail in the mustache there. Beautiful. Look at that. That's just like you for real. Beautiful. It's giving mega It sure is. But see, this is Pinorticus at their finest. I have so many different themes and vibes, but we can all come together and watch Mandy be a fucking goober. Absolutely, absolutely. We're under goober united we stand. Um, but yeah, add this to your draw pile. I think you're gonna love it. Actually, let me save this and let me just as if I participated in your draw pile. There. Beautiful. Look, it's like it was always there. Get smurfed. Oh, my first thought was that is that Professor Lupin? It's Lin-Manuel amazing addition. I'm a professional petty person and Mandy's a professional goober. Absolutely. Yeah, look at this. Perfect. I think that I think it's like it's almost always been there. I think it's like it's been there the whole time. Seamless even. It's like it was originally there. Honestly, listen, I know VTubers don't have LinkedIn profiles, but if you had a LinkedIn profile, would you make this your fucking profile image? And then you'd have the ready to work. Wait. Hold on. LinkedIn ready to work banner. Let me see if I can't find it. It might not be oh, perfect. Oh, dude. Are you Oh, wait a minute. Let's go. I'm about to cook. I said I was cooking, and boy, am I cooking. Hold on. Peen's like, "Please, Mandy, free me from my suffering." I can't. I can't. Wow. Look at that. Happy introduction to your LinkedIn profile. I'd hire him. I'd hire him in a heartbeat. Absolutely. Look at that. If you said that to me, I'll make it my Discord profile picture. Okay. Like, hashtag open to work. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. If you need to go take care of yourself, please do. Let me fucking let me make this its own thing. Oh man, I'm gonna cry. Here, it's gonna be 300 DPI, but it's also the crunchiest image you've ever seen. Let me export it as a PNG too. Oh man, export save for web. That's nice, dude. Nothing but quality art. Okay. Quality art from Mandi, Quin, Mall Mannequin, Illustrator, Animator, Professional, Goober. 198 by 198. Perfect. Let me go to yeah. I'm gonna just call this done. Gift. I'm gonna call it Peen Manuel Miranda. Peen Manuel Miranda. Let me see if I have you on Discord. Oh, perfect. Yes. Hello. Perfect. No, you already knew you're already on it. There you go. Let me find it in my files, dude. The open to work absolutely destroys me. Oh my gosh. I hope you had a wonderful birthday. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh, back into what we were up to. Holy moly. Okay. So we have an ad break that's happening. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the time to turn off our gradient maps here while we're doing that. But for those of you that can still hear me through the ads, we're currently working on a tutorial slash demo of gradient maps. And we're almost finished with like the basics, and then I'm gonna be getting into making some tutorial materials in a demo. Um, yeah, I'll save that for when people are back from the ads, but let me start turning off some of these things. Yeah, I used a bunch of gradient maps. Um, some things just didn't need as much, and also the values were pretty dark. But I started editing values after doing color just to further differentiate things from one another. Also let my voice rest for a second. My goodness gracious. There we go. Oh yeah, I had the hair separated into multiple pieces. There we go. There's a lot of crazy color happening here. So that's what this looked like. Sorry I'm late for the raid. Hi, welcome in. How are you? Oh my gosh. Let me drink some water. Y'all, make sure you're drinking water. Make sure you're taking care of yourselves. I cannot think fast because of the brick. Um, I'm kind of mesmerized by the brick emote. I'm not gonna lie. Who animated these emotes? They're so cute. Oh, you did because you're dope. Of course, of course. All right. Everybody, make sure you're drinking water, taking care of yourself. The ads are almost over, so I'll get back into it. Yeah. Oh, oh my water's so nice and cold. Ooh. I was gonna get thanks for being a super shopper. Hi, Candler. Candle eater. Wait a minute. Hi there, how are you? Welcome in. I'll do a little wave emote. Hi, hi, hi. Got our sick little Nintendo vibe happening here. Yeah. Somebody's emotes that I absolutely love is Mafra. Mafra has great emotes. I love Mafra's emotes. Actually, Mafra's who inspired me to make a Club Penguin dance emote. Until Mandi explained that her name was a play on the word mannequin, I said, "Your name seems like a play on the word Harlequin because I'm a theater and DC Comics nerd." No, you're so valid for that. No, you're so valid for that. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. We're currently doing a demo on gradient maps, and drawing metal. So, if you have just come in, this piece was drawn almost entirely in black and white, and then I sectioned it off and added gradient maps, which are a way of assigning color to different values. Values meaning a scale of black to white. Um, so here is what this piece looks like. Even actually, my background also has gradient maps. So here's what this looked like. And aside, you can see some of my lighting layers are still in here. But you can see here that the piece is entirely black and white. And the reason I chose to do so was um, because I knew that I wanted to achieve a lot of metal. Um, so it's badass. Thank you. Black and white is like a similar looking character's nemesis. Yeah. Oh, it looks so official. For those of you that came in later, from the raid, I made a new LinkedIn profile image for You look like a villain. It's giving, oh gosh, it's giving Lazy Town, like Sporticus and, Robbie Rotten or whatever. We are number 1. Doop, 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 doop. That's so dumb, but so funny. Yeah, it is. The intense eyebrow, it's giving Eggman. It's giving, our Lord and Savior Jim Carrey's Eggman is what it's also giving, even though you're completely blue. Somebody said Megamind. I think it's the dome and the big shine I put on it, but yeah, no. I think this needs to go into a museum. Also, the hashtag open to work is really fucking making me piss myself. Not literally, but you know what I mean. Respect to the actor for Robbie Rotten. May he rest in peace. Yes, he was super cool. I believe he was Swedish or Danish. I can't remember. But he was a really cool actor. I think he was mostly um musical theater, if I'm remembering correctly. Which makes sense for Lazy Town. What an intense look. It certainly is a vibe. Hey, if you ever need a Halloween model, you should probably avoid the Lin-Manuel altogether. Um, so yeah, so here I have a bunch of lighting layers as well. Probably why We're Number 1 is a certified hood classic. I wouldn't have thought that a Lazy Town song would be called certified hood classic, but I feel like you're not wrong. Words which I wouldn't have thought I put together. Do you make models? I've made this model, this one here. I make PNG models currently, but I am going to be learning how to use Live 2D soon. But yeah, I made this model. I've made models for my friends before, but I haven't actually taken commissions for models yet. Um, but yeah, I do. Uh, the vibe whenever I just makes me think of, do you wear wigs? When will you wear wigs? How long have you worn wigs? I'm allowed to say that I'm from Tennessee, 95% mountains and streets. Fair, fair. I've been to Tennessee. It's the 95% mountains is absolutely in need of a PNG model artist. Oh heck yeah. I highly recommend if you don't already have a Blue Sky, there's a lot of really awesome artists on Blue Sky and VGen as well. But my VGen is empty. Um, however, if you want to follow my VGen, after my re-debut, I'm planning on actually opening up some commissions. So if you'd like to follow my VGen, it'll update you when I open them up. So let me turn off all of my any kind of color layers here. Let me see if I can't. Yeah, turn off some of these color layers real quick. And so you can see that I wasn't relying just on the gradient maps. There's a lot of work to do on top of the gradient maps to make them look like how you want them to. Um, there we go. And again, just like I showed with the xenomorph earlier, um, the base is just a mid-tone of gray. You can also start on a darker gray if you'd like, and then add black and white to it. But now that we're gonna take the colors away, let me talk a little bit more about how I rendered this stuff to make different textures and materials. Um, that is really gonna just exponentially help. Hi, Lux. How are you? Welcome in. Wow, thanks for being a super shopper. I'm the little butterfly. Hi. Hi there. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Perfect. Perfect. Let me continue turn. There's so many layers in here, so. Okay. There's so many layers. So let me make sure that I've turned everything off. But again, all I did really was draw in grayscale. The lines also are colored, so let me turn off the coloring from the lines. What is this shininess? What's this? Turn that off. Da-da-da-da. Okay, so here's what we've got. This is the piece without any of the color on it. Obviously, it might have a little bit of a feeling that it has a color, and that again is because my line art is a really dark blue. Here you can see I don't ever line in black. I always use a dark blue. So here is the piece in just black and white. If I were choosing to do this in only black and white, there are some different things I would do to further push these things away from one another. Here's that some of that like dust and bloom or whatever. So there's more that I would have done, but since I was using gradient maps and a bunch of different lighting layers, um, this is this is what it looks like without any extra extra lighting. Um, but earlier we were talking about knowing your foundations and being able to draw in black and white, not only to give yourself good contrast and a range of value, meaning a range of black and white and everything in between, but also varying your shape language. So what's round, what's sharp. Um, it's just way more complex. You're making so many decisions when you're making art. Um, and they're all really subtle decisions that really most of the time you might not even be consciously thinking about. It's things that feel almost instinctual when you're making them. But one of the things that's really helpful for your art is getting a variety of texture and material. So for example, the leather here is a lot more matte because it is not some of the darks aren't as dark as the metal. And the gradation of dark to light is a lot more subtle. Whereas here on the metal, you can see there's extreme highlight, extreme shadow, and it just gives it more of a metallic effect. Damn, all my announcements just popped off at the same time. I think something happened with the timer. It's like I need to put it all now. Um, so yeah, you can see here that this leather on the outside portions of the jacket is actually a slightly different material than this ribbed interior of the jacket. And that's simply because I did not put as bright of a highlight on that inner panel. So now this also goes into like rendering metal. You can see here the pants here super shiny, but the interior of the suit is not so much. There's not as much contrast. Means that there's even in black and white there's a separation of material. Then you have these even shinier metallic like gloves and boots that are even slightly different from how shiny the leather is. And how shiny the metal is. And of course you've got chrome back here. You have like the painted bike. So yeah, so in black and white, this piece took me like 75 hours or something ridiculous because I don't usually draw vehicles. And the pose is pretty intense. So this is an extreme example. Um, but yeah, so basically I recommend, and this is going back to the beginning of the stream, I recommend learning a foundation of black and white and then expanding into color from there. And gradient maps can be a really handy tool to help you explore color by utilizing the strength that you put underneath in a drawing like this. Let me go to the bike and show you how instead of the super shiny chrome on the bike, I used my gradient map to actually make it look less shiny. Um, and to make it look a little bit more like white paint rather than like silvery metal. Welcome back. Where is the bike? There we go. So here I'm going to show you my gradient map. So here I've turned on a gradient map layer. So before, everything is rendered very shiny. I tend to be very heavy-handed with adding darkness and a lot of contrast, which is something that I've learned from myself in my day job. I work in games currently, and I do a lot of work on UI and props and icons and things like that, and character art and stuff like that. So you can see here that I have a very clear shape happening here, very shiny. And by doing this, you can still see that my shadows have been maintained, but now it is very clearly, it feels more opaque rather than metallic. And let me show you what the gradient map for that looked like. So here you can see it's not just white in that color. I've added what is almost like a pale bluey gray. These are actually very similar colors to the glass that we showed earlier. We support artists in this house. Absolutely. Absolutely. Hell yeah, brother. It's my day job. It's what I do for fun. And I stream, I love streaming art. I love talking about art. You can clearly tell. I've gone over it's only been 2.5 hours and I've been yapping the entire time. I will take a little brief break before we do our demos. That way you guys can get something to drink and you can stretch because I am just talking so much at you. So but please continue to ask questions if you have them. I'm just and also too, I don't want to go over too much more because then I can show you in a demonstration. And then also by the end, we'll be working on some tutorial images that I'll be posting on Blue Sky, and then also working on an illustration that I will be using gradient maps for. Got a whole water jug on my side. I don't need any more water. You're right, you're right, you're right. Well, I'm gonna take another sip of mine. I don't want to forget my matcha, but also, yep, yep, yep. So you can see here, this is what this is. Safe Death a Go Go, welcome in. That's a whole lot of work. Yeah, this is about 70 hours. So before, after. Now it looks like painted, so it's a painted metal. I still have some really nice values in there. It still feels like rounded metallic shapes, but now it looks more it looks more like it's been painted. And the way that I achieved that is by making sure that the range of value was a little bit more narrow, meaning the intense darks were less dark, and that ended up changing the whole feeling of that. Your avatar talks like an avatar from Last Airbender character. Really? I honestly, I think an avatar style model would be really fucking cool. That'd be neat. I like that. Yeah, I got the anime lip flappies. Though they're I have like 14 mouth shapes on this bitch. I don't know, actually closer to 8, I think. 12, 8 or 12. But welcome in. So again, here's what it looked like before, after. Bald. Yeah, but I wouldn't wanna be I would if imagine if I turned off my hair layers and I had an arrow underneath this. That'd be crazy. Do you wanna see if I have an arrow on my forehead? Drop that mouth map? I'm happy you asked. I actually do have so first off, if anybody is curious, um, this is the tutorial. Oops. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is my link to my Honk tutorial. I'm using a program called Honk. And in that Honk tutorial, I do have 2 different mouth maps. Oh, thanks so much. If you turn off the hair layer and there's a little nub like a Lego head, you're not wrong, actually. My neck is like a nub, not the top of my head. Honk. Yeah. No, not Hawk. Do you know how much money that lady made off of doing the Hawk Tuah shit? I mean, get your bag, get your money, you know what I mean? Exactly, exactly. You guys are stanky. Let me actually, let me turn off my hair and show you. Hi, Lady Ace, how are you? Are you ready? Hi, 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 I'm your little butterfly. Hi. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The, mass fart is a moderator command, but you can do exclamation point fart, and your little dude on the screen will make a little toot. Let's see what I look like with my hair turned off. Let me see. Let me see what oh boy. Let me see what that looks like. Bangs. No, there's not an arrow there. Got home from the gym, my sister got some McDonald's. Let's go. Let's go. Look, I don't have an arrow under there. In fact, let me see. Where's my other hair toggles? Where are my other hair pieces? There we go. Can't even tell that anything's different. No, nothing under there. God, she's bald, she's bald, she's torturing people with hair. I'm not torturing. I actually have, hair drawn in, so, you know, you know. Here, let me just reload this model. Let me reload it. Discard changes. It's easier for me to just reload it than it would be for me to turn all the stuff back on. Imagine bald dummy redeem. Actually, in the future, that could be really fun. What I will do though is I'll turn on a different hairstyle. So here's the hair short. Let me turn on my little scrunchie and my ponytail. There. New outfit, new hairstyle, brand new. Never before seen mall dummy. There we go. Never before seen mall dummy. Okay, all right. Um Fun fact, what I said was Totally Spies. I love Totally Spies. I love Totally Spies. Did you see that they had a new season? It's not a remake, it was just a new season, and it looks jarring because it's all done in puppet animation. Thanks for co-working. So yeah, here's my ponytail. Yippee! And you can see actually down here, this is my default outfit where I have a mullet and an overalls. I miss Totally Spies. The new Totally Spies looks a little bit uncomfy just because they're using like Toon Boom or something. It's not all hand drawn like it used to be, like frame to frame animation. But you know, we get what we can take, or we take what we can get. So yeah, so having the values be a little less extreme. Baby Gronk X Mall Dummy. Baby Gronk. What? A football player? What do you mean? I I'm I'm not as skibbity. I'm not so skibbity. I'm not up on the Riz, if you know what I mean. Looks like they went for with puppeting. Not that it's awful, but like the series isn't meant for that kind of animation. Yeah, and I think too it takes a lot of personality away from it. It'd be like if you had Code Lyoko without having any 3D. Like they used Code Lyoko's like 3D for to like it's part of the style, but you know, the 3D ended up making them able to have these really surreal, like, futuristic worlds and spaces that would just wouldn't have been as impactful if they were done in 2D. So if you had, like and also too, the contrast of the 3D versus their 2D segments made it feel like they were going into the computer, like, I don't know, it really sold the Code Lyoko vibe. Thanks for being a super shopper, you're so huge. Yeah, so using different mediums is super important. And I guess that segues really nicely into this. So and also PNG models. I think there's a lot of pressure for us to use one or the other, like all or nothing. So, for example, I use honk and I use a honk window with my body and a honk window for my arms. Um but honk, where it has mouse tracking and mouth sprites and has like a really, really accurate mouth like lip syncing, that's what honk's strength is. But honk has a lot of weaknesses too. So if you wanted to utilize gifs for something, honk does not use gifs. So in that case, let's say your character has a tail that you want to have wagging, then I would recommend, or like Wings or something. Maybe then you use a program like VideoTube Mini or PNG Tuber Plus to utilize their GIF features, some physics, and some stuff like that. But maybe you have your main body as a honk model, so you can mix and match like different programs at the same time. Like no one's saying that you cannot. And if you have different styles that you want to pursue, different things you want to do, you can use a different program. Let's say you have a live 2D model, but you're really wanting to play around with something else and you just want to kind of make it kind of quick. You can make a PNG model. There's nothing stopping you from using more than just one, even more than one at the same time, and using them for different stylistic choices and purposes. Um, but PNG tubers are VTubers, in my opinion. I don't know why that's ever been controversy. I find myself drafting up combat styles depending on the vibe and theme. The people watch like Mandy. I've given the fighting style that I've called puppet tap, where she taps the pressure points of her opponent to immobilize but not hurt. That's pretty sick. I love puppet tap. I feel like I'm about to go fucking sicko mode on somebody. I never would have thought about using both. I plan to use honk, but I was hesitant because it doesn't use GIF. Absolutely. I have a draft for a script for a video about how I set up my model here. But yeah, aside so for example, if you take a look at my range of motion, I have to utilize parallaxing of shapes over top of each other, which in a lot of the ways is just a very simple live 2D rig without any physics or anything. You can get some physics in PNG Tuber Plus, so I could take this whole model as it is and put it into PNG Tuber Plus and get like physics, but I would not be able to have mouth tracking. It would just be like GIF of, my of mouth shapes that would just have, start and stop as my audio starts and stops. So if there are things from certain programs that you like better than other programs, so let's say you really want the lip syncing and maybe you don't care so much about moving around so much, you could just have your head and your face be a honk model. And as long as the windows are the same size and the canvas is the same size, you can just overlap them in OBS. You just also have to have the capacity on your computer to have two programs open. But PNG programs tend to be very lightweight, so yeah, if you had something like wings or a tail, or maybe you have something like fire, or maybe you have like a character that floats around you, you can make that and put that as another program, and you have toggle slots, so you can toggle and change the expression on your tail. You can have that button mapped, so you can put that, you can use like Touch Portal or a Stream Deck to to change how fast your tail is wagging and stuff like that. Like you can totally utilize multiple programs at the same time. Or, one at a time and just use them for different purposes. But that's what my second video is basically going to be. Also that and utilizing things um inside of OBS. So for example, when I have my phone, you see that slide that happens? That slide is done in OBS. The phone itself is in a different scene, but it is just an image with other images behind it. So the screen has different images and the frame of the phone is on its own thing. And there, if you right click on the source, it'll have something called a show transition and a hide transition. And you can choose to have it slide or to like do like a swipe or a zoom or whatever upon when it's turned on and turned off. Um, so yeah, anyway, I highly recommend mixing and matching programs if you can have more than one window open, which just depends on your computer. So yeah, so I made the base here completely black and white, and then I put this layer that makes it look more like an opaque kind of paint. And then here I have the reflected light. So I knew This is stuff that I added after I colored Gary, but Gary's outfit is purple. So here I added that purple, that little bit of bounce where Gary's leg is touching that paint, because when something is white or very pale color, other colors from around it will be bouncing onto it. So a bit of that color will bounce up onto the white, and that's one of the ways that you can make a white object look a lot more natural. And then the next layer is a multiply layer, and that's where all of these designs have come from. So before, after. I just chose to put them on as like multiply, but you could also doing something, depending on the color underneath, you could do like screen or whatever, a different blending mode. I have a phobia from jeans, but when I was a kid, I had like a maid. In Arabs, it's totally normal to have maids, and she closed the zipper on my whitest. No, no. Careful with your zippers, guys. Don't know what that has to do with this, but I'm sorry for your loss. Sorry for your trauma. Sorry about your gene problems. Genes can be kinda remember kids, zippers are scary, yes, they are. D&D fighting style for mink or for monks? Yeah. Let's go. So yeah, so anyway, I'm getting back I'm getting off topic, so distracted. So anyway, that's what I did for the bike. Starting off from, just a mid-tone gray, adding some values. So I think we have a pretty good idea of what gradient maps are, how we use them, where we use them. So now I'm gonna do some demos of how I've rendered some metal and really shiny stuff to kind of show you what it's like for me to actually draw this stuff. Um, Zippers can be used in other places as well. Zippers are very handy for fastening pieces of clothing together. So I'm gonna just show you a little bit of a demo of drawing metal. Um, so let me open a piece that I have been wanting to work on, and I won't be doing necessarily like all of it right now. I'm going to probably be touching on it later. Um and then I'll also open up our demo and start drawing. Let's see. Work in progress. Cool. Okay. So this is a piece that I want to work on, and the reason that I want to use a gradient map here, and Sia, if you're still in here, this is a really good example as to why I would want to use gradient maps for something that's not necessarily meant to be super, super shiny, but because I have a very limited color palette in this piece. So here is my sketch of this piece. And the first thing I did, I wanted to keep it a limited color palette because I wanted it to be very moody. And I also wanted this really cool, like underlighting. But you can also see here that we have a very vibrant magenta right here. So, what I would probably do to approach this piece is I would render it completely normal. So, I would just use black and white. I would, render this, meaning I would like shade it to encapsulate that there is light coming from this direction. And I'd probably leave this area um, semi in shadow, but then focus on adding the blue later. And I would probably apply a gradient map. Thanks for joining the Discord. Um, I would probably apply a gradient map that gets me this magenta, this pink, this like deeper purple over the entire thing. And then I would go over it on this side with different blues to get that lighting on this one side. So my primary gradient map will be this pink to purple, and then I will add over top of it the blue. So that was my plan for this. And again, I'm using gradient maps because it's a more limited palette, so it'll allow me to kind of play with those colors in a way that I might not have done if I was just trying to draw it straight up. And I'm really excited to use this piece. But for now, let me open up a new piece and let's do some demonstration. If anybody has any questions, please let me know. Let me do a new canvas. Whoops. I didn't want it to be that way. I want it to be this way. Proceed. Wonderful. Okay. And I'll keep my layers visible so you can see what it is that I'm doing, and how I'm doing it. Let me move this over here, this over here. Wonderful. Okay. This is amazing. How do you not get into an art block? That's a really good question. I streaming is my one of my big motivations for drawing. I've also learned over time how to be more patient with myself. It takes a lot of time to work on pieces, and so by designating stream time as the time where I work on those pieces, um, I end up getting excited because I've now associated making art with me interacting with you guys. So being able to talk to you, you guys tell me really fun stories, you tell me about your day, we're laughing. I laugh a lot on stream. So if you don't mind giggling, I mean, I get to listen to music. We're talking about all sorts of stuff. Um and so we end up having a lot more than just drawing. You know what I mean? Like we're having a fun time doing something else, and we're having good conversation, and I'm also getting making progress on a project. And an art block and art burnout could happen really really often and really severely because my day job is drawing. Like I draw for a living. So I go to work, and on a really intense day it's 8 hours of uninterrupted drawing. Thankfully, a lot of the work that I do there is kinda separate from the type of work that I like to do here. Um, and also, most of the work, if I'm not designing something, um, I'm just it's almost like mindless rendering. Like I'm just making it, just going in and doing whatever. So streaming separates the time and
Run.
place. Why am I running? Why are you running? Same. I'm so much more productive on stream than I'm not. I love sharing art with others. Yeah, it's a huge motivation. So art block is super, super strong. I think also I'm just super excited to draw, and I have things that I want to draw and only so much time to do it. Oh, I started moving my head fast. Hello, do you record these tutorials by chance? The VOD will be up and I will save it, and um I will have the VOD available, after the fact. Um, One of the things that I plan on doing, though, is I plan on recording a more succinct tutorial that's not, like, 2 hours long. Um, in May, there's gonna be an animation convention in the UAE, in a state named Sharjah? I hope you could check it out. I won't be able to travel, but I'll definitely look into it. Actually, let me see. Do you know what the convention is called? I think I do push myself too hard. I'm a cartoonist, and I feel like I always have to draw something that'll grab people's attention. Absolutely, absolutely. So yeah, I plan on also having a. I've been miserable. Yeah, no, that's totally understandable. Um, it's understandable too because making art is a very emotionally taxing process. Um, for example, let me open up an art piece that we finished recently. Sharjah Animation Conference. Oh, hell yeah. Let me save that. Let me save that. I'll take a look at it. Actually, do have the honk tutorial saved. Heck yeah. Oh my gosh, thank you. Oh, cute. That's fun. I love anime conventions. I haven't been to one in a while, but I would love to be able to ooh, I love the architecture of the building that they're in. There's like a bunch of yellow. Oh, that's cool. Oh man, talking with a lot of creators and animators, that's cool. It's not so much an anime convention as it is just animation. Okay, that's cool. I love that. What is that emote? Oh, geez. Oh, geez. Well, I'm happy that you found interest in an emote like that. Proud of you. Let me show you a piece that I finished recently. Um, that I most taxing part for me is being my own advertiser and having to make promo images to grab attention. Yeah, that's work being an artist online and doing um you have to basically be your own manager, right? Also, if you stream on top of that and if you're trying to, like, grow as a streamer, like, if you're actively trying to get numbers and make content, it's a job, it's a whole other job, and for a lot of people, working a day job and then also trying to draw something that you enjoy. I think one of the biggest things is just draw what you like. Um, One of the things that I've been doing is actively trying to push myself and in certain ways, like, for example, before I started streaming, I wasn't making a lot of backgrounds at the time, and I was working a job as an illustrator for an animated television show, so the show that I was working on was kind of exhausting. I was really just doing character art there, making character rigs. Um, so it wasn't very creatively fulfilling because I was just working off of the pre-established style of the show. Um, and I was designing like D&D characters, but aside from doing that kind of character design stuff, um I was working as a waitress in a cocktail lounge. Yeah, as much is true. Don't you want me, baby? Nice one, Celador. That's a good song. It's a weird song, but I like that song. Really got to start drawing what makes me happy. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the biggest motivators too for making art is that you just want to draw the thing. You like want to do it. You know what I mean? It sounds too simplistic that way. And art burnout and art block are so much deeper and have way more going on, and it differs from person to person, but but drawing something that you're really excited to draw, and for me, I'm at a point where I want to challenge myself, but just remember that not every art piece is a piece you have to actively try to learn. You know what I mean? You don't have to always challenge yourself. You don't have to always put every single thing. Sometimes if you let's say you really wanted to draw Hatsune Miku, if you made a sketch of Miku and let's say it's kind of sketchy, it's kind of brushy, and then you put some color underneath of it and you're like, you know what? I think I'm kind of done with this piece. That can exist just like that. You don't have to do anything more to it. And it doesn't mean that it's not finished, right? Because if your intention was just to draw Miku and you just wanted to draw Miku, you were happy with where you got to that drawing. You're like, oh yeah, I love where this looks. And you had a fun time doing it, that is a complete drawing because you have completed what you set out to accomplish by drawing it. It was for you, and you can post it. Other people love Miku. It's kind of in that weird thing too, where sometimes people post something that took 5 seconds to draw. It's all squiggly and squongly, and it'll get tens of thousands of likes. And it's not because the effort was put into this art. It's that it's emotionally something that a lot of people can identify with, which is why it connects to them. Currently healing from that, still recovering perfectionist. Yes, I'm also a recovering perfectionist. There's an all or nothing mentality that isn't necessarily a bad thing, right? If you're very motivated by these big challenging projects, right? Something like this took me like 70 hours because I ended up losing all of my line art that I had done on stream to my computer crashing. So I had to re-ink everything and I had gotten through, I wanna say 75% of coloring it, and then I ended up scrapping it because I had other ideas because I was so emotionally drained from this that I had to take, like, a month break before I came back to it. Gotta head out and grab some grub. Have a great stream, Mandy, by the way. I've already gotten so many compliments on my new profile picture. Have a wonderful rest of your day and happy birthday. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you get some good food. I actually wanna draw something like this. Hell yeah. I mean, and the thing is too, I mentioned this earlier when we started the tutorial, um, that when you're pursuing art on your own, right? You know, whether or not you've taken classes, right? You're pursuing art on your own, you're pursuing it's not my birthday, Celador, it's Payne's birthday. It's not about me. But when you're pursuing art on your own and you're trying to learn things and you're trying to start somewhere, it's so easy to step over the basics and because you're trying to do something like this. But 10 I mean, I'm pretty much 30 and for most of my life, even as a little goo goo gaga baby, I mean, we all love drawing, right? Everybody loves crayons, everybody loves markers, paint. It's instinctual to want to create stuff and have fun. That's really art should be a pursuit of fun and expression, but it's been turned into money, right? I mean, I it's my living, right? Like I have to make a living by making money, and so it desensitized like, I don't know, you shouldn't have to just make it for other people's enjoyment, but that's so much easier said than done. So the things that you're feeling are totally understandable, they're totally valid, um, but sometimes I just wanna make a fucking this.
You got mail.
Hi, Mothwing. Welcome in, Raiders. Hi, everybody. Welcome in, everyone. Hi there. Oh my gosh, the moths are coming for my lights. Well, thankfully, this mall is full of neon. Welcome in. How are you? What were you doing? Thanks so much. Of course, guys, welcome in, Raiders. We were talking. It's not my birthday.
Happy birthday,
It's
Mandy.
not my fucking birthday. My birthday was on the 3rd. Oh my goodness. No, it wasn't. Yes, yes, it was. Yes, it was. JK. Guys, my birthday's come and gone. My birthday has come and gone. But welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so much for the raid. What were you up to today, Mothwing? I'm so excited to see you. Um, haven't been in one of your streams in a while, but I was lurking in one of them and I was admiring your model. If you guys don't already follow Mothwing, Mothwing's a really awesome artist, also PNG tuber. Really fucking cool. Pretty sure I caused this. Probably. We're talking about burnout, artistic burnout, pursuing your passions, doing stuff that you would like to do. It's not my it's your it is literally your birthday. God damn it. God damn it. We were doing some self-indulgent art of my Sona and my wife's Sona. Yes, please send your art tax. I would very much like to see. What's that little emote? Your little tiny leggies. Your little tiny they're almost imperceptible, but they're so little. Couple of little nubbins. It almost from far away, that emote almost looks like a little one-eyed creature giving the side eye. Crimsy Creates, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome in. We were talking about burnout. We're also currently doing a tutorial slash demo for gradient maps and metal. If you guys aren't familiar with gradient maps, I used gradient maps to draw this. So Burnout Bunny plush is a thing. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there is. Yeah, you were sharing those plushes with me. But please send your art tags if you have any links you'd like to share. Please, please, I'd love to see them. I love to see the art that people were working on. Also, too, I just really like your art. So yeah, we're learning about gradient maps and rendering metallic surfaces. And I was actually just about to go into our demos. But you guys don't know me. I'm Mandi Quin Mall Mannequin. I'm an illustrator, animator, professional goober, and I draw stuff like this and like this. I was actually just explaining um, that this took me around 70 hours. And we were also just talking about how over time, you get to certain levels of your artistic skill and you start pushing yourself. And we were talking about how we get motivation for drawing, and my motivation really is streaming. Um, Streaming is a huge motivation for me. One, I love to make art that makes me laugh. So like the Furby, definitely something that makes me laugh. Um, just saw this piece on your Blue Sky, the mixture of vibrant colors and horrific entities. It's damn cool. Thank you so much. Hi, Reverie. Let me get that link too. Hi there. Hi, hi, hi. I'm your little butterfly. Ooh. Speaking of butterfly, I know you guys are moths, so that's not the same, but oh my goodness. Oh, hell yeah. The art tax. The art tax. You gotta. Whatever. You know what I mean? It's close enough. You are a winged creature. Oh, look at that smile. Look at those little mandibles. Oh, I love this. I love this over the shoulder, like this coy kind of like. Look at that. I also love the feathery. What are they're just called pedipalps. Hold on, that sounds wrong. Hold on. Pedipalps. What are those? Pedipalps. What is that? What are second pair of appendages around the arachnids like spiders or scorpions located near the mouth. Okay, so these are pedipalps. Just kidding, JK. Then what are moth, feather? Are they just antennae? What are they called? Feather, are they just antennae? What are they called? Something? Common especially in male moths, often seen. Okay, it's just called feathery antennae. They let's see. Okay, okay, okay. They're used to detect pheromones. Ooh. Okay, alright, let's go. Pedipalps are the mouth manuals. Let's go. Hell yeah. Also, can't get over just absolutely how shaped. We've got the fucking broad shoulder, big titty, affectionate, of course. I love drawing masculine characters like this. It's right up in my alley. Moss line art's top tier. So satisfying to watch in real time. Hell yeah. No, I can already see this is just playing with a lot of things that I really enjoy. I really like this art. Thank you so much for sharing it with me. Yeah, we love the big titty goth moth goth moth magot. Just kidding. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, I really love this. Thank you so much for sharing. I draw like this too. I can see a lot of myself in here. A goth moth, let's make it happen. It's mall moth instead of mall goth. I love that idea. The plumose antennae or comb-like antennae. Damn, we're getting fancy with it. I just love how big and fluffy they are. To quote the great literary classic, fucking Despicable Me, it's so soft and fluffy. End quote. Also, I see a little bit, is this a longboard down here? Has that very distinct shape on the end here. Um, I need a mall a goth moth girlfriend t-shirt. No, you're right, you're right. And it says, "Mothy, sorry. Mothy, sorry. It is a longboard. We're doing a skater AU. Let's fucking go. Let's gar." I haven't seen Skate the Infinity or whatever that anime is called, but every time I see clips of that anime, I'm just like, it's so gay and they're just not making it gay, and they need to make it gay because it's so gay. You know what I mean? Why can't our sports anime be full of homosexuals? I'm begging, I'm pleading, I'm on my knees, I'm crying to the sky. Have you seen a moth with extended scent glands? You know what? Can't say I have. Cannot say. I cannot say I have. Is that a JoJo reference? For you? Sure. Please, did you see Skate the Infinity? One character, Big Himbo, is confirmed bisexual. Is that the green haired fella? What's his name? Green hair, Skate the Infinity. What's his name? Joe or some shit? Kojiro Nanjo, aka fucking Joe. Yeah, his name is Joe. Let's gar. Let's gore. He looks at what's the other character's name is Cherry, right? He looks like Cherry is like he's a fucking snack. He's about to eat him. Give him a big old kiss. I'm so freaking good right now. I finally have my own VTuber model and I treated myself to some books at Books a Million. Let's fucking go. I'm so excited to hear that. Let's freaking gore. Oh my god. I'm so happy to hear that. The weather's been really nice. The vibes have been peak. And I'm fucking stoked. Cherry, they're an old married couple in how they act. I love that. I love BL and I don't know why. Oh wait, I'm paired. There you go. There you go. You know what? Have a little bit of BL as a treat. I grew up in the era scent glands, red flags. No, yeah, you're right. I grew up in the era of Borders, and you had to go to Borders or Barnes and Noble to get manga. I did make a on VTuber model. Would you like to see? I would absolutely like to see. If you're not part of the Discord already, let me. You know what? I should actually real quick. Also love BL. It turned out to be trans and pan. There you fucking go. There you go. I used to have to go to Borders or Barnes and Noble to get manga, and, I also grew up in the era where the only BL I could get was on shady fucking websites. And hi, Scuba, and I remember watching Gravitation. Any other Gravitation girlies and gailies, rise up. Um, Let me actually get that, bu 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 yeah, I don't have an updated link. If you'd like to join the Discord, let me get that for you, and we have a whole art section, um, for you to use. And if you have any model that you want to share, you can pop it in the art section. Also, if you have any art that you'd like to share, we do monthly art critiques. So if you have anything that you'd like to show that you would like advice on, or you're just working on and kind of want to have somebody look at, feel free to enter into the art critique. Um, it's super super fun. Actually, I'm gonna pin the art critique link. So if you're interested in participating, that file that form is open. It's open at any time for you to submit. I was shocked that my middle school library had the Loveless manga. Loveless? Oh my god. I would damn, I would not I would not have recommended Loveless to a child, but did I read it? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Gravitation was a big one. And then Junjo Romantica. I do not recommend Junjo Romantica, but I feel a lot of us have a foundation built upon fun Junjo Romantica. Ah, man. I did have a wall scroll, one of those fabric wall scrolls for Junjo Romantica, and I was so embarrassed that I kept it in my closet and I never used it. I never fucking touched it. Mothwing, by the way, if any of you raiders need to go take care of yourself, you need to raid and run, please, please do. Okay? Take care of yourself, get something good to eat, something good to drink. We're actually just about to get into a demo on how to render some metal. So if you're interested in learning about how render metal or something kind of shiny and metallic, be sure to stay around. Stick around. Um, if you want a cute, wholesome BL, Cherry Magic's very sweet. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. I think I've seen that. Oh, I've seen clips of it. Oh. Also, the live action. Whenever I see live action actors for something, I get kind of freaked out. I think the reason I get freaked out is because it makes it very real, and I myself I'm an asexual lesbian, and so I think the separation of having it be fictional versus, like, physical, um, makes it more approachable for me, but when I see, like, people, I get freaked out. I'm like, "I could know this person." Also, I'm not gonna lie, they look scared. They look scared. He's like, "He's holding me hostage. Please fucking help me. Please, I don't know how I got here. I'm in a white abyss with a bunch of kanji everywhere. I don't know what to do." And then this guy, really does just look like he fucking like you took a picture and he didn't know that you were even there. Very scary, very strange. Does look like a hostage situation. Yeah, it does. But these people apparently love each other. See? They love each other. Got his HP laptop and a little bit of a handhold going on there. And also you can tell that they love each other because there's hearts as punctuation for all this stuff. Look at that little little heart right here, little heart right here. Clearly this image is screaming love. Could not see any more love in this image. Look, a gentle yet wholesome grasp on the shoulder. No, this does look it does look like somebody poured a glass of milk and took a picture of it. That is exactly what looks like they got caught sneakily in a relationship, but they're not even spooked about it. They're just like mildly unconcerned. It's not how lovers hold hands. If you're not holding my hand like you're about to lose me, if you're not breaking every one of my fingers, what are you doing? What are you doing? It's got self-discovery, learning how to grow in a relationship, a lot of communication stuff. It's pretty wholesome with mild raunch. It's implied. I fucking love that shit. As an ace, I could handle it. Absolutely, let's go. I think the anime and manga definitely look a lot more approachable. The characters have a lot more softness to them, but that photograph, they straight up were just sitting there. All right, guys. It's giving DMV passport photo. All right. Get some eats in the oven. Oh my goodness. Well, enjoy your meal. All right, y'all. So I'm about to do some demos. I'm going to show you kind of what we explained earlier where I start on a mid-tone gray and then I add black and white. And if you're struggling to do some soft rendering, um, if you have any questions, DMV passport, yeah, the DMV for your license, but you ask for a passport and they're like, "You just go to CVS for your passport. I don't know why you're here." Gonna watch the live action. Honestly, the photo's perfect because the uke is very scared. Perfect. I'm full of fear. Absolutely full of fear. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm just gonna start with a sphere. Back into the demo. If anybody has any questions, by the way, please let me know. Let me also let me pause. You know what? Actually, since we're here yapping, I'm gonna run the ad. So if anybody needs to get something to drink, stretch, take care of yourself, I'm gonna run those ads so we can do this without you guys getting thrown out. Um, so let me do that quick. Get something good to drink, go to the bathroom, eating wafers. What kind of wafers? Here, let me just run that ad. And enjoying stream? Hell yeah. All right, y'all. So we're running an ad. There we go. Chocolate. Let's fucking go. All right. Running ad before demo. Awesome. So make sure you guys are taking care of yourselves, getting something good to eat, something good to drink. I'm gonna drink some water. And I'll keep some of my art up on the screen. Um, my mom just got a kitten. Yippee! She called me earlier. I love my mom so much. Ooh, Bunchata started on my commission. Yippee! It's just I got some emotes from Bunchata. My mom called me earlier about this kitten that she's been thinking of. Um, and she was like so emotional. She's like, "Mandy, I don't know if I'm calling you to convince me not to, or if I'm calling you to convince me to, but I really want this little kitten." And I was like, "Oh, okay." I felt so bad. She got so emotional. Her animals that she has a cat that's like 19 years old, which is a hell of a long life for a little tiny kitty. And she looks really good. She just sounds really awful. She's like, "Ow, ow." Her name's Chloe, and she just sounds like a scrunchy little she's so cute. Um, and so she's got a 19-year-old cat and a 9-year-old dog. So, my mom's been going through it, hashtag going through it. She's good, but, having older pets, I think she's in a point in her life where the companionship rather, has been really important to her. She's definitely, because usually, I mean, you're working a whole lot, right? Obviously, we obviously understand and appreciate our pets, but my mom is so busy, and she's a very logical lady, so going through life, you're just going to work, you're dealing with your problems, you're minding your business. But now that she's been home a bit more, she's been going through some heavier stuff. She's really, really, really relied on the love and companionship of our animals to like get through some garbage. And so she was on the phone with me and she was just telling me about how badly she wanted this kitten, but because it was a bit expensive, um, she was having a hard time justifying getting it. But she's completely financially capable, socially capable of, like, caring for another animal. Um, it's just that guilt of, like, you know, of buying something expensive, especially for it being, like, a pet, right? But the she mentioned that she wasn't sure how much longer she had for her with her current pets, and I was just like, "Oh, mommy." I love my mom so much. So, she sent me a text message just now that she sent the deposit in. So, really proud of her. Alright, welcome in, everybody, welcome back. We are back from the ads. Let me get a good old, guzzle of water. The dread of old pets truly sucks. Absolutely, absolutely. So I'm really happy that she's gonna be getting a kitten. And also too, she's been wanting a cat that's, like, buff colored, so that's, like, a very pale, peachy, creamy color. She's really wanted a buff colored cat for a long time, but she's been thinking about one realistically for, like, a year. Um, and she's just been thinking about this kitten all week, so I'm happy that she should be able to get this little guy. I've shared the art. Thank you so much. I can't wait to look at it. All right, everybody, welcome back. We're gonna be working on a demo. This is going to be rendering metal, and metallic surfaces. So if you are interested, and you have any questions, please let me know. A buff cat, yeah, a buff colored cat. My little dog is living off of pills right now. That gave me most heartbreaking news I've received in a while. Yeah, animals they're so precious to us. Um, that it really is just super, super hard to, like, think about, think about all that, and, hold on, I'm trying to type and speak at the same time just doesn't work with my mind. There we go. Um, so yeah, I hope everything is as good as it can be. But yeah, don't feel guilty for pursuing something like getting a new animal because they really are such a big part of our lives. Um, they're family members. They're family. Okay. So here I'm starting with a neutral gray color, and I am just going to make a circle here. Oops, let me take this off. There. All right. So with very limited tools, you let me just put this in the middle. With very limited tools, you'll be able to render uh metal or shiny. Really, this is just like a crash course in rendering anyway. But here you can see I have the layer that is just my circle. The layer above it, I'm going to convert into a clipping mask. So in Photoshop, you right click the layer and make it into a clipping mask, or you can do Alt Control G. And I'm going to just have black and white. So let me show you on my color thing. You can see I have black on one side, white on the other. And in Photoshop specifically, you can hit X and it'll switch which one you're using. Clip Studio might have something similar to that, but all you need is this middle tone gray in the middle and black and white if we're intending to use gradient maps. But like I mentioned before, I highly, highly recommend that you get familiar with drawing. In Clip Studio, it's X, awesome. So same thing, same thing. Um, so I highly recommend that you learn drawing with values. So here we have a circle, and we're going to turn it into a sphere. So here I have black on my brush, and I am going to use a soft round pressure opacity brush. In Photoshop, it is one of the defaults. It's some of the first brushes that you see. And if I were to do that, you can see it is just a soft edge brush and it's round. Nothing complicated. You should have in Procreate, you'll have a brush like this. In Krita, you'll have a brush. It's super, super basic. And I will almost only be using that brush. That's pretty much it. You don't need a lot. Let me get fixed in my chair. I need a new chair, y'all. Okay, so first we want to identify where our light source is coming from. So let me just show you where my light source is going to be coming from. And once your light source comes from someplace, you will then be able to make sure that it matches up. So our light is going to come from this way. And I do not want smoothing on my eraser. Light. All right, so our light is coming from there, and now that we are aware of that, we're gonna make sure that it stays that way. Again, black and white, I'm just gonna be using a soft, round brush, and I'm gonna start with my shadow. I have black on the brush, and I'm going to show you a matte object first, and then a very shiny. In fact, I mean, you can draw the matte first, but I'm gonna start. Actually, let me go to the round pressure opacity. There we go. Something like that. Okay, perfect. And I've turned off some of the like fine pressure sensitivity for it. So I'm going to go around the edge like this, even a little bit less here, a little bit more here. And already we have so much happening. I'm pressing very lightly here. I'm not doing too much to this. And you can see here that I have actually left a little bit of light on the bottom. This is a bounce light. So if I go back here, what Photoshop? There we go. If I go back to my other brush here, this is the surface that our object is sitting on, and this light is bouncing up onto it. Hi, how are you, Pinky? Hi, 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 I'm your little butterfly. You're a little butterfly, actually. Welcome in. So this is our bounce light, and in fact, it'll go boing, oh, boing, doink. It is bouncing off of a surface and onto our object. The closer that our object is to the surface, the more intense that lighting will be. But for now, we are only focused on on establishing the dark, okay? Before, after. Really, we just use black and a very soft brush. Now, I'm gonna intensify. This already looks like a matte surface, so if you're going for something that's a little bit less, shiny, it's a little bit more matte, maybe, like, you're going for, like, a skin tone kinda thing, um, then think about I would definitely look up references. References, references, references. But for a soft object like this, if we're trying to achieve that bounce light is still there, we're still gonna have light, especially for any skin tone, whether it's a dark skin tone or a light skin tone, bounce light will pop up off of another object onto the skin. And this is also a really handy way to make sure that your environment, your item fits in the environment. So if you have a blue surface, you can put some blue down there. Hi
You
there,
got mail.
Crow. Hi, Crow. Welcome in. Welcome, Raiders. Hi, everybody. Welcome in. Taking notes. Hell yeah. Ball. But stepmother, ball is life. Hi there, Crow. How are you? Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. I'm Mandy Quin Mall Mannequin. I'm an illustrator, animator, and professional goober. And today we are doing a demo of rendering like metal and shiny materials and then using gradient maps. I was showing people this art here, which is colored almost exclusively with gradient maps. But what were you doing today? Welcome, Raiders. If you don't already know me, like I said, I'm Mandy Quinn Mall Mannequin, and you can find me on my Blue Sky. I put a lot of art there. I've been making some tutorials and stuff. Remember to knock before you open the fridge. Might encounter salad dressing. I needed this tutorial. I'll have to watch the VOD. Absolutely. I plan on making a like a recorded video of this that's a little bit more succinct and a little bit more to the point. But welcome in. I hope you had a fabulous stream. What were you doing today? Welcome, Raiders. Um, so yeah, so we'll get back into this, but I hope you had a fabulous stream. Um, this is all done with gradient maps, and if you guys aren't familiar with what gradient maps are, let me show you really quickly what that'll look like if I turn my main gradient map off. Bam. The gradient map basically just assigns colors to values, meaning how dark and light something is. We started with some art because I'm trying to kick myself out of art block, but I'm big EP, so we played through Midnight Scenes, The Nanny, to finish off. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. If you have any art tacks that you'd like to share, please feel free to send it along. I would love to see it. Also, if you don't want to, you can also send your socials or any other link that you'd like to share. But thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. And if you guys need to raid and run and take care of yourselves, please do get some good to eat, something good to drink. We're about to pop right in. Gonna prime my community with proper welcome. Let's go. Let's go. Oh no. Oh crow. Oh, not like this. Not like this. Please don't. I don't know what to say. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Scuba. Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hi there. How are you, Gideon? Welcome in. Spicy ramen happened again. Oh god. Oh, a burning sensation for the eyes and elsewhere. My goodness gracious. Well, thank you for gassing your chat. And welcome in everybody. Oh my goodness gracious. So yeah, gradient maps took this from this to this. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Only managed to do some loose sketches, but I could share a finished piece. Absolutely. Please, please. Anything you like to share, I'd love to see it. Um, I love seeing people's art. I wish a very can I see? And here's some lighting layers. Before, after, before, after. So I'm actually just now gonna show people yeah, you can absolutely send a link. And thanks for lurking. Enjoy your nap. Honk shoe me 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 me. Honk shoe me 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 me. Can't wait to honk shoe, you know what I mean? Also, if you guys are new in here and you see that pinned comment, it says submit your art here. I do monthly art critique streams. Exactly, just like that. So if you have any art that you'd like me to look over and give some advice or just kind of take a gander at, feel free. Speaking of art, the art tax. Is this Chubbs? I was watching as as Spats was working on that new design. So cute. So cute. Hold on. What a cute design. We love Spats in this house. La la. Look at how cute this is. Oh, very cute. Pneumonia, welcome in. Oh, I love this. I love the nails. They have that cat claw style nail. Yeah, this new design is awesome. Welcome in. Thanks for the rat prints, Ray. The demon rat print. So many demon rat prints. Yet your name is Crow. Yeah, we Spats is the queen of chunky collars with like big baubles on them. I also love these chains. Did you make a brush for this? A rat named Crow, yes. The chains look fabulous. These look great. If you drew them by hand, then goddamn. But if you had a brush for these, that's fabulous. Use a brush. Yeah, yeah. Save yourself. I actually saw some really cool pigtails that I wanted to draw Miku with these pigtails. Let me hold on. Let me see if I can find what I was thinking of. There was this one image I saw of these pigtails that were like chained on. Hold on. It was like chains and then the pigtails like continued at the end. Hold on. Let me see if I can't find them. It's a very specific thing that I'm not finding. Hold on. Pigtails chained on. Hold on. I'm trying to see if I can't. No, they didn't really. It wasn't that the hair was shaped like chains. It was. How do I describe it? I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, here, let me see. Something that I really wanted to do, but I haven't yet. It like hold on. Let me see if I can't do it quick. So you have this, that's your ear. And then you have like a bauble or something here. Oops. And then you have chain here and then the rest of the ponytail or like pigtail like this. Or like maybe it's like bubble braids or something. Like this stuff's so cool. Yeah, that shit's so cool. Probably really uncomfortable after a certain amount of time to wear, but I love that. I love that so much. They're like extensions. They look fun. Yeah, I've seen people do this for cosplay before. Let's see if I can cosplay chain pigtails. Maybe that'll help. I was googling and I wasn't getting anything. Hmm. Hmm. No. Damn, I can't believe I'm not finding it. Isn't that just dead hair on the end, or this is chain, like, this is a chain, and I've seen this for, like, cosplay. So there's, like, hair at the top, and then actual chain, and then, like, hair at the bottom. It's a stylistic choice. So, like, if this were, like, Miku, you'd have this here, like this, and then you'd have chain, like, here, and then, like, whatever else. Like Chang-Li from Woowa. Okay, wait. Maybe if I can hold on. Let me see. Let me see. Images. Let me see. Oh, sort of. Yeah, okay, so they looks like this character has a buckle. Yeah, like a mace. Oh my gosh, could you imagine? Hold on. Like this? Yes. Scuba, you're onto something. Look at that. Dude. Uh, imagine turning your head a little too fast. Oh my gosh, imagine turning your head a little. Yeah, so it looks like Chang-Li has, had, like, bangs here or, like, little hair pieces. and then has like a buckle in the hair, and then like the rest of the hair continues off of that. Which is also very cool. So there's like a metal hair jewelry in general is a really interesting way to play with like the silhouette. They call your name, you turn, you kill the poor pedestrian behind you. Now you have to finish the Miku sketch because you went too far. You right. Hold on. La, la. Hold on. I'm gonna give her a little face. Mm, okay. Do we like that? Is that good? Do we like that? I think so. I like that. And a turtleneck. This feels like the vibe we wanted to create today. Orc Miku, I love it. Absolutely. All right. Yeah, let's go. Fucking Orc Miku. Let's go. So for those of you that are just joining me, we are doing a rendering tutorial. Corporate orc. That would be fucking cool. Like in a business suit. Let's go. Yes, yes, I'm into it. I'm into it. Actually, I did write down a couple different Hatsune Miku that I wanted to draw. Let me explain. Or not, let me explain. Let me look at what I have written down on my phone. Okay, hold on, hold on. Art ideas. Y'all, I've got quite the list. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Scene Girl Miku. I want to make another Papa Emeritus Miku because if you guys don't already know me, I did the band Ghost. I drew a Miku that is in the style of Papa Emeritus from Ghost, and they just dropped a brand new Papa, so I'm freaking ready. Glad to know other artists write their ideas on their phones. Yes, I have so many ideas. Um, I have, let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 things written down. One of them being that Princess Peach dominatrix image that lives in my head rent free. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, let me find it. Images. Yes, this image lives in my head rent free, and I've been wanting to draw this so bad for years. I've been wanting to draw this for years. Look at this. I love Princess Peach. I love Princess Peach. New Papa's very gender to me. No, you're right. You're right. He's giving sassy little fucking Phantom of the Opera. I just need to do white outlines and finally be done with the stickers. Congratulations, dear. Oh my gosh. You've been working really hard. Mariana. Mariana Leash. Sorry. Marijuana Leash. Yeah, very similar. I think that song's actually about Mario, guys. Me writing new ghost lore. Mariana Cross actually about Mario on a leash. Anyway, I want to draw this really bad. Um Me and the bad bitch I pulled being autistic. That's kind of me and my wife though. That's actually kind of me and my wife. I don't think I'm autistic, but several times my wife's therapist, because for context without spoiling, my wife's therapist specializes in ADHD and autism, and she talks about me all the time because she's my wife, and she's told me that he's asked if I'm autistic, and I'm like, I don't know, probably. Does it change anything? No. Is it funny if true? Sure. Yeah, I love the idea of it, but I don't know. I don't know. No way I thought it was too late to hop on after work, but you're still on? Absolutely, yeah, I started at 3 o'clock. Based if true. Fire hydrant Miku, crab rangoon Miku. Yes, 50-year-old salaryman Miku. So many choices. No, you're right. For those of you just joining us, I'm actually working on a demo on how to render. So if you're interested, I didn't get very far before the raid. So if you guys are interested, it's only been about 4 hours. Actually, Lumi on Friday, I did a 9 hour stream. I ended at 5 a.m. my time. I felt like garbage. I felt like absolute fucking garbage. I feel better now though. Yeah, no, I don't usually do streams like that. I wanted to finish Pokemon Sword and it took for fucking ever. It took so long. But because I stayed up at a weird time, I got to meet a lot of really cool people that came by that I don't usually get to see. Okie dokie, gotta dip out, but you're very lovely. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful rest of your night. Thank you. Thank you so much. Um, so I'm doing a tutorial on how to render. So the first thing I've done is I have a gray base, and I've used just black and a soft brush. My light source is here. And all I did was pretty much one solid movement, and I just kinda went back and forth a little bit, and this is what I got. Also gonna bow out because 'cause I'm battling the EPE allegations. Have a fun stream, thank you so much, and thank you again for the raid. Take care of yourself. So for those of you that are interested, I'm going to be doing a different tutorial on how to different tutorials on how or demos rather on how to make something that looks a little bit softer and make something that looks a little bit shinier. And then we're going to use gradient maps to change the vibe of that object. And then we're going to go over it from start to finish to incorporate lighting and some extra stuff. And then I'm going to turn these demos into a tutorial image. I might actually do that a little bit after, um, so that I have a little bit more time to just type. It's not very interesting to type. But for those of you that haven't seen, I made a tutorial recently on how to make Fruitiger Arrow style buttons. So I'm going to be doing something just like this for rendering. And in fact, a lot of the principles that I've shown um in um that I will be showing in this demo also are very similar to this. So you can see here, I show where the light source is coming from, how to make a highlight, make it look like a gemstone, doing these reflected lights, and then how you can make it look like a button. That play button's beautifully shaded, thank you. It was actually from my little socials that I did down here. So yeah, so the tutorial stuff that I'm showing you now will end up having a graphic like this for the gradient maps and for metal. So if you're interested in that, these might be coming a little later in the week, because I wanted to also work on an art piece that just shows you more of the techniques that I'm demonstrating now. So with just one bit, before, after, we've already done a lot of work here. We made sure that our dark left out a little bit of the light at the bottom for that bounce light, and now we clearly have an area that the light is primarily hitting our object. I'm gonna make a new layer, and now I'm swapping my brush. It's the same soft brush, I've changed it to white. If I wanted this object to be shiny, I would do a really intense highlight here. Maybe not so hard edge, like a soft brush, a really intense highlight right here. And depending on the material, it might really only need to be like this really hot highlight right here, but we can kind of soften this out a little bit more to give it more of a brushed surface. One of the easiest ways to remember, and here, let me get rid of that and let me do it. If I'm just going to slowly build up. Uh, it's all about pressure. Again, this is just white. Slowly build up, build up, build up, and then have that highlight right in the middle there. So one of the easiest ways to remember how to make something look metallic versus shiny, the sharper the edge between your dark and light, the more metallic it'll look, meaning that you have less of a softness between values. That extreme sharpness is what makes something look very metallic. And then also, too, the presence of high contrast. I've been reading Color and Light by James Gurney, and Light's so crazy how it bounces. I have that textbook. I recommended it last time I was talking about art in our art critique stream. I have Color and Light by James Gurney is a book that I had from college. I highly, highly recommend if you guys are serious about like learning. Let me see. Color and Light. Let me get a link. Is it free? Wait, wait, wait. Preview. Oh no, this is a preview. Oh, cool. Google Books. Whoa, dude. Okay, wait, 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 wait. Oh my gosh. Let's go. Pr- Guys. Okay, 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 okay. Here. Here. Wait a minute. Let me make sure that link works for you. Okay, so if you open this up, this is a PDF preview of the book. It looks like it only has Oh, wow. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Okay, so this is most, if not all of the book. So if you're interested in James Gurney's Color and Light, actually, let me pin that. Seriously, if you guys are interested in the book, please take a look at it. Also, having a physical copy I found was very handy for putting tabs in. It was a very, very awesome book to have. Let me do That's almost all of it. Yeah, it's not all of it, but if you're interested, let me make a better post for that. Uh, Color and Light by James Gurney. There. Let me pin that. Let me pin that. Got used on eBay? Yeah, absolutely. I highly recommend having a physical copy. Ball. All right, yeah. So if the easiest way to remember, guys, is if you want it to look metallic, make the border between your values sharper. So if I take, so this is a pretty matte surface right here. It's like a soft, it's still shiny. It still looks shiny. Um, but if I make that edge harder, like a harsher edge, it looks way more metallic now. Pro ball? Not yet. And now if I take the same white and I go along the edge here, even though actually, let me bring it inward a little bit from the edge and look at how much shinier. It automatically reads as metal because it's now picking up more of that reflected light from whatever surface it's sitting on. Now I'm just going to very gently erase to taper that out, and I'm just gonna a very light touch. I'm only using the round brush and the round eraser. Off topic note, I got 3 bottles of Kewpie Mayo on super cheap sale. I love Kewpie Mayo. Kewpie Mayo. I actually named my cat Kewpie Mayo. So let me very gently. And now look at this. So just in a matter of from this to this, and you can see how easy it was to make this look metallic. One of the things too that people struggle with is making things look kind of weathered and worn. So I'm going to make another layer. This isn't necessarily part of the, tutorial, but this is helpful. So I'm going to come in here, and the way that we can see um weathering is not just like a texture, which you could totally do. So if I found like a texture brush, let's see, I could probably find like one of these like rake brushes. Let me make it smaller. And I'm just gonna kind of start doing some scuffs. The highlights will be, and I'm gonna do some different shades of gray here. Maybe even like, yeah. So you can start, doing actually here's a good idea. I'm going to keep this all white. So I'm going to just focus around where the light is going to be catching this texture, which will be around the highlight and down here. So you could use, there's tons of texture brushes out there. This is just a rake brush. So I am going to, I'm just going to make this texture all over, but I'm going to kind of concentrate a little bit more around where this highlight is. Um, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this layer, which is just right here, and I'm gonna move it underneath my rendering layer. Now look at that. Before, after. I just moved this underneath of my black layer, and because I wasn't pressing very hard, you can still see that texture, and we might be able to keep it on top of our layers, but change the blending mode. So if we did something like this is white, so if we did something like this is soft light, this is overlay, this is vivid light. I'm gonna keep it at overlay. Before, after. So now we have a little bit of a fun, like, scratchiness. Let's see what it looks like if I reduce it a little bit. So now it's so simple to add personality, but here's something that will make it look a little bit more illustrative. Today is more focusing on like illustrated metal. I'm going to take the same soft brush that I've been using and I'm going to use the lasso tool and I am going to oops, I'm going to make sure that my lasso is actually lassoing. And I'm going to do something like this. I'm going to make like a cut right here. And one thing to think about with the with a notch or a cut is that it is going to be catching the edge of this light. So I'm going to start with the dark and then I'm going to take the light and I'm going to go in and I'm not changing my layer at all, but I am going to just try to cut in there. Maybe even go back in with my dark, soften my touch a little bit. And then I'm going to just crisp it up. Maybe go in with like a little bit more of like a mid-tone.
You got
Wow!
mail.
Vandua, welcome, Raiders! Hi, everybody. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, Raiders. We're setting sail to you. Oh my gosh, my arms are wide open. I don't have my I can't actually open up my arms, but they're wide open. My arms are I'm hugging, I'm reaching out for you guys. How are you? Welcome in, Vanduel. I hope you had a fabulous stream. What were you doing today? Welcome, Raiders. I'm Mandi Quin, mall mannequin. I'm an illustrator, animator, and professional goober. And today we were doing a tutorial slash demo for gradient maps, and now we're doing a demo for rendering metal, and various surfaces. Oh my gosh, Madman!
Captainosaur local madman gifted a tier 1 sub to Bandwa Bones. They
Oh,
have given 75 gift subs in the channel.
thank you so much for that gifted subby. That's so sweet of you. We're playing more Pikmin and suffering. Oh my gosh. You're so strong. You're so strong. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome everybody. If you don't already know me, like I said, I'm Mandi Quinn, mall mannequin, and illustrator, animator, professional goober. And I like to draw silly stuff like this. Love drawing silliness like this. Um and I've been using my art pieces to demonstrate where I use gradient maps. Actually, this rainbow metal, I used gradient maps here. And if you guys are interested in more art tutorials and stuff like that, you can also find me on Blue Sky where I post my tutorials. I also have my YouTube there that I've done some tutorials on. So thank you so much for the raid. If you need to raid and run and take care of yourself, please do. But feel free to hang out. I have to raid and run because hopefully we're replacing our dead car today. Oh my goodness! Congratulations! I hope everything works out. Welcome in, y'all, and thank you so much for the raid. Go take care of yourself. Thank you so much. Have a lovely day. That's so sweet of you. What the fuck? Um, well, welcome in. So we're rendering metal. So one of the first things I'll do a quick recap. We have a gray circle, a mid-tone gray, our light is coming from here and then bouncing off of something. We have this dark layer, we have this highlight layer, and we have now added some texture, and now I'm adding notches. And you can see here that we have shadow on the side where the light is hitting and being obscured, and that little edge there is catching all the light. And this is super easy to do. You just need to have the lasso tool, and I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna just start grabbing some areas of that I kind of want to, scratch up, keeping in mind where my light is coming from. So now we have some extra little divots. Praise the ball. And we're just using a soft brush, black and white. So here I'm gonna darken some of these up first, and I'm gonna turn to white, and I'm gonna lighten a little bit. Again, keeping in mind where the light is coming from. And now I'm really gonna just go in to the opposite of where the dark parts are. Da-da-da-da-da-da. In fact, actually this one here, Might even, oops, catch a little bit more down here instead. There we go. So now, look at that. And if we didn't want the scratches to look so deep, um, I would just go in and lighten up some of those dark spots so that it wasn't so deep. So this is a super easy way, and of course I just have that on its own layer. That's a super easy way to get a little bit more oomph and some varied texture on like a metallic surface. I'm gonna go around with my light soft brush and I'm gonna put the there we go. So I'm just gonna kind of catch that edge a little bit. Making the edges a little bit softer might also help, um, to make it look a little bit more incorporated into the ball rather than just, like, you know, sitting on top of it. But that's a really easy way, to add some personality. But in the base in very basic, here is what a semi-metallic object would look like. Now, if we wanted to go a little bit crazy, let me make a different layer. I'm gonna now interpret doing some extra reflections. So let me do my lasso tool again, and I'm gonna deselect some of these areas, just kind of go for like the classic like window. And again, it doesn't have to be super complicated because we're illustrating this. We are trying to make it, we're not making it necessarily realistic. We are trying to capture um the feeling and the vibe of something metallic. Okay, so now with this selected, I am just going to kind of very lightly do that. I'm going to go back and erase. Actually, oops, I need white. I need white. I had gray. Silly. Let's do this. There we go. I'm going to go back here. I'm going to like erase off this edge here to maintain our roundedness. I'm going to erase in. And the edge is still looking a little too crisp. So let me go to filter, blur, Gaussian blur, and I'm just going to notch that up a little bit. And you can see we don't really know what's being reflected on this, and it doesn't really matter. We are being given the idea that this is a shiny, reflective object. In fact, there might be things reflected over here as well. So let me, something like this. I'm varying the size of my brush. You can see here the brush is pretty small. Let me see if I make it bigger, it'll be softer. If I make it smaller, it'll be sharper. So I erase with another soft brush and then I make it bigger to just do these very subtle gradients. And now, I mean, we're just playing around. We're not going for realism. We're not trying to do anything wild, but we have gotten the effect of a metal ball. We have some bounce light, which is super interesting. We have a distinct light source, and this looks like, for all intents and purposes, a metal ball. Even without that extra, this looks like a ball bearing of some sort. So let's say we're satisfied with this ball. Now I'm going to make this one group. So now I'm going to label this group ball. Save. I'm going now to show you what a gradient map would do to this. And I'll do a couple. Um, Let me make sure that it is selecting group. Let me do a couple of these to show you just different examples that we can achieve. Actually, let me make this way. We're gonna group these together. There we go. All right, so now we have 3 metal balls. And you saw me in a very, very rudimentary, quick way, just by making sure that A, my contrast was very distinct. I had very high contrast. And also that the distance between my darkest dark and my lightest light were very close together. That is what really makes something look shiny. And if I get rid of that shininess here, or if I reduce it, so let me change this to like 25%. See how much more matte? It's still a semi-shiny object. And even then, I can go here and blur it. Blur, Gaussian blur. if I blur it, it looks even more matte. That's because there's A, less contrast, and B, the gradient between our values is very soft as opposed to being very sharp. But it really is that subtle. It really is that easy. Um, and again, I could put some highlights on here, but now there's something missing. It doesn't have the same effect. So let me do some gradient maps on these to show you how incredibly different we can make the same art. And this is something that we went over before, but I think it's easier to just show. So I'm going to make one ball look gold. Another ball is going to stay silver, and but we'll do something to make it more interesting. And then the third ball will make bronze or copper. So here is that first one. So I'm going to just go to my adjustment layer and choose gradient map. And you can see this looks crazy. That means I have to clip it in. And you can see here, let me make this down here. Perfect. I don't want this. Oops, I don't want that. So you can see here that my gradient is actually flipped the wrong way. So that's why it's been inverted. So let me change it. Okay, so this has assigned a black and white gradient map. It is darkening my darks and keeping my lights pretty light. Already, now we have almost like a platinum or like a gunmetal kind of effect. So the first one I'm going to go for is gold. Gold obviously has a lot of yellow. I mean, there are different types of gold. So I recommend if you're working on metal and you don't have a lot of experience working on metal, I recommend looking at reference images and color picking some of the colors that you find. I look away for a moment and the balls have doubled. Actually, they've tripled. So, in order to make this look light, I'm going to focus on a range of values. I'm going to avoid black. There are some and again, the more intense the change of values, the more shiny it's going to look. So, I'm going to go to my darkest color and I'm going to start with like a very red orange and I'm going to make it pretty deep. So now you can see that the only colors present are this dark orangey brown and a white. And it's just giving us everything in between. And so now using our gradient maps, even though I'll make this a little bit deeper, like almost like a dark chocolate color. So now we have the power to now tell it that we want different value ranges to appear as different colors. I'm going to go here towards the bottom and I'm going to click and I'm going to make this I'm going to go for a brown that's a little bit muted. And now look at that. We've got a little bit more richness. We're doing one color at a time. You can see darker brown, slightly lighter brown. Now I'm done with my dark values. I'm going to try to get it now going towards yellow. So I'm going to choose something that's a little bit more yellow, still keeping it kind of like an ochre color and maybe a little bit lighter. I think you can do fewer colors if the way that it's blending between doesn't look muddy. If something looks muddy, just add a new color in between and you can definitely control how this gradient's look. Now, just with what I've done here, this is already looking very, very golden, but it's missing a little bit of oomph. It's missing a little bit of personality, and that's because my light values aren't as warm as I want them to be. Um, that's why rendering with just black and white might end up looking a little flat. So by adding things like, for example, if I'm drawing with red, adding a bit of yellow to my highlights would make it look a little bit richer, so that the lighter tones don't end up looking pink; they look more like a yellowy orange. So now I'm going to bring this up to a lighter color. Look at that. Before, after. Look at how much more warmth we've brought here. Now, I'm gonna make this an even lighter, intense yellow. Done. And I'm gonna change a little bit. There we go. Done. So here is what we created. This is our gradient map. See that hot, warm yellow that's right around our highlight? And now all this subtle color down here is no longer like white and gray. It's all that nice bright yellow. Look at how much more personality this has just because we introduced that yellow. It looks stellar. So I'm gonna keep this for now. And again, this is just look at this. If I turned it off, it's not there. Before, after, before, after. That color that's right around your highlight will do a lot of really cool work for you. But again, because you did a really good job with just your values, you know that whatever you put on top of it is going to look great. So here's that gold, and you can see it against the silver. Very distinct. Here's our silver. And you might be saying, Mandy, there's not too much I can do with silver, but that's actually not correct. You could have warm undertones, you could have cool undertones. But doing just the grayscale, just black and white, is totally fine. Absolutely. But we could do better. So let me assign a new gradient map. I'm going to clip it in. Again, it's inverted the values, but let me change that. So now it is just we're starting how we started before, black and white. And I'm going to turn our darkest value into a deep indigo purple, like a deep violet. And now we have a very and you know what? I might make this a little bit more blue. So it's now like a navy color. See how much more interesting it already looks? But I don't want it to be blue necessarily. So I'm going to add another color and I'm going to go towards almost like a dusty color here. It's looking a little too blue. But as we start working on getting closer to our highlights, we can change the vibe by pushing and pulling our colors along. Looks like a bell color. Ooh, it'd be very easy to make this look like a bell. All right, I'm now going to choose a much lighter color, a very muted kind of blue, like a powder blue. And let me actually get it a little bit more warm. So I'm going to turn it towards more of like a green blue or like a sky blue color. This whole thing is blue ball joke. It is, and you've done it. Okay. So now this is a little bit warmer than that. So as you can see, this is what our color gamut's looking like. We don't want it to look blue, so what we're going to do is we're going to start pushing this back and trying to achieve more of our midtones. And I'm going to drop the saturation to be a little bit less blue. And I'm just moving these. And now you can see, uh-oh, we're kind of like losing some of the plot. That's okay. That's okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to maintain a little bit more of our silver color. I've introduced a bit of warmth. I think our problem is that our blue is too blue. So we can move that over. That's a nice color. That's a nice color. And this is also a little too saturated. So there we go. I've desaturated it a little bit. I'm also going to give it a little bit more space between my white and this color. And I'm going to drag these colors a little bit over. There we go. See how much more interesting that looks? And I'm going to change our darkest color a little bit warmer, a little bit bluer. There we go. A little bit lighter. So now we went from having this, which is still very serviceable. Like this reads as silver, it looks like silver. And now we've given it this blue undertone that has just made it so much more interesting and will avoid looking as flat. Now for our final one, we're going to do like a copper or a bronze. So again, I'm going to make Mandy always cooking. Hi Zach, how are you? We are going to make another gradient mask or gradient map rather. Gonna clip it in. Oh, wow, thanks for being a super shopper. And you can see here, I'm actively changing. I'm putting the dark on the light, dark on the left, light on the right. And if I want this to look coppery, I'm going to start with something very similar to our gold, but I'm going to skew it more red and orange. So here I'm in a really deep red orange, very similar to the gold that we had, but instead of going towards yellows, we're going to stay toward orange. So I'm gonna go with this deep red scarlet color. I'm gonna add another color right about here, and I'm gonna keep it in the red neighborhood, maybe a little bit more orange than that.
Looks like it's time to save your work.
Thank you. Thank you.
Remember to drink some
And to
water,
drink water.
Mandi.
Let's go. Let's go. Everybody make sure you're hydrating. Oh, all right, all right. Time to stretch. Ba-ba-ba-ba-da. Yeah. Ugh. Oh. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Let's go. Da-da-da-ba-ba-ba-da. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Thank you. Hell yeah. So you can see here that we're starting very similarly to how we started with the gold. But let me go back in here. So now, instead of heading more towards yellow, getting hit by the full combo, absolutely. Fatality. Oops, oops, oops. Cancel, cancel. So now, I'm going to go towards like an orange color, very similar to what we were doing with gold. I want to utilize color, but if you make it too saturated, it might be a little too intense. Hi, Golden. How are you? Are you ready? Hi, hi, hi. I'm your little butterfly. Hi. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, mom? What do you mean by that? That's your mom right there, isn't it? That's your mommy right there. I love your mom. Give her a big old smooch on the mouth. Yeah. I finished the stickers. Hell yeah, dear. Hell yeah. I can't wait to see them. I'm so excited. That's so cool. Are these the first stickers you've ever made? Ba-ba-da-ba-da. Love Mandy Eggy Face. Thank you. All right, so now that we have that, I'm going to start sticking towards orange. I'm going to stay in the orange area, maybe a little bit warmer than that. Differentiate. Your mom? Oh, that's so nice. Posting them on the fridge? Hell yeah. All right, and then right before our highlight, I'll get it a little bit more towards yellow. But our range of value is less than the gold. We're still trying to achieve like a little bit of a yellow. Um, but we are sticking towards this brown brassiness. And let me make that a little less intense. Du-du-du-du. There we go. And you can see if I have a sharper, see how much crispier that is? That's just because I made the gradient sharper here. There's a little tool in the middle that I can drag to like soften that. So let me take a look here and see if our brassiness is actually truly kind of brown. And I think I could make this a little bit orangier. So let me bring this down towards orange. That's the cool thing is that you can change. See that I've made it more orange. You can go back and edit your gradient map at any point. And I might even add a little bit more red in here. That red might be too dark, so let's lighten it up because I don't want to lose all my value, all the different. There we go. See how much more just by changing our two colors. I made this color more red, I made this color more orange. Look at that. Okay. And now you're saying, "Okay, cool. We have these 3 metal balls, these 3 orbs, and they look pretty good. They look better than they did when we started out." Again, when we started hold on. Let me grab this. When we started this, let me keep my layers. You can see here, I have my 3 groups. I have the 3 different balls, and I have 3 different gradient maps. If I turn these gradient maps off, these all started as the same ball. 'Cause stepmother ball is life. So these all started as the same image and with only a gradient map and a little bit of fiddling around, which by the way, we can edit by double clicking into our gradient map at any time. We have created 3 different objects. Is that not freaking fucking so cool? Freaking fucking. So now the last step to making this metal object look way cooler and anything, by the way. Remember earlier when I mentioned the gradient maps should not be the only thing you use because although we put a lot of depth in these by incorporating warmer colors versus some like less saturated colors, like a saturation versus desaturation, there are ways that we can make this look even cooler. One of the ways that's super easy, go back into the gradient map. If I went back into this gradient map here for the gold, and I changed my white highlight to a very pale blue. Look at that. Very strange what it's done, but I can also adjust. I can add another color. Oh my goodness! Lumi!
Lumi Lander gifted a tier 1 sub to Space FEs.
Oh, thank you so much for the gifted sub. That's so nice of you. Thank you. Here, let me replace this color. Doo-doo-doo. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. So now we've added this strange blue highlight. It's kind of not doing what I want it to, but it's interesting. And that's just because our white highlight is too crisp. However, just by changing the highlight, hold on. Just by changing this highlight color to something different, like a slightly blue shade, it's given a little bit of a different vibe. If I turned it something kind of like pink, a very pale pink, I'm now in this territory of exploring different colors of light. I was just telling my partner how much I love your art and have been internally dissecting how you do all your overlays. Oh, thank you so much. I'm actually working on some new overlays now. So you don't just have to use white. Um, but if you know that your values work, you can do so much more on top of it. Um, to just take it to the next level. But instead of just changing your highlight color, I'm going to add additional lighting. So here you can see I've made an additional clipping layer. And with gold especially, I recommend adding blue, like a nice shade of blue, like a sky blue color. And I'm going to interpret it as if this is in a sky lit area. Look at that. I'm using the same soft brush that I had before. I'm going to erase a little bit. I don't want it to be too intense, but since we have some sky coming in, I'm hitting that with this blue. Look at how much more interesting that looks now. And if we can assume that there's some bounce light happening, adding a little bit of that blue down to the bottom as well, look at how stellar, you know, look at that. We've just made it look so much more interesting here. And we're also getting these really cool combinations of colors that we would not have otherwise if we didn't introduce some extra colors. And now it's from looking good to being way more interesting. There's a lot of good gradient map asset packs out there for both Clip Studio and Photoshop. Can give you good ideas about where to place certain colors. Absolutely. Um, so if I had like a pink light source somewhere, let me now I have a little bit of like a pink color here. Look at how much cooler this looks. Just because we weren't afraid to introduce, and now it almost has like a bit of like an oil slick kind of vibe. So let me start introducing other colors. So maybe we have a little bit of like a purple, a little bit more of like a green here. And now it's almost like a pearlescent metal. I can bring a little bit more of that here. And let me see if this looks any better using some sort of blending mode. So here is hard light. Here's what it was before, and here's hard light. Look at that cool effect that we've just gotten to. Let me grab the blue again, put it around here. We're now playing with texture. It almost looks like a pearl now. And this is us just having fun and playing around. But look at that. One, two. It doesn't have to be super realistic. It doesn't have to be super fantastic, but we are now introducing colors that are outside of our gradient map, and we're getting these really cool results because of it. Um, and And I highly recommend looking at interesting materials. So like if you see like a pearl or like those metal um like oil slick utensils have been super popular. Take a look at how the light plays off of those things. But this gold is so much more interesting just because of one layer. This is a good gold. This looks like gold. Let's say your character's hair is red and this is an earring that your character is wearing. Let's take some of the color of their hair. Let's say the earring has the hair on this side. We're going to add some of that rich red color right here. And now we're incorporating things from your environment into this reflective because that's how it would look in real life. If you have Christmas ornaments, guys, take a Christmas ornament and set it down on a table and then start putting stuff around it. It doesn't have to be super perfect. I don't recommend making it too complicated too quickly. Okay? Just focus on how the color from the stuff around it is impacting uh the colors of the shape itself. And I'm gonna go a little haywire here, and I'm gonna say that we're gonna introduce a little bit of like a pinky color. Look at that. And let me make that into, let's see. You can change the blending mode. So this is like a little bit softer here. This is linear dodge. This is screen, lighten, multiply if you want it to be a little bit deeper. Um, I'm gonna just, ooh, and here's exclusion, subtraction. Oh, here's color. So color has given us a little bit more subtlety here. So shiny balls, yes, we're doing a metal rendering tutorial and gradient map tutorial. So here is what we had before. Here's the gradient map, and here's
Sip
that
sip.
extra. Hi, thank you, Lumi. So yeah, you don't have to do a lot of work to make metal look like metal. And again, I cannot emphasize enough using references is super key. While the ads play, I'm just going to do the same thing to the other metal balls. So you guys aren't missing too much. So we have, let's say, our character's hair or like a light source here. And then we'll have, let's say there's some sky on the other side. Photoshop, behave.
Mandi. Save yourself.
Thank you. I'm saving, I'm saving. So now let's say we've got some sky. I'm going to go for like a cooler sky blue here. And this is still on the same like color layer. So this is looking a little bit muddy. So this is when I would just probably take it back to being normal. So now our metal is so much more interesting because we've incorporated colors from the environment. Um, and that just goes to show that it really does not take much to make something look really cool. Here's one layer. Here's a different layer. Um, I'm gonna do another one. Just taking the blue, even just adding blue right here, or up top. I'm gonna soften. I'm gonna lighten this color and soften it. Something like that. Let me actually change this to be vivid light. I like vivid light. And I'm going to come back in and I'm going to erase around the edge just to make sure that I'm not actually losing my shape. Big soft brush, tapering, tapering. And I'm going to come back down here, do the same thing with this. This is just the addition of blue. This is a vivid light layer. So look at how much more interesting. I think blue on gold is one of the best combinations to make your gold look infinitely more interesting. And now I'm going to make my eraser, which is again a soft brush, really small so it's much sharper, and I'm going to erase a sharp edge right here. Keeping it soft everywhere else, erasing, just following the shape. And then if you wanted to go in and kind of like do some of this, you could. It's very easy to make something A look metallic, but B look really cool. But I'm going to keep that as it is. Let me get rid of those other ones. Now I want to make my silver kind of look cool. now you can see having a complementary color. So this is blue and like a yellowy browny color, brown, orange, yellow. That blue ultimately contrasting. So now we have blue. So maybe we could use some warmer highlights to make this stand out, or we could go cooler. But let me do another clipping mask, and let me take like an orange, like a beige color, and do something like that. We've already incorporated some of that color into our gradient map, so I'm not too worried about making it stand out. And now I'm just gonna play with my my blending modes. Here's lighten, screen, overlay. Ooh, I really like vivid light. So now it still looks silver, but we've just given it we're by by playing with different colors and also changing the blending mode, we're getting some green in here. We're getting some what looks to be like a pink color. Um, and so here's our before, here's our after. It might not always be necessary to do this. And I'm gonna take something like multiply. I'm gonna do multiply at 50%. I'm gonna take like a purple color. It might not be necessary to do this to all of your metal, but this just goes to show how easy it is for you to make your metal look way more interesting with very little effort. This is multiply at 50% before, after. It's like a purple color. You know what? If I don't like it, let me just go to adjustments, hue saturation, and let me just turn the saturation slide. Let me see what other colors. Okay, we have a bit of a green happening here. I'm going to go back here. We can get kind of a range of blue. That's really fun. I can make it way more saturated, or I can desaturate it. I could also make it darker, more saturated, change the color. So it's never been easier for us to make our metal look way more interesting. Here's the before, which again, this looks like silver. This looks really good still. And then after, it's still silver, but we've warmed it up with some of these complementary colors. We have just taken a good to a great. And again, you don't always have to make it look like this. This is very illustrative metal, but all I'm trying to say is that it's super easy to make something look really cool. Finally, with my bronze or my whatever this, my copper, I'm going to try to do something really fun to it. Again, all I'm doing is making a clipping mask, and let me start incorporating those very coppery greens, like a desaturated mint color. And the reason why that mint is going to look really cool is because there's a lot of red and orange in this color, and green is the complementary to that. So let me see if I can't get another, and let me see if I can't change. This is lighten. Lighten is good. I recommend just playing around with stuff, seeing what works, what you end up liking. And also now we're getting these beautiful colors that we wouldn't have originally thought of or planned for. Look at that. That's just off on. It's really, really special when you can find combinations that work like that. And let's say we wanted to make like a patina or something instead. Gosh dang, yeah. Again, this is it's just color theory too. Let me show you. So yellow, oops, yellow, a bit of like an orangey brown, and now I'm pulling out things like green, and sky blue. I was using a color that was closer to this. And you might be saying that doesn't look very pretty, but yellows, there's a lot of yellow and orange in this. So if I have, let's see, a little bit more of an orange tone, and we have another bit of a blue here, all of a sudden this color palette looks a lot nicer. So this is why I chose that. Here for the silver, we have some pretty muted colors here. We're kind of getting into this like dusty, this I have a little bit of like a warmer color there. Um And I've introduced into it orange. There's like almost this pinkish color happening here. And now you can see the orange and the blue, they're complements to each other. Finally, here we have this intense orange that's leaning towards towards red. So we actually have a lot of red in here, like this, and a little bit of that yellow there. And now, because red and green are complements on the color wheel, this, let me get a little bit of a cooler color, this, and a little bit of like a deeper, almost turquoise color. And so the red and green, the blue and orange, and another blue and orange, a little bit of yellow. In fact, if I wanted to go back to the gold, blue looks so good on gold because if you're viewing it like in a sky lit environment, the blue is just the sky being reflected. However, let me go to my hue saturation and make it a little bit more purple. Look at that. So now by making it a little bit more purple, we're getting even closer to a true complementary scheme. I'm about to do something really tedious, but it's for friends. Good luck. Good luck on your endeavor. I hope that you take the time to rest, take care of yourself. So now let me change the colors here. So we have our yellows and our orange. Oops. Now we're getting some of these interesting purples. Purple. I'm getting a little bit of green there. There's a pretty crazy purple right here. Look at that. Purple, yellow, blue, orange, red, green. I'm separating them all now mostly to put them on the PC screen like intended. But, ooh, your stickers? Oh my gosh. I'm excited to see what you've been working on. So yeah, if you're interested in color theory, just know that you don't have to use exactly the color, right? You can go with something more nuanced, but understanding the foundation of what's opposites will give you um oh,
You got mail.
hi, welcome in, Raiders. Hi there. The garden's closed, but we have plants to share. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. We love plants. We freaking love plants. Hi everyone. Welcome in. I'm so excited to see you. Oh my goodness. Welcome, Raiders. I'm Mandy Quin Mall Mannequin. I'm an illustrator, animator, and professional goober. And today we're doing a tutorial and demo stream. Glambat, welcome to the mall. I hope you had a wonderful time. What were you up to today? Welcome in, everyone. Oh my god. Got mail alerts, amazing. Thank you. Alec23, thank you so much for the follow. I made it myself and then my pal Baljeet did the audio for it. I'm actually Love Softly, thank you so much. I'm actually going to be doing a re-debut at the beginning of May and I was trying to see what I wanted my raid alert to be, but I kind of I feel very nostalgic with that, so I don't know what I'm gonna do about that. But welcome in. Thank you so much for lurking. I hope you had a fabulous stream. If you guys don't know me already, like I said, I'm Mandy Quinn Mall Mannequin, and I draw a lot of interesting stuff on stream, but I draw stuff like this. Working on some client work and ended on some Sona art. Do you have any art tacks that you'd like to share? I would I would love to see. I'm very gently reaching out my little hand and I'm just clap, clap, clap.
Attention shoppers,
Oh,
a sale is going on right now in the
mhm.
gardening section of the mall. Feel free to take some plants home today.
Oh, heck yeah, we got tons of plants. I didn't realize we were having a gardening sale. Let's fucking go. Ghost reference, I'm back. Welcome in. I actually yeah, take your time with the art tax. Y'all, if any of you need to raid and run, take care of yourselves. Get something good to eat, something good to drink. Take your meds, rest, whatever you need to do. But we're actually in the middle of a rendering metal tutorial, and I'm doing a little bit of color theory stuff. But yeah, I draw stuff like this. I actually need to draw a new Miku for the new Papa Emeritus. I also draw stuff like this. I tend to draw art that makes me laugh. I do a lot of laughing. I do a lot of giggling. If you guys would like to see more of my stuff, I have a blue sky. I also have a card which has and a coffee that has a whole gallery. Seated for this. I have such a hard time with metals. Absolutely. I'm almost done with the metal tutorial and I'll do a very quick recap so, so that you guys can benefit from it. But also I plan on making visual followable tutorials for this, and I hope to make some videos. I've been lurking on your blue sky looking at all the pretty art. Thank you so much. You guys are so freaking sweet. What the heck? Let me open a recent one. Bup, 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 bup. Where is it? Here it is. I made this tutorial recently. So I will be making a tutorial like this for metal and posting it on Blue Sky. So for you to reference later. So I'm gonna hopefully get that done this week using the art that we've made here today for our demo. But let me go back to the demo um, and explain what I was doing. So today, rendering metal and using gradient maps was the goal. So very quickly, this is our red, green. I'm using complementary colors here. Red, green. We have our blue, orange, and our yellow, purple. Red, green, blue, orange, yellow, purple. That's the complementary colors that are opposite on the color wheel. So let me show you guys what I did for these metal balls. We had all of the balls drawn exactly the same. I'm absolutely ready. You can I'm ready. I'm ready. You can send the link at any time. No permissions needed. Ugh. Let me get fixed to my chair. The AC is blowing on my little feet, y'all, and it's cold. Let me get a sippy of my matcha. All the matcha's like settled at the bottom. I don't know if I wanna let me see if I can't mix it up a little bit. It's like if you've ever seen a shipwreck with all the silt at the bottom. There we go. Have you guys seen unrelated? Have you guys seen the new 3D scans of the Titanic? They sent a couple different submersible non-manned submersible scanners down to the Titanic and meticulously scanned it with high quality. So now they have 3D model scans of every detail of the Titanic on the ocean floor. Isn't that fucking cool? Ooh, some Sona art. The client whip is still rough. What? Let's fucking go. Oh my goodness gracious. These look I love shipwrecks. I've been watching a lot of shipwreck videos, guys. Oh my gosh, your art's crazy. Hold on, let me get this panel out of the way. My goodness. What the freak? What the frick? Man, I listen. The proportions, I love these proportions. I am very guilty of the long leggy club, the super long leggy club. Um and so I'm very guilty of drawing like extended like arm and leg proportions, and I love the thickness of these boots to just add weight to this otherwise very tall and slender character. The summer spring fit, I love it. Oh my god. And then if we look at this cute little, it's almost like a petit four where there's like it's usually like a skirt or a dress that has like straps on it. uh, I haven't looked at yours yet. If you are interested, I recommend sending it into the art critique. I usually only take a gander at the raid art tax. But feel free to submit, and also after stream, I'll take a look. Ooh, I love all these little details too. That you're calling out scars and freckles. This is pretty incredible reference. I really love this. I also love the lighter palm detail. I'm a sucker for that. Ooh, ooh. I see there's the green eye and a red eye. This is super cool. What the heck? Oh yeah, you're calling out all of the distinguishing markings. I love the keys. The keys clipped onto the belt. I love that. Or like a little belt loop. Oh, this is awesome. Also, is this one of those openings in boots where you can like put stuff in it? I love I don't know. I'm a sucker for clothing items that you can put things inside of. Any kind of transparency or yeah, let's go. This is so cool. This really interesting scar on the neck too. Oh god. Also, I don't know, the vibe is so pristine, but it feels rugged at the same time. You're very clean. It's still rough, but your line art is very thin and intentional. Um and your color palette is extremely muted. And so this simple and soft palette and style is super effective, and it just carries such a nice vibe. One of my favorite plants, a wood fern. Is that also this on the back here? Is that the type of fern? It's probably not, but there's a type of fern where if you touch the leaves, they like close up. They like close. Gotta go. I'll definitely be back to rewatch the VOD. Thank you so much, Lumi. Have a good night. I love when you like touch the edge and all of them just start curling in on each other. Oh, cute. I love that. I love this so much. Also, I'm a sucker for pointy ears. I'm not gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna lie to you. I love pointy ears. No, you're talking about, yeah, I don't know what plant it is, but the vibes are immaculate. I also love that your crop top shows off a little bit of the plant at the back. That's fucking cool. Oh, let's go. Zoom in for details and more info. Let's fucking go. I also love how fine the print is. I don't know. You really have to get obviously too, you're trying to fit a lot of information in a way that doesn't look cluttered. Everything I do looks really cluttered. I'm very heavy-handed. Um I this is very delicate and I'm ham-fisted, you know what I mean? Like I'm still very intentional, but I tend to like do everything very much. But not only does this small text allow you to put more information in a way that's not overwhelming to look at, but it forces us to zoom in closer and look at it closely. And that's just smart. Also, this barcode's sick. I like the idea of a barcode. This is fucking cool. Thank you so much for sharing. I popped off a little bit, I think. Thank you so much for sharing. For those of you that are curious, so this is just our tutorial. We're doing rendering metal. And a quick synopsis is that if you have an extreme range of value, of course, absolutely. If you have extreme range of value, extreme light, extreme dark, and the transition from light to dark is very abrupt, meaning it's just way less softness in between, that is what makes something look metallic. I'm gonna take one of these, and I'll show you the rendering that I did for this. So we have just a you can see here I only have 3 layers that are clipped in. We have a mid-tone gray, black with a soft brush, very soft, left the edge a little exposed for that bounce light. Came in with not only my harsh highlight on the side here, but a little bit more of an intense bounce light, and then followed it up with a little bit of a almost like a cartoon like window reflection kind of vibe. Um and so I duplicated that 3 times and I sought out to do gold, silver, and bronze. And the middle obviously is already silver, but I was showing people some of the ways that you can make your metal look a little bit more interesting. And this is where the gradient maps come in. A gradient map is just a way for your program to assign colors to different values, black, white, and anything in between. So here is our yeah, right on the gold. So this is a gradient map. It looks like this, and we've assigned it to this one here. You can turn it off, it's its own layer. And you can also go in and edit it at any time. You can also copy, paste, and apply it to other things. So, gradient maps, if you're working with something that's metallic, or if you want to start off like almost like an underpainting, so maybe you wanted everything to be kind of like sepia and you wanted to do like washes of color over top for like maybe skin tones or something like that, gradient maps are a really cool base. Then I went over with some complementary color, like the sky blue, a little bit of purple, to make this gold look much more interesting. So here's our before, here's our after. I've heard of gray map before, but never knew how to use it. This is so helpful. Absolutely. And like I mentioned earlier, I am going to be making a graphic to explain these ideas much more simply. I've been yapping for almost 5 hours. But I was going through a bunch of my other artworks and explaining how I did stuff, why I broke it up the way I did. And this is actually the demo portion. Um, and so now we have this silver ball. I also hope to make a video. I want to make more videos. Videos take me a long time to make. So here's our silver ball. It obviously looks silver, but I added this gradient map to it. You can see here that I've introduced some more blue into the base, some of these very gray desaturated blues. On top of it, I've added the complementary of like this orangey color. some beige, some tan, and then I darkened it with a multiply layer just to bring back some of that value. And I used a pretty deep, like brownish color to do that. So now we have something that looks a little bit more rich, a little bit more interesting. Here it is just with the gradient map. Here it is with that lighting. Here it is when we started and then after. So now we've added a lot of vibrancy. If you're interested in doing pearls, pearls are very fun. Pearlescence or holographic. You did add warmer tones to the gold, cooler to the silver to give it a pop. Yeah, the gold I stayed in like a deep brown that was a little bit less saturated. And then for the gold, if you take a look here in my gradient map, you can see right by the white highlight here, I introduced this super saturated yellow. If I were to get rid of that yellow, it ends up having a little bit less depth. So it still works, but you can see here we're getting these like creamy colors here, which totally work, right? You can always go in with let's say this is where you started. You could go in with like a soft light layer or like an overlay layer with a yellow color and like add warmth in specific spots. You could totally do that. But if we wanted to utilize our gradient map by just adding that yellow before, after, we've given ourselves instead of like a peach color, we have controlled this intense gold right here just by adding that color right there. Um and then of course we finish it off by introducing cooler tones that almost are an implication that there's like a sky that's reflecting onto our metal. Here with the silver, I've introduced warmer tones instead because we have a bunch of cooler tones here. Uh Neon light mural graffiti. That yes, yes. Yeah. I love neon. If you guys are interested in a neon tutorial, I could do that in like 2 seconds. And it'd be super easy. So this one, our gradient map looks like this. So we've introduced some blue into the undertone instead. So here it is before, and you can see here that I lost a lot of my value, so it's not so dark. Um, but I solved that with a multiply, and I made that more of like and even this, even if I just left it like this, I think it looks fine, but then putting some of that beigey color here, and I might even knock that down a little bit. This is a vivid light layer. This is now 70%. And it just adds a bit of richness. You can see here again around my gradient map, right here, you can see that it's a slightly more saturated blue, and it shows up very subtly. See that? It's like a ring of that slightly more saturated color. It's just really gonna make your metals stand out. You don't have to necessarily do this, but as long as you're taking color from your environment, it'll make this metal feel more grounded in your reality. So interesting, I'm gonna play around with gradient maps. They're super easy. At any time here, I can turn it off. And even then, even just adding these on top of my silver has made it look more interesting. This is even without my gradient map because I started with black and white, so even if I just did this and this, it almost has like a gunmetal effect, but this lightens it back up and brings it closer to silver. And then with my copper, I went very similarly to my gold, but I kept more red and orange, and again, you can see here around that highlight, we have this intense yellow, keeps it very warm. And on top of this, I introduced a soft, like, patina color, so this milky green color, and that's it, before, after, and now because this is a lighten blending mode, so now I'm getting this deep color here. Yaku Aku, welcome in! I'm getting this depth of color right here, and here, some of these areas are making such interesting colors that wouldn't have been present without this. So now here's our 3 distinct metals, and they all started from the same art. Bop, bop, bop. And I was actually before you guys popped in, I was explaining that this is, mostly just color theory. Just color theory. So here we have, yellow purple, which are complementary colors on the color wheel. Yellow and purple are opposites on the color wheel. So now I've color picked from this ball. You can see we have orange, we have brown, we have yellow, and we have these purples and like this weird green here. That is kind of is really fascinating. It's like making these little subtleties. What if metal has rust? Is there no reflection? Yeah, you're adding now a more matte material onto the surface. I was actually about to just add some patina um, to our coppery color. Okay, blue, orange, and like a reddish color and green. Um, so that's the basics. So now let me add a patina. I am going to group these together and name these real quick. Oops. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, Photoshop. I'm also using Photoshop, so some of these the techniques are, you know, are effective in any program you use. The UI just might be a little bit different. Where you find these things might, occur in slightly different places. So now, we have a really vibrant, shiny surface. If we're gonna be making like a patina, we are now softening that surface and adding a coating of a matte or a less shiny on top of it. So let me make a clipping mask over my group of copper and let me color code these so you guys can see. We have an orange, we have a silver, and we have a gold. So now it's a little bit easier to tell what I'm doing over there. So let me go to my copper and I'm gonna kind of knock down this a little bit to be a little bit, and you can see it's much more subtle now. You can keep things subtle. Like I said, I'm very ham-fisted with how I do stuff. So what I'm gonna do is I'm clipping this in, and I am going to take some of these rusty colors. I'm gonna start with a middle and I'm gonna find like a texture brush that I really like. This whole time, aside from the harsh edge circle brush that I used to make the circle, I've only been using a soft edge brush. So let me go to like dry media. That should be fine. That should be perfectly fine. So I have this brush. It is a Kyle Webster brush. It says pastel. It's one of the pastel brushes. And I'm just gonna start adding it where I think my patina should show up. One of the things that happens that is super interesting, and something that's super easy to make your art um, just stand out and just a little bit extra oomph is by having a variation of textures and materials. So having things that are shinier, having things that are more matte. And one of the things that I did was I showed off a couple of my pieces. Let me go open recent. Uh, this piece here, I this took me such a long time. But one of the things that was let me turn off some of the lighting, having this leather be a little bit more shiny. It has a little bit more depth, so it has some darker darks, some lighter lights, but it has some softer areas. And then this inner area of the jacket is the same exact colors. It just has less um, range of value. So you don't have as dark of a dark, you don't have as light of a light, and even though they're the same colors, we now have a break in material. And then also too now we have an even stronger shine with these spikes here, a much sharper, and just having them in proximity to each other. And here we have some chrome, and then we have something that looks a lot more like a painted situation.
Remember to drink some water,
Thank
Mandi.
you. I will. Thank you so much. So just using a variety of materials next to each other can really bring out the best in your piece. Um, Let me really quickly take my sippy. Let me take my sippy. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ah, there we go. All right. Perfect. So now I've just taken this pastel brush and I'm adding some of this patina here. I'm just varying how much I'm doing. You can even change the scale of it too to have some of it be a little bit thicker. Oh yeah. So now, even with just this, we can tell that there's patina happening. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take this baseball and I'm actually going to mask this texture instead of clipping it in. Because by masking, I'll actually make it a group. I can then do clipping masks onto this green. So let me make a clipping mask here. And I'm gonna take this deeper green. And even then, I think what I might do also, I'd recommend taking a look at rust. I'm gonna grab a blue and start introducing blue in here as well. Maybe less saturated blue. And I could do this with some soft like brushes and just kind of, but I'm just kind of playing around. I don't need anything super serious right now. I'm probably going to blur it so that it's not so textured. Let me go over it. I have another clipping mask. I'm going to go to my soft brush again. And I'm going to grab a highlight color and I'm going to grab a low light color, maybe something a little bit more of a blue green. And I'm now going to mimic where my light was falling. And even then, I might be able to go to the base and change its blending mode. So now you can see we're seeing a bit more of our color through it. That's a really interesting look. Look at that. It's almost like it's been polished, but maintains its patina. This is really interesting too. This is color dodge. This is light and color overlay. So I highly recommend just playing around. Um, yeah. Oh, look at that. This is pin light. Hard light looks like garbage. Difference? Yeah. So you can get a lot of really cool stuff. What I might do instead is I might knock it down by this is 80%. Layer options give a different vibe for sure. Absolutely, yeah. So this is just changing my base right here to 80% opacity. And another thing I might do is I might add a drop shadow, which is in the effects layer. And let me edit that drop shadow because implying that there is a very slight edge around it will probably give it um just that much more of a look like it's sitting on the surface. So here is this drop shadow. I'm restricting how far it's falling away. Let's do no spread size. There we go. So here is with a little bit of a drop shadow on it. Um, Here it is at 100%. I'm gonna knock it down to, and I'm gonna change the angle to fit where my light is coming from. Here is changing the scale of it. Just trying to restrict. There we go. Pretty close. I'm keeping it pretty much as close as I can without it looking um too funky. And let me change instead of black, I'm gonna change the multiply to something like a really dark red. So now if I turn that off, before, before, after, and let me zoom in to show you better what that does. Here is the drop shadow on, off. So it's making it feel as if it is something on the surface. Deep fried memes on hard light. Yeah, absolutely. And I'm gonna go back in with one more clipping mask, and I'm gonna just grab this really light, and I'm gonna go back to the same pastel brush that I used before, make it pretty big, and I'm gonna see if I can't get a little bit of that. Just catch the edge of some of it. Catch the edge of some of it. Darken that up as if some of it is a little bit higher in some areas than it is in others. Actually, I don't care for that. And of course, you can add a little bit more variation to this. Let me add a little bit more depth back down here. And I'm gonna go to a soft brush. I'm just using the same layer, a little bit of a soft brush. I'm adding a little bit more depth back into it, but I'm making sure that it's not getting too shiny. It's staying as a matte color. And then I'm gonna go back down here and erase some of the darkness. Actually, I'm gonna go back in with some light. Oops. Let me take a little bit of this color and I'm gonna just reintroduce some of the light down here. One thing too is that we don't want to lose our texture. So let me grab our brush that we had before and let me introduce some of the texture back down here. So now we have some patina. The shiny parts are still going to be shiny. The light is still going to affect our patina. And if the edge looks a little too sharp, um, we can go to filter, blur, Gaussian blur, and I'm gonna blur it, this is 1.4, this is zero point 0.9, so before, after, it's very subtle, before, after. Um, or you can just apply like an inner glow or an outer glow or something, um, to kind of give it a bit more of that vibe. I'm gonna go around with a slightly darker color real quick with my soft brush again, and I'm just gonna push back these edges just to make sure that I'm not losing any of my shape. And I'm gonna pull out a little bit, just kind of going back and forth with it. So yeah, so you can have it look as more or less, intense. A good reference for shiny copper oxidizing is pennies. Absolutely. So let's say you like where this is going, but I don't want the copper to be as intense. I'm gonna go down and I'm gonna go back to I'm gonna open up my gradient map here, and I'm like, okay, I don't want this to be so shiny. How do I fix that? I want it to look a little bit more weathered. We're gonna get rid of some of our contrast. I'm gonna take my highlight, I'm just gonna get rid of the white altogether. In fact, now I'm gonna get rid of the the yellow on this end, and I'm gonna start adjusting how harsh the change between my colors is. Okay, maybe this highlight's a little too intense. That's okay. Maybe I want to add something like a more muted greenish blue, like a gray here. I can investigate what that would look, how that would look. Maybe it's not what I want. Let me cancel. But the biggest thing is, okay, now I've done what I can with my gradient map. I'm going to grab that, get rid of it, soften as much as I can with my gradient map. I'm going to go back down to the foundation, which was just my silver ball that I drew, and I have my highlights separated. Let me grab my highlights layer, and I'm going to go filter, I'm going to blur, because the softer the transition, the more matte it looks. So now, before, after, I still have a little bit of that vibrancy. Now that it's softer, I'll go back to my gradient map, maybe knock out that color. And I'm still left with a really interesting. Of course, you can go back and forth and make some more. Maybe I have a cooler highlight instead of a warmer. So there's no more of that yellow, but we're now getting this interesting like beige color that in some lights almost looks like it's a bit green. Um so yeah, so now it's a little bit less light, and of course if we wanted to desaturate it, now we can still go back and edit. We can go back and edit our gradient map and just darken and desaturate. And look at that. I think too, I'm seeing something that might be a really fascinating purple. So let me see what it looks like if I put purple in it. Desaturate, desaturate, maybe warm it up a little. Look at how nice that looks. I'm still going to desaturate it. That's cool. I might go a little bit more towards my red. There we go. And then I'm pretty satisfied with that. Okay. So let me copy this actually, and let me undo what I did before. So here's where we started, and this is what we came up with by changing our gradient map, softening our highlight. You can do so much, and of course, we had to go back and forth with some of our, um, with some of our other things, but it really just goes to show that some of these things are so subtle, so simple, and we just made a whole new thing in, like, the span of, like, 15 minutes. Neon Plays, welcome in, thanks for the follow. So let me put our shiny copper next to our patinaed copper. Wow, look at that. That's so fascinating, guys. I freaking love this stuff. I freaking love this stuff. Let me really you know what, guys? Hold on. Let me Isn't that fun? Ain't that just so much fun? Actually, hold on. Let me put this back where it was. Let me grab the patina one and move that over. Actually, I think the drop shadow is making it look a little bit too much like it's like moss. So let me turn the drop shadow off. Oh, but it's giving something. Here, let me go to my drop shadow real quick and make it like 50%. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Hell yeah. BioShock Rapture before after? No, you're right. You're right. You're so right. What the heck? So yeah, if anyone's ever struggled with drawing metal, it really is super simple. And with the gradient maps, you can take something simple, even though literally our silver isn't too far off, it's really just the subtleties before, after. And even then, if we got rid of our gradient map, we've learned that adding some extra on top of our base can make such a huge difference. Um, Let me do copper 2, save. Um, and also too, if our patina is looking a little too shiny, maybe I put a little bit too much emphasis on it, like maybe I put a little bit too much value. I might be able to, change how much there is. So if this is a little too much, let me see if I can't make a different blending mode for this. That has some interesting colors. We're getting some cooler colors. This is linear dodge. Ooh, that almost looks like mold. Oh, I kind of like the variation of this is divide, hue. Yeah, we're getting some really interesting stuff. I like divide actually. But let me keep it like that and let me actually just knock down. Let me do that's 50%. Yeah, that's made it look a little less matte or a little bit more matte. Maybe this could be changed as well. That's pin light. Oh, I like this one. This is color. Before, after. That's just really just a subtle blue, huh? That's kind of fun. In this case, the copper lighting that we or that green lighting that we put on the orb underneath is almost interfering with how obvious our patina is. So what I'm going to do, this is lighten. I'm just going to knock it down a little bit, and I might change its blending mode as well. So we still have something interesting happening. This is difference. I like that color. That's kind of fun. This is divide. So here's the before, the after. Getting a little bit more red there. That's pretty. I'm gonna go all the way back down and get rid of these reflected highlights. There we go. Experimenting with a cake by giving it a cereal crust. Let me tell you, this boy is hard as hell to cut. I can imagine. There we go. Why are you complaining, Photoshop? There we go. There we go. Actually, I'm missing that reflectivity that we got. This is a little I'm gonna go back in with it's really just playing around. I'm just kind of vibing. So let me grab this like same orange and let me try to draw a little bit of a little bit of something here. Jimabar, welcome in. There we go. I kind of needed a little bit something else down here just to there.
You
Whoa!
got mail.
Lady Nefelli, welcome in, Raiders. Oh, fudge. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome in. How are you? Oh my gosh, welcome everybody. Welcome in. Mwah! It's a Nef raid. Welcome in. Hi, everybody. How are you? Let me make sure I snooze my ads. Welcome in. Oh my goodness gracious. Hello, everybody. I'm Mandi Quin Mall Mannequin. I'm an illustrator, animator, and a professional goober. Raiders, how are you? How was your stream today? Bach, welcome in. Oh my goodness, long time no see. How are you, Nefelli? How was your stream? What were you up to today? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. Welcome, Raiders. I'm Mandi Quin Mall Mannequin, illustrator, animator, professional goober, and today we are doing a gradient map and metal drawing tutorial. Um, we actually just finished up with adding some patina onto this metal. Oh my goodness. Muddy Masquerade, welcome in. Guys, I hope you had a fabulous time with Nefelli. I hope you guys live, laughed, learned. It really has been so long. We were taking it easy this Sunday, just catching up on art. Ended up doodling my Sona for Marvel Rivals. Let's go. If you'd like to share, tucking my hair behind my ear, hee hee. If you'd like to share any of your art, I would love to see it. I love your vibe. Too distracting when I'm at work. That's so valid. No, you're right. I'm a giggly little guy, you know what I mean? I got the giggly bitch syndrome, if I might say. I hope you had a fabulous time. Welcome in. Hi there, Mara. How are you? Oh my goodness gracious. Let me make some art tags. Take your time. Welcome in, Raiders. If you need to take care of yourself, please do. But feel free to hang out. We're vibing. I'm actually after this, we're gonna take a quick break and then I'm gonna work on an illustration. I'm gonna be making a tutorial out of this. So if you missed it, the VOD will be up on my channel here. I plan on making some video versions of this as well. And some visual tutorials that I'll be posting on Blue Sky. If you guys want to find me on my socials, here it is. I have a coffee gallery. But if you guys don't know me, I draw all sorts of stuff. I draw stuff like this. Let me also open we were doing the xenomorph as well. This is actually utilizing some of the metal rendering techniques that I've been going over today and also gradient maps. I nap during Neff's stream, so I should be active here. Hell yeah, Muddy, welcome in. Um, so yeah, I draw all sorts of stuff. I love stuff that makes me laugh. So we love Furbies around here. Um, Garfield especially too, we love Garfield. I've been meaning to make another, Garfield piece. Let me open up my here's my Garfield. Hell yeah. Hi, Malice. I hope you had a wonderful time with Nephili, guys. Is it Nephili? Nepheli? How do you like to enunciate it? Or maybe I'm pronouncing it completely wrong. But welcome in, guys. Could you post a link to this VOD specifically somewhere in the server just so it doesn't get buried over time? Absolutely, I can do that. When I let me take a note. Nepheli. Hell yeah. Neph, let's fucking go. Let's go. Here, let me make a note of that C because in our Discord I did post the other tutorial that I made recently. For those of you that don't know, I made a Fruitiger Arrow button tutorial. So I will be making a tutorial that looks like this for metal rendering. If something like this is more helpful for you, this is something that I'll be making. Yeah, we love Garfield in this house. Links are absolutely okay. I posted this in our Discord, and see, I'll take a note of including the VOD with the new tutorial. Let me write it down. Let me write it down. Yeah. Note. Include VOD link with metal tutorial. That's actually a really good idea. Thank you so much for hell yeah. Ooh. Added the outfit on the right. Ooh. Ooh. The art tax has been superb on this fine day. Hold on. Oh, the art tax has been immaculate on the day of our Lord Sunday in the year of our Lord 2025. Ooh, big, big soup. Let me actually blur my Garfield behind. It'll be like a psychedelic background to your beautiful piece. Hold on. Filter, blur, Gaussian. There we go. Oh my god. Look, holy shit. Let me get rid of this. Wowie zowie, look at this. Oh my gosh. And you said this is a Marvel rival? Look at all the thought that you've put into this. What the fuck? Oh my god. Yo, X Games mode. I've been playing Marvel Rivals. Actually, I'm gonna be in a Marvel Rivals tournament with a bunch of clowns this upcoming Saturday. And I'm also working on a clown PNG tuber model. Let me open up art work whip honk model. I'm working on this. This is based off of my rodeo clown design. I main Squirrel Girl and Jeff. Sometimes Invisible Woman. Invisible Woman! But I mostly perform well with Squirrel Girl. So yeah, this is gonna be a PNG Tuber Plus model based off of my little clown outfit, and this is just me being silly because, I was literally invited by my clown mutuals to play the game. But I love also too, the demonstration that you used, this, like, glowing neon, that's very reminiscent of the UI in Marvel Rivals. I love this little drawing of yourself marked. Oh my god, more damage? Fuck yeah. Is this Moon Knight? Show me you dislike Moon Knight without showing me you, like, dislike Moonlight. Oh my gosh. It is Moon Knight. Fucking Reaper looking ass. Oh my goodness. Me looking respectfully. Me looking very respectfully. I love too this very gentle implication of like a shiny like satin. Yeah, fuck the moon. I love this like shiny, almost like a silky or kind of like a satin kind of thing that you can see here. Um Also to the detail of the asymmetrical like scalloping here. Yeah, I did. Actually here, I've got a if you guys are new around here, I've got a peeping emote. Any of y'all want to be peeping in the chat? And I also really love this pose. A really fun silhouette. And then over here, I love this like claw arm. Man, we peeping, we peeping. I love that there's also this very cloud, like a lightning versus cloud stormy, but it doesn't feel like storm. Yeah, oh, and then over here too, look. Yeah, I love this idea. I think it's giving more of a celestial storm, like a space storm than a like earthly storm. But I love this idea of taking this garment from the neck down the arm and then creating this really interesting claw. It's the last thing you see when she beats you silly. She's gonna beat me up with a brick. Bonk 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 bonk. I also love again, you're keeping the scalloped design here. You're continuing the scalloping, and then you have this bright cottony, like almost like fibrous like plant, but it's still cloud and it's like it's giving flower. Um, and then look at that. Wow. Oh my god. Dude, look at that. Listen, my Marvel Rivals character, if I had one, would be a fucking downright goober. My energy would be Star-Lord, and I hate Star-Lord. It's even wow, wow. Yeah. I love the emote sketch too. The theme is combative ink with stars cosmic. Yes, let's fucking go. Yeah, do you see this? Look at that. Oh, I love this. Oh, okay. All right. I gotta stop. I gotta stop. Thank you so much for sharing this with me. I'm just appreciating it so much. Hashtag really good design. Yes, art, absolutely. Also, too, I did notice that this bolt here is like a pen. I love that. I love this. 1,000 out of 10, highly recommend. The gala skin, peak. Fucking, you're killing it. I love this idea. Oh man, this is so cool. Yeah, dude. It's giving Ursula from fucking, oh boy, Kingdom Hearts 1. It's giving y'all, this is me. This is me. Dude, me? Me right there. Oh, it's time to stretch. Put your favorite emotes in the chat, please. I wanna see them. Give them to me. Oh. Ba, 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 ba. Yeah. Oh. I'm stretching. Dude, getting my body moving, grooving. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. And thank you so much for sharing.
Time to take a sip.
I will take a sip.
I thought mannequins were supposed to sit up straight.
Damn, I was I will. Chat demands, I deliver. Yes. All right, the size difference is crazy. The size difference is crazy with this one. Let me get a sippy of my drink. Thank you so much for the raid. Again, if any of you guys need to take care of yourselves, please do, okay? I would love it if you guys took care of yourselves. Love your stream avatars. Thank you. I designed them myself. The little chatter guys were made by Machinery, aka Ori, and the big Mandy, and the little pen were made by Pix EXE, which Pix also made some of these stellar little emotes that I've got. All my pixel emotes were made by Pix. We love Pix in this house. If you click on them, you'll be able to get the link right to Pix. Um, so yeah, my little babies. You know what? Here, enjoy them. Enjoy the bombs coming from the sky. Actually, you know what? You know what? Let's give you guys a little bit of entertainment down there. Let's do a battle royale. Scuba. All right, everybody, the battle royale, you don't have to do anything, you just have to watch the carnage. Just watch the carnage absolutely unfold. I love seeing how big Mandy is compared to all the others, because when she hits, she just, like, moves diagonally. Fight, fight, fight! Damn, that's crazy. Look at him explode. It's so vicious down there, it's so crazy down there, what the heck? I love the brick emote. Oh my gosh, it's a cinder block, oh my god. Such a simple emote with such energy. The power, the audacity. I'm gone. I'm gone. Penny's fighting for her life. Penny just fucking exploded. Oh my god, Penny, no. I love my bricks. For the next tutorial, you go over using making textures. Absolutely. I actually have written down a pattern tutorial, a pattern making tutorial, making repeating patterns. Fun fact, guys, I used to work on packaging art and product art, and I made wrapping paper and stuff like that. So let me. Oh my god, I have so many notifications. Please set me free. Got wasted. Oh my gosh, who ended up winning? Celador won. Oh my god, Celador, proud of the carnage. Let me get a note on my phone for art tutorials. Yes, there we go. Rendering metal, gradient maps. Oh, a holographic effect I thought would be fun. Color palettes, lighting, line art, repeating patterns. Um, and I'll also include textures. What was the other one that I wrote down? Not gonna lie, I was looking at your drawings the other day. High key want your main outfit. My main outfit, my overalls. Color theory tutorial. There we go. Let me write that down. Y'all, I have a note in my color theory. There we go. Oh, my wife just sent me a message. Love my wife. Oh, beepy. Responded to her message. Excellent. All right, guys. So this is the end of our tutorial segment. However, it's not the end of our stream. The one you're wearing. Oh, okay, thank you. Oh my gosh, Malice, thank you so much for the follow. I mixed up. No, you're good. We actually put the ponytail on earlier. We were talking about Avatar, and I was like, would it be crazy if I had an arrow underneath my hair? And I turned off my hair, and it's just bald. So this is the you're delightful. Thank you. Oh, okay, guys. All right, you're being really nice to me. I don't know what to do about that. We are getting to the end of the tutorial portion. However, like I've mentioned, you can find me on my socials. I will be posting tutorial content there. If I make videos, you'll find my YouTube there. I have one tutorial already on how I made this model, and I'm working on another about using different PNG programs and using OBS to add things to your, your vibe. Oh, no, I keep typing tutorials, but it's just tutorial singular. There we go. Me not even knowing my same commands. So this will be incorporated into a tutorial format similar to this. More like, oh, BS. No, you're right. You're right. So I'm gonna be taking this and putting it into this. Same thing with gradient maps. Gonna pop a lurk and find food. Thank you so much. Oh, bring enough for the class. Enjoy your food. So if you like learning in this way and being able to reference it, I will be doing all of this for this sometime this week. But in the meantime, I'm gonna start working on an illustration that I will be using a gradient map to color, or several gradient maps. So let me open that up. Boop, 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 boop. This is the illustration we're gonna be working on. Um, and let's take a quick break-a-roni. Let me make sure I'm saving this. And if you ever have any questions at all when I'm doing tutorials and stuff, let me know. Oh, perfect. Our ads are coming. All right, all right. So our ads are here. I'm gonna run ads. Guys, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, take care of some stuff, and then we'll get right back into an illustration. All right. So get something good to eat, get something good to drink, and we'll be right back, okay? Let me get into the BRB.
Attention shoppers, prepare for battle against the dreaded Pumpkin King. Choose your class and use the in-chat instructions to play.
Alrighty, hi everybody. I am back. Welcome back, everyone. Hope the ads weren't too bad. Welcome in. Alright, we're gonna be working on this. I'm gonna change my we have some Nintendo lo-fi or just like video game lo-fi. But y'all want something? Y'all want something a little bit sassier? Y'all want something a little sassier? Let me take a gander at my stuff, my phone real quick. My wife was she's working on making stickers, and so she's been doing some testing on her printing the paper and cutting out some stickers, and she's been making some really fucking awesome stickers. She's making some pretty awesome stickers. Oh my goodness. Thank you guys so much for the love on Blue Sky as well. It means a lot to me. Hell yeah. All right, so we're working on this. Let me see if I can't put my slideshow up here. And I'm thinking I'm going to do, where's my slideshow? What's this? We're on a fun illustration. Yippee. Let me find my slideshow. And I'll get some different music. We'll vibe, chill with some music. Where is it? That's that. Art. Slideshow. Perfect. It has a there we go. What is the interact? What does that mean? Okay. That's new. I'm like, what does that mean? All right. Also, y'all want to because we're drawing a water theme, maybe I can open lurk bait. How's everything looking? Let me look at my computer real quick. I think I'm okay, but how we running? Everything looks like it's running fine. Okay. Y'all want to fish? This is the chill part of the demonstration. So we got our tutorial. Sent you the stickers. Ooh. Okay, let me. Is Fable playing Played Up? Okay. I might play Played Up later. Oh, cute! Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Xenomorph probably tastes good as hell with lemon garlic. Lios. Lios. What a week. That's awesome, dear. Hell yeah. Proud of you. Let's do some city pop, guys. Actually, wait. Did you see any of the clips from Coachella? I don't really care about Coachella, but Lady Gaga, the Lady Gaga, started Coachella with freaking with a medley performance of of Bloody Mary into Abracadabra into Judas. Phone Ferb selling your Ferb insurance. Yes, she is. Infurbance. Also, Ghost released a new song, and I'm really excited about it. So I'm gonna play that song, and you know what? Let's listen to our Moody Attitude playlist for a second. Have you Word? Yes, Word. Let me play the new Ghost song. At least I think I added it to. Oh, I added it to the other playlist. Hold on. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. I have so many playlists, y'all. It's too many. Okay. There we go. Here's the new. Did you eat anything? I had a late lunch today. Did I hear the new Ghost song? Yes, Ghost. I'm playing it right now. Let's fucking go. Holy moly. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let me know if you want the volume higher. Let me turn my thumbnails smaller. Panel options. I know, well, you hydrate, but eating's important too. Absolutely, absolutely. The music video, Ghost, the music video is so fucking silly. I mean, it's not silly, but he's so saucy. He's so saucy. Found that using CSP on accident, it's helpful. Let me see, let me see. Hope your wife's stickers come out amazing. Hell yeah. They're looking really cute. Loved it so much. Let's fucking go. Okay, so I'm going to be rendering this in grayscale and using our gradient maps. Also, here's what our metal tutorial ended up looking like. Crying over someone like you. All right, let me go. Crying. Needed to. I'm done. Crying. Oops, I don't want that. I'm super excited to work on this piece again. I've been desperate to work on it. I'm surprised they didn't name the song Vampira, but you know what? Actually, JK, let me look at what the song means in Latin. Lacrima. Tear. Latin word for tear, also used for the root word lacrimal, or relating to tears. Interesting. Teary and weepy. Crying. I guess that makes sense. Someone like you. I'm done. Feeling it tonight.
When's the last time you saved?
That's true. Thank you. Crying. Let me save. Let me save. There we go. Can you help me name a Doritos inspired snack food that has a cylinder theme? Nanobites. Ooh, is this like a prop that you're working on, or what are you working on? I think Nanobites is fun. Dorito themed cylinder. You could do tubes. Tubez. I could color this like I would normally, but I think I can get some really cool depth with um with a gradient map. Over someone like you. Done crying. Hope you're feeling it too now. I'm done. Cyber. I read cylinder. I was like, that's very specific. Cyber Doritos. You could always do microchip. Microchip. You know what I mean? There we go. Microchip could be fun. Or let's see. Because there's, I mean, chips are a pretty common like tech word. You know what I mean? This song is so quiet. Hi, Buck. How are you? Got you in a tab, but I'm here. Welcome in. Honey is sweet, but not as sweet as you. Roses are red and violets are blue. This reminds me, I need to finish animating my starting soon screen. Come pick my roses. Just part of Cyber Theme Universe. Let's go. Hi, Celador. Are you ready? Hi, hi, hi. Hi. Yeah. I'm got a feeling I'm ready to release. Roses are red and violets are blue. We're stretching already? All right. Everybody make sure you're getting out of your chairs. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Thank you.
Drink water or else.
There
Is
we
that
go.
a shrimp or is it Mandi?
I'm not shrimping. Oh, you for me, baby. So what I'm doing here is I'm just going around the outside and then I'll just bucket fill the inside. Some of the bucket tools in Clip Studio are kind of ridiculous. I love Procreate's bucket tool. I know some people find it frustrating. May have a cough drop issue. That are you eating too many of them or are you needing too many? Silly rabbit. Matrix are for kids. I love that. Dum-dee-da-dee-da, dum-dee-da-dee-da. Excellent work with the joints. Thank you. Thank you so much. How are you doing, Bach? Take care of yourself, Celador. My goodness. My God. I was really wanting to draw. I wasn't in at first. I wasn't intending to draw Mandi. I think I was just. I don't know what I was gonna draw, but I just wanted to do like a fun pose, and then have like a here you can see these really awesome colors. Good, been absorbed in Monster Hunter. Ooh, I hope you've been having a good time. I've been great. Dum-dee-da-dee-da. Microchips sound like they would be good for a small cracker snack like goldfish. I think about how I should divide. Yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. The joints are cool. Thank you. I'm a mall mannequin, so these are my little joints. Dum-dee-da-dee-da. Let me lock this. Yeah. Let me group my line art and put it in its own. Ah-dee-da-dee-da. Okay, lock that. Perfect. I could color this normally, but one, I think gradient map will allow me to have some really cool um, lighting effects, but also two, it's just a fun challenge. Da, da. So we're gonna be rendering it in black and white first. Um, yeah, I'll put the duck in there. I'll put the duck in there. Oh, Prickles earlier sent me a link to some Lizzie McGuire Crocs. And they were like, "Mandi, this made me think of you." And I was like, "Oh, are you really?" Let me show you the Lizzie McGuire Crocs. Guess how much they are. Guess the price. I'll show them to you. Tell me how much the price is. Tell me how much they are. Want you to make me feel the world. Let me actually hold on. Throw out some numbers. Let me get a good image of them. They're kind of sick, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. 300 to 500, 60, 30, 140. You guys are gonna be sad at how close or how far. Probably overpriced. Lizzie McGuire Crocs. Reap it in wheat. $1 Bob. Close. I'm gonna get a blanket real quick. Hold on. Keep guessing. You're not close, but you are close. $5 in a case of beer. $85. What if I could look at its Lizzie and her big old flats. her high top flat. Look at these big gooey gidgets or whatever they're called, the gizbobs or whatever the fuck. They look like candy. I want to chew on them. Someone's watched The Price is Right. Yeah, these are $85. Look at that cringe. I'd so wear these. Dude, Healy Crocs, I need them. I think that's a broken ankle waiting to happen. Ah, oh, 7. Yikes. 75, not bad. Right. Yeah, $85. Sheesh. 31's the new 15. I'll be fine. All right, let me. The little gidgets or whatever look delicious, but also look at this gooey center right here. Ooh, 47. That's a respectable number. Look at that goo center there. It's giving jelly sandals, but I love these. They're not gizbobs. Uh, they're not dongles either. What are they? What are they called? Croc gibbets. They're called gibbets. JK. I typed the word croc. They're gibbets. We need one with the water gel and a fish inside. Yes. Can you go to Starbucks and pick up a chiaria for me? No, thank you. I think you'll get that. You already got some of that. Only girl in the world. I turned on my dance playlist. Sorry about that. If you don't feel like it's 2002 to 2008, am I doing it right? Okay. No! Wait. Do you guys want Sandstorm? All right. I'll keep Sandstorm on. Don't skip. All right. Everyone, you know what to do. It's been a while. That's right. Sandstorm, you know what we know what we're fucking all about? Yeah. 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 The Shrek Crocs, absolutely. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Here, let me do something fun. All right, are you ready? Are you ready? Yeah, baby. Uh. Yeah, baby. Put your favorite emotes, let's go. I'm seeing you. You're shaking it. Yeah. Let me actually see. I do my. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, baby. Uh. Yeah, baby. You guys are killing it. Let's go. Yeah, baby. Shake it, shake it. uh. Yeah, baby. Ba-da-da-da-da. Ba-na-na-na-na. Ba-na-na-na-na. Yeah. Hi, Razmats. Let's go. Man, if only you could see how much I'm wiggling. I'm absolutely jamming. Welcome in. It's Sandstorm time. We're in the final stretch, everybody. One more time. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I'm manually just pressing the up and down key on a hue slider. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Last stretch, everybody. One, two, three, four. Yeah, baby. Yeah, 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 yeah. My goodness. Oh my gosh. Holy shit. Oh man. You guys absolutely brought the house down. Look at you. My god. Welcome in. I hope you guys had a good time. It's been a while since we listened to Sandstorm. Now we have Moonlight Legend, so it was very fun. I'm happy to hear that. It's been a while since we've played Sandstorm. I usually skip it if we're on this playlist. Oh my god. Hmm. Let me do actually, so if any of you guys, for anyone that's new in here, if you have art that you would like to enter, we have a monthly art critique. Um, and I would love to see your art. If you have anything that you would like feedback on or you'd like to show it off, send it my way. I'd love to see it. All right, let's see. Ba-da-da-da. I'm wondering if I want to render this all together or if I want to separate the. Nah. Mansu. All right, soft edge brush. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. Should I start with the? No. I'm not used to doing it full black and white, but I'm kind of challenging myself. Oops. Might look a little bit odd because the line art is dark. Trust the process. Actually, why is it 90% flow? One of these days, we'll have to watch Sailor Moon in the Discord. So, for those of you that are interested, I'll try to explain what I'm doing while I'm doing it. Right now, I'm focusing on the form, maintaining, just trying to get the shape that I want. And I'm starting very broad, trying not to focus too much in any specific area. I'm just going for the broad form. And then I'll get more specific and like erase things and add stuff later. So I'm not trying to go too much um at the start. I'm keeping it very broad. So slowly. I'm taking soft brushes, soft eraser, and I'm using the lasso tool. Oops. To kind of get me where I want to go. There we go. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. So now you can see I'm cutting in this like harsh edge here. Actually, let me soften that too. That you say or do, I'm hung up on you. Baby, now and then, waiting on you. slowly for those who wait. Now I'm trying to catch the edges of stuff. Have all the fun. I don't know what to do. So slowly. And this might end up being too intense for rendering style, but I can lighten it up. I'm hung up on you. Like this might be a little bit too dark here. Let me see if I can't lighten it up actually. I'm hung up on you. Maybe not it. I'm just using the lasso tool to get us um some separation here. There's no one home. It's 1:45. If the song sounds familiar, there's an ABBA song. I have a pretty singing voice. Thank you. That's so nice of you to say. What the heck? I tend to get a little caught up in the songs that I listen to. They're not all sometimes I do listen to like lo-fi and stuff when trying to keep the vibes kind of calm and chill, but trying to pay attention to where excuse you. Trying to pay attention to where the light's coming from. It's going to be coming from underneath here and also from behind, but mostly over here it's going to be from underneath. Eh. So I'm keeping it kind of broad. I'm hung up on you. Oh, baby, night and day. Mhm. And I'm going to keep this a little bit softer. I'm hung up on you. Not going too crazy with it right now. I think too I'll adjust it I'll make sure to adjust it later after because I'm going to do some pretty intense lighting, so I think that's going to be good for me here. Just trying to keep in mind uh where that light is coming from. Actually, probably a little bit more here. Here. There we go. So slowly. Songs are vibes? Hell yeah. Is that a Jen emote I see? Oh, we love Jen in this house. So slowly. Slowly, so slowly. Yes, I love Jen. Jen's so cool. A beloved mutual. Let's see if I can't go a little bit lighter. Yeah, Jen's super nice. Also a really cracked artist. Oops. Soften some of that. I'm tired of waiting on you. Is it one N or two? I think it's two N's, if I remember correctly. I had an idea of making this into like a waifu cup design. Not like I would ever have it's not like I would ever have a gamer sups or anything flavor. But it would be kind of fun. What you do is what you wish to do. Frame by frame to the extreme. One by oh, oops, not yet. If anybody's curious about making something look indented, mostly just making sure that you're erasing out of the line art, like right here, and then catching the edge with like your highlights and stuff. But I'm only using black and gray right now. We are the cartoon heroes. Oh, oh, last forever. And I'm also not focusing on using anything super bright. I'm probably going to use a levels layer on this just to um, take it down a notch and how much contrast there is, because I tend to be super heavy handed with my contrast. Even then, I could probably go bop bop. Yeah, keep it at 80%. Let me keep it at 80% while I draw. Mm. What we do is what you just can't do. I thought it would be really fun to like make a song like this. Making it fun. Cartoon heroes, oh, oh, last forever. Oh, oh. All right, let me grab this. And I'm going to take another layer and I'm gonna make a lighter color. Why do I feel like fighting with the melody fits your vibe? Oh no, you're right. You're right. Let me actually grab the base, group, mask, release, suit. Okay, the bathing suit should probably be darker, and then the skin will be lighter. I don't want to abandon all of my I don't want to abandon all my values here. Whoa. Let's see here. And then I'm going to take this adjustments. There we go. Slightly lighter. And I'll put this back. So we're just focused on the skin, the areas of skin. Actually, let me put fighting with the melody on here in my cue. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Add to queue. Perfect. Perfect. With ideas. What a beautiful combination. Been down my spine. This is the same band, for reference, that did the Robot Unicorn Attack song. The Piers. Beautiful combination. Sending shivers up and down my spine. That you sent for me. Any satisfaction guarantee. I don't usually render so meticulously, but I think we can make it look nice and soft with our gradient maps. Hi space, welcome in. How are you? Oh, you really seduce me to believe every single thing that I. There we go. Wasn't me. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in. Doing good. How are you? I'm doing swell. We actually spent most of the stream doing a gradient map tutorial and a drawing metal tutorial. So this and a demo rather. And I'm going to be turning this into a tutorial. It involves some writing, so I figured that wouldn't be super interesting to see. Um, but I will be doing a breakdown of what we did here for reference. And yeah, it was super exciting. It was a long one. We did probably like 5 to 5.5 hours. And so now I'm rendering this and I'm going to be using gradient maps on this. In fact, if you're interested in seeing what it's going to look like, I'm going to grab a gradient map up here. Oops. And let me do, oops, whoops. There we go. Hello? Hello? Jeepers, jeepers, jeepers. Clipping mask. It's just white. There we go. So here's kind of a little bit of a vibe. Let's see. Actually, this might be what I want for a clipping mask, or not a clipping mask, a gradient map. So, but I just don't have any of my lighter colors yet, so I'll leave that there for now. But welcome in. For the mod's sake, I'm not a bot. Trust it's funny. Okay, hold on. How often do I feed my mods? And how clean is the mod basement? That's a good question. My mods, thankfully, are not under my control. In the mall, they're usually in the security office, which I think is pretty clean. I think it's pretty clean in there. Welcome in. The song is going crazy. Why they don't live in a basement? No, of course they don't. My mods are living in healthy, moderator conditions. This little choral part here is very silly. Not me mentioning fighting with the melody, then it coming on. Yeah, I popped it onto the queue. In the attic? No, they're in the security office. They're in the security office. Silly Billy. Let me get, there we go. We're just doing some rendering today. Very excited about it. How do you know the living conditions are healthy? My mods seem pretty happy. Yep, totally not locked up in the basement. They're not. They're living happy, healthy, and in enjoyable lives. The mods are doing great. You know, mods need a healthy dose of black mold every 12 hours. Now, my mods only get the finest quality blue cheese. That's the only mold. All right, let me grab, make my brush a little smaller. Sorry, it didn't pass the inspections. Oh, sheesh. Well, better luck next time, guys. Better luck next time. I'll just have to do with my C grade or whatever. Only the finest Formunda cheese for the mods. Absolutely. Absolutely. They only eat cheese. They only eat cheese because they're just little guys. That's why they're farting so much. That's you guys. You guys are absolutely full of it. You guys are silly. Absolutely silly and full of it. You need raclette? Oh, sorry about that.
Mandi, remember
Yes?
to save your work.
Thank you, I will save. Thanks, Muddy. Let me put this up here. There we go. Of course, yeah. I think I need there we go. Hell yeah. Dancing? Razzafrazzin' dancing? This song is going kinda wild. Song is going crazy. Song's going buck nutty. Now we got tattoo. Yeah, absolutely dancing. Y'all are killing it. So tired after Sandstorm. 'Cause it's all about. Tap back. Nice, it's Pool Mandy. Yeah, I'm currently doing some black and white rendering here. Um, and we're gonna be using gradient maps. We're gonna practice what we've been preaching. We must. I. Can't really reach those notes. Don't want to try. Well, I can, but it's not gonna sound good. Hurt you, they hurt me too. I feel like this is still so dark. Lighten it up a little bit. Ah. Okay, we're gonna do a little bit of oops, a little bit of a bounce light from the body here. Remembering that Mandy is plastic. Or like fiberglass or whatever. And I'm not going for anything super perfect, but actually, let me try doing like a lighter color here, just so it's not so dark. There we go. There we go. And I know the line art looks a little silly. Let me just do a temporary let me do a temporary clipping mask just so that we can there we go. Just so the lines are a little bit easier to see, but usually my lines are like a color. And I might darken that later. So here's our progress so far. We've made some quick progress getting some basic shape together. I'm not mad at it. And we're only focused on our shadows right now. We aren't doing anything else with this. Oh, 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 oh. Color lines are peak. I wish I could figure out how to do them well. I recommend starting with a dark color. So I usually choose like navy or a really deep purple. But take a look at the colors that you're using in your piece and choose like the darkest version of like so let's say you're using a big neutral palette, you're using a lot of brown and green, maybe like a deep red brown that's like not quite black. It's crazy the difference that it makes. Um and hold on, let me open up my fortune teller. So in this right here, Because there's so much detail happening in the art, this area here, I chose a dark color to color over. It's just a clipping mask over my line art. Um, but I colored my art piece first and then colored the lines to maintain contrast, but not so much so that it was overcomplicating. What if I don't figure out my palette until the line art's done? Yeah, I recommend just coloring it as if you would and then coloring your lines after to match the colors that you've been using. So for example, the worm is like inside of inside of this orb. So I made it all of its lines this like pinky purple to make it kind of look like it's inside of something or it's being covered by something. Also some of the lighting too. I put some of the lighting on the line art too to get a little bit of this glow. Just makes all these little details kind of like not as intense because there's so much happening here that I really just wanted to make sure that the outside of these major shapes were dark and that anything on the inside was softer. Worm cute? Hell yeah. Oh, oh, oh. Doopy doopy doo da da. Oh, oh. All right, I think I'm gonna choose a lighter shade of gray for this little guy. Doopy doopy doo da da. I know what you want from me. Doopy doopy doo da da. Doopy doopy doo da da. More than just a fantasy. Let me actually see. Yeah, I'm trying to keep it pretty general here. There we go. And I'm just going back in with that same light color. Gotta love Jen's new buffer emote. It's super cute. Baby, can't you see? I'm falling. Guy like you should wear a warning. It's dangerous. I'm falling. I need a hit. You give me it. Dangerous. There we go. Look at that. Our shiny little ducky. Duck very fatty. Being rude to him. You're calling him fat. What do you mean? Need to make sure it's properly rendered. I do. He's just a little baby. He's just a little guy. Don't be mean to him. It's in paradise. I'm addicted to you. Don't you know that you're toxic? Don't you know that you're toxic? I need it from a devil's car over me. There we go. I'm not going to focus too much on going crazy with this because I will be doing some lighting layers later. Blurred it a little bit. I'm hoping to get the basic rendering done before finishing up. I'm addicted to you. Don't you know that you're toxic? And I love what you do. Don't you know that you're toxic? Okay. Before, after. And we can focus on darkening certain areas after a little while. I'm just we have a light source coming from this direction And we have a light source coming from this direction. So I'm trying to keep my rendering general. I'm addicted to you. Don't you know that you're toxic? Mhm. Let me see if where is my navigator?
You got
Whoa!
mail.
Welcome in. Oh my gosh, the buns are here. Welcome, Raiders. Oh my goodness gracious. Bunny Bun, welcome in. Oops, let me get that. Let me get that over here. Welcome in, Raiders. Hi there, Art of Mr. Tix. Hi, everybody. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Mandi Quin Mall Mannequin. I'm an illustrator, animator, professional goober. Cam, how was your stream? What were you up to today? Oh, a very cute raid. Welcome in, everybody. I'm so happy to see you. Welcome, welcome. If you guys don't already know me, like I said, I'm Mandi Quin Mall Mannequin. I'm just a little guy. You were animating Le Poisson Steve. Le Poisson. I love him. I love him so much. He's orange. He's orange. He has arms. He has legs. And he's a fish. If you have anything you'd like to share, any art tacks, I would love to see it. Absolutely. But also, if you need to raid and run, I totally understand. Raiders, if you don't already know me, I like to draw a whole bunch of stuff. I draw stuff like this. I draw a bunch of silly stuff. Uh, we're just kind of vibing, we're kind of chilling. Um, and actually today we did primarily a gradient map and metal rendering tutorial and demo. So here is what we did for our metal rendering. And I'll be making some tutorial materials of these after if you missed it, and the VODs will be up if you're interested in that. But aside from stuff like this, I also draw stuff like this. We just have a really good time. I love drawing things that make me laugh, things that I think are really funny. Um, and you can kind of see the bright, colorful, retro kind of vibe. Retro, I feel, is too aggressive of a word, but welcome, Raiders, and thank you so much for the raid, Cam. If you have anything you'd like to send, or if you just want to send your socials, that's also okay. You can do so much better. Putting boobs on aliens?
Have you taken a
Doodle.
sip of your water lately?
Thank you. Thanks for the follow. I get it. I get it. Yeah, this actually was the demonstration I was using for gradient maps. I took a sippy. Thank you. If you guys don't know what gradient maps are, they are just a really handy tool of taking a black and white image and applying color to value. So if I did that real quick, this is what it looked like when I first drew it. And that's what I'm currently doing with this piece. You can see I'm drawing it in black and white, and then I'll be adding stuff like that. I never figured out how to use gradient maps. Yeah, they're super, super handy. They're super, super handy. Also, you can see here that I put lighting over top. Highly recommend. Ooh, the art tax. The art tax. Le Poisson Steve! Oh, it's Le Poisson Steve! Okay, hold on, hold on, hold on. Oh my gosh. Oh, hell yeah. Do you animate often? This looks fabulous. Look at his little his little hands. Let me see if I could save. Oh, this is cute. Oh my gosh. I think it's beautiful. Hold on. Let me pop it up here on my screen. But thank you guys so much for the follows. Welcome in, everybody. Media. I think you need a new one. Girlfriend. Le Poisson Steve. Oh my god. This is wonderful. I love this. What the heck? I'm a 3D animator, but try to get better at 2D. This is fabulous. I love them. Oh my gosh. Man, I wanna learn Blender, especially the grease pencil. I think that could be really fun. Um, this is fabulous. I love them. What a fun bouncy little walk cycle, especially the tail movement is what I'm looking at most specifically. You've really turned it in space. You've beautiful, beautiful. Also, the subtle line, like the outline where the tail meets the base of the body, changing the direction, whether it's pointing towards us or away from us, is just a really subtle way of implying form. I don't know. I love this. I love this so much. So cool. Hell yeah. If you guys don't already follow Cam, please give him some love, okay? Cam is also a fellow capsule cutie. So if you're not already following Cam, I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what you're doing. But this looks fabulous. I love it. I love also too the far arm being blue just to keep track of it. Just like me for real. Oh man. I used to be an illustrator for an animated television show. Um, so doing character turns and stuff like that, and I also was a keyframe animator. So that was most of my job, until I started doing notes for people, but this is fucking sick. I gotta get better at doing animations like this frame by frame. I'm so sorry, but if you need to go take care of yourself, please do. But feel free to hang out and vibe. I kinda can't stop looking at it. I can't stop looking at La Poisson Steve. Okay, I gotta I'm counting the webs from all the spiders, but welcome in, raiders. Indecision to call you and hear your voice of treason. I'm vibing, streamer. Let's fucking go. Um, Also, if you guys are interested in the metal tutorial, using gradient maps, let me really quickly show you what I did. So these are all the same base. The voice inside my head. So here's that right there. Wow, thanks for being a super shopper. Hi, cowboy, how are you? So here they all started as the same. Yeah, yeah, and here's our gradient map. Here is an accessory color, gradient map, accessory colors, gradient map, accessory colors. And then we made a matte version with some patina. And this was really fun. So I will be making some tutorial content about this. So if you're curious, you can find me on my Blue Sky, where I'll be posting some stuff, and also take a look at all my other stuff. If you like this kind of thing, you're already the voice inside my yet, and that's why I'm doing this in black and white, or grayscale rather, um, because I'll be coloring it with gradient maps predominantly. Because this, let me see. This is my sketch. This is what my sketch looks like. Hi, Poke Ash, how are you? Are you ready? Hi, 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 I'm your little butterfly. Hi, welcome in. Yeah, yeah. Squirt of the balls, Brian. Thank you so much for the follow. Wow, what a fabulous name. It took me a second to comprehend what it was. Barbarian. Sorry, I said Brian. Who the fuck is Brian? I'm doing great so far. How are you? I'm doing fabulous. Welcome in. I'm happy to hear that you guys have been doing well. Seems like everybody's aside from Celador. I'm so sorry, Celador. Seems like everybody's been doing pretty well. Play the game. I'm like, why is this place so busy? Thanks. I was drunk out of my mind when I earned this name in real life. Oh, Scrote or the Barbarian? Scroter the Barbarian. I see. That is a absolutely fabulous title, though. Damn, sorry for your loss. Deep lore. I know. Something it's you touch the earth, you touch the ground, bend down, touch the ground, rub the dirt between your fingers, and you say, "Something happened here." Something happened here. Yeah, the mall's pretty busy tonight. Something happened here. I could tell you if you want. Sure, absolutely. The ads are gonna come, but feel free to send your story. Had a barbarian named Scrotus who was an orc. Why is Scrotus the name of the century here? Let me go down. I'll just keep this here. There we go. Damn. reference to the sushi bar. Ooh. Hold on, I gotta see, I missed something. Just got back from a sushi bar, they were packed. Okay. I didn't see that you were I didn't see you were in another location, literally. I must be the lucky one. Akishimiteru. Is it real? Be the lucky one. Usually it's only 10 to 12 people on Sundays. Yeah, maybe there was a birthday party or something wild. You know how it is. There's a 10-minute wait tonight. You know what? That's not too bad. But yeah, if it's usually pretty quiet and there was a 10-minute wait, what is that? What is why? Hello? Why is that? Hello? Oh, I see. Oh, there it is. You must be the one. Yeah, yeah. Nanimo Kishimiteru. Okay. I think after this, I'm gonna put on our City Pop playlist. This song is a perfect segue. Okay. Oops. Whoops. There we go. City Popper? Yeah. Cuddling with my Great Dane and Black Cat. Oh, what are your pets' names? Aw. I love Great Danes so much. Oh my god. The only time I've ever seen, like, a Great Dane being walked, he was so majestic. So freaking majestic. Well trained as well. The lucky one. Buddy and Panther. Aw. I'm a sucker for animals. I'm a sucker for animals. Have a whole bunch of other animals? Hell yeah. Ragtag Butterfly, welcome in. I also love that name. Y'all have the most wonderful names. Okay, hold on. Let me do my City Pop playlist. Boink. Yeah, mostly cats and chickens. I love chickens. Oh my god. If I could have chickens and ducks, I would. I have a wonderful name. Thank you. Mannequin Mom Mannequin. We love chickens. I love chickens so much. I want runner ducks. Have y'all ever seen runny ducks? Runner ducks. Thank you. Oh my gosh, you're so welcome. Welcome in. Ba-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da-ba-ba. So years ago, I was at a bar, completely plastered, somehow pissed some guy off, who then asked who I was, and I responded with Scrotor. The guy then stabbed me. Oh my god! But I was just drunk enough to think that getting stabbed was hilarious, so I basically laughed hysterically at the guy who stabbed me and apparently just psyched him out because he left, and I proceeded to rip the bar door off the hinges and tried to leave. When the door, I woke up in the hospital. Wow. God damn. So Barbarian really does just kinda holy moly. God damn. Well, I'm happy that you're okay. Clearly, you're here. My goodness gracious. Those are certainly vibes. I don't know what kind of a this story is way more badass than I expected. Yeah, there's something happened here. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Anybody just kind of if you're trying to break the ice, just sort of like, "Hey, I got stabbed once." And everybody's like, "I'm sorry?" The employees still call me Scrotor. You know what? I feel like I feel like carrying your legacy like this is important. It's important that you carry this legacy on your shoulders. The ducks are a lot quieter than chickens, surprisingly. I love duckies so much. I got stabbed once, and now everyone calls me Scrotor. Yeah, I feel like that's a really awesome icebreaker. Go to work, and they're like, "Hey, everybody, so we have a new employee here, David, or whatever. David, tell us something interesting about yourself." And you're just like, I got stabbed, and now my friends call me Scrotor. I'm sorry. Anyway, I have 4 dogs. OJ, our little orange cat, just joined the cuddles. Hell yeah, little orange juice or baby cat. Is removing doors something you regularly do, or be so skilled at it while imbibed? Yeah, absolutely. Thankfully, I've mellowed out since then. I feel like, you know what? That's valid. By the way, Mandy, I now say my Shayla as a stim. You're welcome. Blame TikTok. Blame TikTok. Also, the arms are way shinier. A big chonker? Dude, my cat Bagel is also a big chonker. Also, let me find runner ducks. These little fellas, they're so silly looking. I love them so much. My wife is creeped out by them. She does not like runner ducks. Look at them. They're so tall and look at them. Look at these freaks. I love them. I love them so much. I'm pushing 40. The only things I have left are my ridiculous pain tolerance and freakish strength. Honestly, slay. Honestly, slay. I think it's very funny that you found your way to this community. It's very there's a lot of really interesting people in this community. I don't know what the fuck happened, but they're here. But you know what? The mall attracts a whole bunch of different people. The mall is for everyone. Yeah, runner ducks are so silly. I think the reason that my wife thinks they're creepy is because she expects there to be arms, and there aren't any. And she's like, I feel like there should be arms here." You know? Like a little "Ah," like a little ugh, like this. And then the one back here, there's one back here too. They're running. See that? Armed ducks, armed and dangerous. Yeah, no, I think she just thinks they should have little arms like this, and they don't, so it's very silly. They're a fusion of penguins and ducks. Yeah, no, you're right. I feel like if they had arms, it'd just be even creepier. Like, you have these long ass necked animal coming at you with crappy arms. Speaking of malls, we should have a movie night and watch Mallrats. Ooh, I've never seen Mallrats. We watched actually pretty early on, we watched Mannequin, which is a movie from the '80s, which is very silly about a mannequin that comes to life. Also, she's like a remnant from ancient Egypt. Very silly, very strange. I've got a fear of basketballs, and that's got some lore to it. The lore is that I broke my foot on one in 1st grade on a rainy day on a basketball. I'm sorry for your trauma. Turkeys are also cool. They're a little dumb, but we love turkeys. Would be very on brand, yeah. What if, and hear me out, you make a little harness with arms on them? People do that for chickens. They make little, like, arms that they're like baby doll arms you can pop on chickens. If you haven't seen them, they're very silly. Actually, here, let me find that. Little baby doll arms on chicken. Yes, yes, the helmet is so silly. Wait a minute. No way. No way this little helmet's on this chicken. I don't think so. I think it's photoshopped on, but it's silly. It's on Amazon. Dude. Alright, are you guys ready for your cool guy starter pack? Cool guy starter pack right here. What the fuck? Cool guy starter pack right here. This is wait. Let's do some scrutinization here. Definitely, definitely photoshopped on, but they did a good job. Also, look at this. See this? It makes me think that this is like an ornament or a keychain. Yeah. Yeah, but he has also got the little baby arms, which are also photoshopped on. Look at that clean job they did right here. But to be honest, it does look like this when the baby doll arms are put on their back, it's so funny. A few years ago, I fractured my foot, I just got back up and kept walking with a limp, but I finished the workday walking on my fractured foot, my boss got mad. My mom once went to, like, a podiatrist for something unrelated, and, they're like, "Ma'am, do you know that you broke your pinky toe?" And she's like, "I'm sorry?" And they're like, "Yeah, this has been broken before, like, it's healed now, but, like, it's been broken." And she's like, "What do you mean by that?" And they're like, "You're like, we can just see through this X-ray that your pinky toe has been fractured and has healed." And she's like, "Oh." And then she remembered a time when she stubbed her toe really bad, and it, like, hurt for a little while, but she, like, went through it and she, like, minded her business. Anyway, she, like, had no idea she fucking broke her toe. I was like, "Mom, take care of yourself." Oh my goodness. She broke her wrist, like, over a year ago, and it's her dominant wrist, so she's still having trouble with it, but, like, goddamn. Yeah, they can wear helmets. I have baby arms for my chickens. You can also get them little red sunglasses to make them less aggressive. Oh my gosh. Finally went to the restroom. Yeah, fucking guys, take care of yourselves. Remember the scene from Friends where Chandler and Joey lost Ross's baby? And Joey says, talking about coin toss, head because ducks have heads. And Chandler slowly looks up and deadpan's like, what kind of scary ass clowns came to your fifth grade birthday party? We love clowns. We love clowns in this house. I actually I enjoyed Friends for the most part. I mostly watched it, way, way, way after it aired, but I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. Yeah, I love ducks. I love chickens. Did you guys know that you can have like, if you have a sea urchin, you can give it a hat? 'Cause in the wild, they will, like, find, like, shells and things to wear on top of themselves to keep them from getting sunburnt. Um And so yeah, you in your aquarium, you can get, like, little 3D printed hats and stuff, and you can just put them in there, and they'll pick them up and put them on the top of their little spikes. They'll put them on top of their little spikes. I think it's precious. I think it's precious. I love it. Funny enough, I always talk to my friends about how much I get injured, every day. I'm very clumsy and accident prone. I told them I've yet to have broken bones. I told them in a funny way, if I go to the doctor and find out I have many broken bones. My foot break was probably originally a fracture, but people didn't believe me when I broke my foot despite crying like a baby and needing help to stand immediately after it happened. So I was walking and playing on it for a few days before finally going to the ER and getting an x-ray. Oh my god. Remember my nephew fell and landed face first onto the floor and then back up, run off completely unfazed. My mom looked at me and told me to ask the floor if it's okay. Children are scary. They're resilient as fuck. No, children go crazy. Go crazy, go stupid. Makes me think of the classic Vine. "What do you have? A knife! No!" Kids are crazy. Kids are crazy. Love them. Love them death. My brother used to, my brother's older. He used to pick up all the young, like, cousins, um, and toss them onto a couch or something. I think every, older male relative just has that phase where all the little ones are begging you to toss them. You know what I mean? I feel like that's like a rite of passage. You always have to just toss your siblings and your cousins and shit. I don't know, I think it's legally obligated to do so. We legit had that happen 2 days ago. My kid snuck up to my desk and grabbed my scissors. Oh, good god. I've never been tossed. Oh well, hey, it's not too late. It's never too late. Moral of my story, if a child is saying they broke their foot and crying like a bitch needing help to stand, maybe believe them. Yeah, I feel like people tend to not believe children as often as they should. Um, Kids don't get enough credit in circumstances like that. Um, and it's kind of silly that they don't, but obviously I think it's easier to just say, "Ah, they're just exaggerating." But in reality, kids are a lot more competent than you'd think. I have my nephew convinced that I eat spiders and that Santa Claus is my uncle. Um I'm convinced. I'm convinced. I'm 26. I don't think I want to be tossed by anyone how my body feels. Maybe a kid me would be down with that, but not older me. No, you're fair, you're fair. That's absolutely understandable. Made me also think of another classic Vine. I've mentioned this Vine the other day. Um, but this dude brings flowers for his fiance and he's like, "Happy 1 year." And she's like, thanks. I'm 27." I don't know why that's so fucking funny. That just lives in my head. Thanks. I'm 27. I don't know. Something about that absolutely just tickles me. I love when they're at their age where they just lie to them all the time. Yeah. I hope the teacher that told me to walk it off saw me with my little cast boot and saw me rolling around the medical scooter. Oh, sweet little thing. Oh, we're living through it again here in Mandy Quinn Mall Mannequin's little mall. The mall has brought up foot breakage trauma. Sorry about that. Okay. So I'm gonna wait to lighten this up, but you can see here that flashing is a little distracting. Do this instead. Can't sit anywhere. I have hemorrhoids. Another classic. Another classic. You can't sit with us. I'm still pissed off at that teacher didn't believe me. Oh my gosh. Yeah, there's so many been injured. Take care of yourselves. Damn. Are y'all okay? Are y'all all right? My goodness gracious. I don't have any Vine growing up. I was born before Google. No, you're you're also fair. I had a conversation with chat a little while ago about how, Minecraft, especially now, I mean the Minecraft movies taking the world by storm for better or for worse. Um and I we were talking about how like it's such a, a huge thing for a lot of like middle school time of your life or whatever. But then I told chat that Minecraft was not around, like didn't exist when I was in middle school, and some of them freaked out. Minecraft wasn't a thing when I was in middle school. I had to play I had to play Webkins and like computer games and like Cartoon Network and Disney. Yeah, Minecraft didn't exist when I was in middle school, y'all. I didn't get the cool it existed when I was in high school, but not when I was in middle. So I like missed the peak. I love Webkins. Do you know you can still play Webkins? There's a mobile app that is the original Webkins. New Webkins is ugly as fuck. It's like 3D and awful looking. Yeah, played Minecraft Second Year of Beauty. Old emote when? Listen, just because I have a 19 in my birth year doesn't mean I'm old. Time before Facebook gently caresses Facebook games. That used to be my lifeblood. I mostly just played Facebook games with my mom. Sad. I remembered had so many animals in Webkins. I also found out recently that if you were inactive on Webkins for like more than like I think it was like 8 or 10 years, your account just got deleted. Your account just got blasted to fuck. Just absolutely terminated. All your Webkins dead. Back in my day, we had MySpace, not these fancy pantsy Facebook. Yeah, MySpace and Tumblr. I almost said Twizzler. That's not quite right. I think I started playing Minecraft when I was in early beta. When it was in early beta. When I was in early beta. Oh man, I remember when YouTube first started, 2006. You remember those little games that you could put on your profile to grow plants and raise critters? Yes. Actually, stream avatars makes me think of shimeji. If you guys remember what shimeji are, not only a mushroom, um, but shimeji pet. They were like these little guys. Is like an extension where you could put them on your desktop. Here we go. Hold on. You could download them and put them on your desktop, and they would go around and they would sit on your stuff and they would like jump around and climb on things. And then they could also like some of them were even complex enough where they could take your folders and your icons and like drag them around, which is pretty crazy. But yeah, stream avatars makes me think of these Shimeji pets. Ancient times. Undertale? Oh, man, they existed still in the Undertale time? Damn. It's like when an archaeologist is digging in the ground and sees layers of sediment and dirt from fucking thousands of years. That's us looking at internet history. Those are the days. I remember when YouTube didn't have ads. I remember when Fred and Annoying Orange was some of the peak YouTube content. Ah, yes, Fred. I remember when they first invented chocolate. I hated it. The Oregon Trail, yes. Yes. I remember when the funniest thing ever was to like find websites to let you do random stuff. The classic jump scare one where you had to put your cursor through a maze and then a demon or something would pop out at you. Fuck. Annoying Orange used to be hilarious. Somebody once said Annoying Orange is a VTuber and I got scared because they're not wrong. I got really scared because they were confronting me with a truth I wasn't willing to accept. I wasn't ready to accept. I didn't know. I wasn't prepared mentally, physically, emotionally to accept that the Annoying Orange is indeed a VTuber, and I got scared. I got really scared. YouTube had the 5-star rating thing and the thumbs up, thumbs down. Yeah. It's actually not too long ago that they got rid of the dislikes, but also I'm gonna look it up and it's gonna be like 2006. And I was like, God damn. Well, 2006 is when it was. Anyway, it's gonna say something like 2012, and I'm gonna be like, oh god damn. When did YouTube remove dislikes? To be fair, if you make content on YouTube, you can still see that people have disliked it. Oh, okay. December 13th, 2021. They got rid of you being able to see the dislikes. Ew. I've said this before and I'll say it again. If I were to be a corporate VTuber, like for a company, it'd probably be for Wendy's. It'd probably be for Wendy's. I would want to be a Wendy's VTuber. Um, if not Wendy's, there was something else that I said it was like a couple streams ago. The Sega Genesis. My first one was the Nintendo 64. Yeah, an extension that shows the dislikes. Yeah, it's probably super easy to get that because the data's not gone. Um, not being able to see the dislikes is so stupid. Yeah, I think their intention was to keep um people from just disliking to dislike, but also, I mean, you know, the PS2, hell yeah. My first personal console um was a GameCube. Like it was all my own pretty much. Like I didn't have to share it with my brother or anything. I like this highlight right here. Obviously, this is like really dark compared to the legs. I'll lighten that up. It's not going to stop people from disliking. Yeah, no, for real. Funny because I started off with a PlayStation system but ended up being more of a Nintendo fan. That's also fair. I had um I had Fairly Odd Parents breaking the rules. I also had the I had the SpongeBob Battle Bikini Bottom for like the PS2. I had a bunch of Spyro games and then my brother sold our PS2 so he could get a PS3 or he sold our PS1 to get a PS2 or something like that and I never forgave him. I slept until the time the Twitch notification I saw I missed stream. No, you're here. Welcome in. I remember that game had the Fairly Odd Parent one. PS2 it glitched. I couldn't beat it. Yeah, there was like a campsite area that I just could not get past. It annoyed me, so I stopped playing. I never finished the game. Let me see. I'm not trying to. Oh, invert my selection again. But hi, Zerny, how are you? First ever real console is the Nintendo Switch. Only recently got like a few months ago. That's fair. That's also very fair. Sometimes those bitches are expensive. I was very fortunate that I had a GameCube, I had a Wii. Let me get rid of that. Let me blur some of this here. Just grab this and blur it so that doesn't look so awful. Filter blur. There we go. There we go. Battle for Bikini Bottom is my favorite game. Even had the remaster version of it, although I say I love SpongeBob SquarePants light camera pants. The light camera pants game, yeah, yeah. I'm doing good, how are you? I'm doing well. We had a pretty good, um, gradient map tutorial, and then I did a metal rendering tutorial, which I will be making some written tutorial stuff about. I'll have, like, a written material for this. Um, and the VOD will be up. I'm gonna save the VOD as well and, post a link to it, um, in the Discord. Ugh. I'm broke. Not even a full Switch, the Switch Lite, which still very thankful for. Happy I've got something other than my phone. Even a Switch Lite is a really good investment. I mean, it's gonna give you a bunch of fun times. So yeah, and I'm currently rendering this in Grayscale so that I can use gradient maps on this as well. Also, I just wanted to do a little bit more rendering than usual. I think I'm also going to put some halftone in this. I think that'll be fun. Let me darken this up. Keep that dark, I think. Also, coloring my line art is really going to help with some of this. So, if it's looking a little too dark, I'll fix that. Had the OG Game Boy, had a game where you name your file "butt" and let my sister use it because she went somewhere with my stepfather. She ended up losing the game. I spent 3 days terrified that the police were gonna come and arrest me because my little kid mind "butt" was a bad word. You poor thing. Remember back in the day when our Game Boys didn't have a backlit screen? You had to buy a little light to clip onto the top of it? I remember. My joints are cracking, my bones are aching. Speaking of the Game Boy, I had this 007 game for the Game Boy Color. Had no idea how the hell to beat it and move ahead in it. Just you open it up, can't figure out what you're doing, turn it off. I had a Kim Possible game that I really enjoyed. It was called A Revenge of the Monkey Fist. Wait till you pass a street light. I My first music device was a CD player. Um and good luck going over a bump in the car. You're fucked. You're fucked. I don't like the distinct collarbone thing. I don't think it needs to be that. I don't need to be it doesn't need to be that. Let me grab this and let me there we go. Why? Give me a chance. Why? They skip with every step, so you gotta learn to walk softly. Remember when you had to hold on to your headphones for dear life because you just couldn't get another pair of headphones? So when they started acting funny, you had to, like, bend the cord to, like, get it to behave? Personally, my favorite Game Boy games were Zelda Oracle of Seasons and also Pokemon Gold. Those are wonderful choices. This is a little too. I feel like I should just keep it more simple. I had headphones where they had 3 rubber bands. "Hi, Glue, how are you? Welcome in." The cord bent in the right lasted me years. Yep. I had an MP3 player before I got an iPod. Used that thing on the bus. Loved it. Bum, bum, ba-da, bum. Ba-da-da-da-ba-ba-da-da. Glue, I hope you're doing well. Welcome in. Bum, 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 bum. Gonna take this. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Doing amazing. Art looks awesome. Thank you so much. I'm currently just trying to get it looking right. Gonna be using some gradient maps. Also, ignore how dark this is. I'm gonna actually let me soften it up now. Oh, we're stretching, we're stretching, we're stretching. Okay. All right, everybody, stretch, stretch. Let's talk about our classic games, our favorites. Yeah. Ooh. Thank you. Ma. Windy summer. Even gamers need to stretch, not just be to shrimp. I'm very thankful that my
Save. Save.
save,
Save.
save. Thank you, thank you. I'm very thankful that my um my monitor is more upright, so it's kind of at like a I'd say like a 70-degree angle or something like that. Um and so I can sit pretty straight to use it. As straight as a gay person can, of course. Windy summer. I'm gonna darken some of this. Now I'm going in with a little bit more nuance. Here we are, windy summer. Here too. I tend to have a pretty heavy hand with rendering stuff, so honestly, I should probably just do a little lighter and then just go in with some darker values. I'm just so heavy-handed with it. Like here, this is where I can be adding some of that really, really dark. And then also, um, oops, no. And if I grab this here, I also there's gonna be a little bit of light coming out from underneath. So I like to do that here too. Winnie Sun. Had a Hannah Montana and Monster High MP3 player, I would use it daily. That's dope. I love that. What the heck? Winnie Sun. Here we are. Let me do this. There we go. A little bit darker here. Honestly, a Hannah Mon I had, I think I had a Hannah Montana CD player at one point, like a big CD player. Kind of a boombox, but not as, sturdy. Anything Hannah Montana probably wasn't the best of quality, not gonna lie to you. Not gonna lie to you at all. Um, I don't need to darken it that much. I remember those Hannah Montana games. Yes, the games are so funny. Let me make sure that I'm dark here. I'm starting very general and making it getting some more specific stuff here. I know the small amount of Spanish because I had a hyperfixation on Dora the Explorer. There you go. Let's go. Dora definitely let you explore all the options. You were like, "You know what? I'm gonna explore language with Dora." Recently found that Doctor House had a video game as well. Oh my goodness. That's super funny. Did you know that House's actor is British? Hugh Laurie? He's a British man. He's just he's just straight up just a British dude. Do, 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 dress down. Actually, yeah, he was also the dad in Stuart Little. If you didn't remember that, look it up. He's the father from Stuart Little. I think you'll find a couple memories buried somewhere. I'm trying to see if I want this to be concave or I think I'll do what I was doing to it. Needs more mouse bites to survive. I actually did not know that. I remember him from Friends. Hugh Laurie. He was in Friends? Damn. Hold on. Stuart Little. Here. I'm gonna show you a picture. I'm gonna show you an image, and you're gonna remember. It's all gonna flood back to you. I'm gonna show you guys an image and you're gonna remember. It's all gonna come back to you like a sleeper agent. Look at that. That's him. That's Dr. House right there. Had one episode where he was talking to Rachel when she was flying Ross's wet. Oh, that's right. That's right. Kids today don't know the fun we used to have back in the day. I used to run around in the woods and fight with sticks, climb trees, and sneak in abandoned houses and run from the police if we were caught. Kids these days. I actually was telling a story ages ago. My mom actually popped in the chat when I was telling the story, but we used to have a concrete barbecue that was built in the 70s and I used to I sat in the backyard and I sharpened sticks on this rough concrete barbecue. Also, do you guys want to know an absolutely fascinating fact about this image? I guys, not only is this Doctor House, so good news. You're now remembering a childhood favorite in a way different way. See this? This painting back here? This painting was somebody was watching Stuart Little. This painting was like a long lost painting, like a famous painting that had been gone for like I want to say at least 50 years. Making my own spears. Listen, you have to survive in the wilderness. Yeah, that's the original. And somebody was watching this film and saw that and they're like, "Oh my god, that's the painting. Here, let me get the details upon it." Stuart Little painting. Yeah. Stuart Little leads a historian to a long lost Hungarian masterpiece. All right, let me read to you guys. Let me read this. Oh my goodness. Get out of here. A long lost avant garde painting has returned to Hungary after 9 decades, thanks to a sharp eyed art historian who spotted it being used as a prop in the Hollywood film Stuart Little. Bergeli Barki, 43, a researcher at Hungary's National Gallery in Budapest, noticed Sleeping Lady with Black Vase by Robert Berni as he watched television with his daughter Lola in 2009. Quote, I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw Barony's long lost masterpiece on the wall behind Hugh Laurie. I nearly dropped Lola from my lap, said Barkey. A researcher can never take his eyes off the job, even when watching Christmas movies at home, end quote. The painting disappeared in the 1920s, but Barkey recognized it immediately, even though he'd only seen a faded black and white photo from an exhibition from 1928. He sent a flurry of emails to the staff of the film's makers, Sony Pictures and Columbia Pictures, and received a reply from a former set designer on the film 2 years later. Quote, she said the picture had been hanging on her wall, Barkey said. Quote, she'd snapped it up from the next to nothing at an antique shops in Pasadena, California, thinking it was an avant-garde elegance was perfect for Stuart Little's living room. In leaving Sony, she sold the painting to a private collector who's now brought the picture to Budapest for sale by auction. Barony, the leader of a pre-First World War avant-garde movement, called the group of eights fled to Berlin in 1920 after designing recruiting posters for Hungary's short-lived communist revolution in 1919. The German capital, he had romance with an actor, Marlene Dietrich, and according to Barkey, is also rumored to have had a fling with Anastasia, the mysterious daughter of Russia's last Tsar Nicholas II. Barony's painting will be sold on December 13th at a starting price of about £87,000. Staff of the Varag Judic Auction House have said, and this album, or sorry, this article was from 2014. Anyway, I thought that was fascinating. Fascinating. Enjoy your short little knowledge. Absolutely. I think it was probably mistreated so badly in the film industry. Yeah, yeah. I can only imagine how it was stored, not knowing that it was an actual prop, but it seems that it was found in a antique store and then just put on the wall and then just sold to a collector. So it seems like the prop master or the set dresser, who whatever her role was, seemed like she just kind of kept it. So hopefully it wasn't battered too badly. And I'm sure that if it needed restoration or conservation, I'm sure it's definitely received it. Also, something incredible, the article, there was like a note at the top of the article that said, "This article is more than 10 years old." And then I look at the date, it said 2014, and my bones crumbled. My bones fucking erupted. Just letting you know this article's fucking old. And I'm like, no, it's, oh my God. I know. Don't remind me. Don't remind me. This is how you remind me. Speaking of old, shout out, shout out all of our Nickelback enjoyers. Shout out to my Nickelback enjoyers. My dad rock, divorced dad rock enjoyers. Mhm. Mhm. You guys are like, "Stop, Mandy, stop, please." Scuba. Screaming, crying. You guys are silly. You guys are absolutely silly. You know I don't mean it, right? Nickelback actually fucks really hard. Whoever said Nickelback doesn't absolutely eat, don't remind me. My uncle got me into them. Nickelback eats. If you like Nickelback but want to be a little bit edgier but also be a divorced father, I recommend Godsmack. They're pretty good. Um, one that's a band my brother introduced me to. Golly, Godsmack had such a vibe, and, they had I thought it was so crazy. So, they had a song called "Asleep," and then they had the same song remade with a totally different style and called it "Awake," and I thought that shit was so deep. I thought that shit was deep. If you like No Doubt, but wanted No Doubt to be rock, that'd be Godsmack. Mhm. It's crazy to think that 2014 was 10 years ago. Like, when me and my partner first met each other, what do you mean 10 years ago? No, you're so right. It's devastation is what it's actually. Also, Akama, thank you. I saw you popped in. Welcome in. So foxy lady. There we go. That's looking a bit more how I wanted it to. If it looks really dark right here, we are going to be doing quite a bit of lighting on this. So I'm really just trying to capture like a basic um kind of basic rendering right now. There we go. That's pretty good. I'm gonna soften this here. That looks a little abrupt. Man, 10 years ago was 2014. It's actually 11 years. Yeah, yeah, 11 years now. Yeah. No, even better. 11. Let me see if I can get You're almost there. Thanos, snap your joints. Yeah, hear the sound of your knees popping. Your knees popping, your back breaking. This is how you remind me of how old I am. Oh, I forgot I was gonna make this look like a little. There we go. I should stop snapping. My back popped too much. Yeah. Thanos popped my joints back into place. Oops. She's a sexy lady. When I think old, I think of the 80s, not the 2010s. Yeah, no. You're right. When I think old, I think of the 80s as well. I still think that the 80s was 20 years ago, but it's actually 40 years ago. Oh my golly. I'm like, "Yeah, it's only 20 years ago." "Hi, Astrid, how are you?" I'm over here o oldening by the minute. Aging thoroughly.
Sit up straight, please.
Thank you. Yeah, time hurts. I'm sitting up I'm sitting up more. How are you? Good, watching Twitch on my TV. Hell yeah. Mom, on TV. I'm on the big screen, mom. Mhm. Hi, Vic. How are you? Welcome in.
You're just begging to lose all your work.
I'm not
Time to save.
I'm not begging for anything. But thank you. Slides many my progress. Ooh. Oh, cute. I love it. Oh, I love it. Let's go. I also love that it's like a almost like a scrapbook. I love that. You know what's sad? The Nintendo DS is already being called retro. Meanwhile, the 3DS is going to be heading there soon. Stop, my bones. I can't. Can someone do a hydrate and a stretch? I can't drink and stretch without it. I can't drink without it. I can't. 3DS was my childhood. I love the 3DS. I didn't get sick looking at it. I think I'm gonna try to get the skin and the bathing suit done, and then we'll pass our pretzels. Okay. I took a sip of my drink. Everybody put your emotes in the chat while we stretch. Ooh, ba 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 da. Make sure you're stretching your wrist, okay, guys? Thank you. Thank you.
Hydrate or die straight, loser.
Thank you. I have, and I will. Scoop. Thank you. Thank you. You're tooting too quickly. You're tooting too quickly. There's too many. It's too much. It's too much. You're overloading the mainframe. You're hacking the system. Jeepers. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, Vic. The mainframe, it can't keep up. Thanks for being a super shopper. You're huge. Dear God. The The mainframe is crashing. It's crashing around us. Since everybody's doing it, I guess I should join in. Peer pressure. No, not the peer pressure. You guys are freaking stinky. You guys are absolutely stinky. Did you know that? You guys are, oh my god, you guys reek. You guys reek. Oh my gosh. The mainframe can't handle all this. The mainframe can't help. No, raccoon, no. Oh god, it's coming. Oh golly whiz. Oh my gosh. Oh no. I can't believe you've done this. I can't believe you've done this. Oh my god. Oh, not a second one. I didn't even see that there was another one. Oh dear goodness. Oh, Gummyunes, welcome in. I'm sorry you have to see this. Oh my golly whiz. You guys are crazy. Stop it. Oh, the second fart has hit the stream. You guys are sick. Sick and twisted. Sick and twisted. Oh my gosh. Run. Well, runs are what you guys have. My golly. There. What's my cringe today? Only 61? Never had the chance to have a 3DS. But to me, it's still something new. Now I have a PC that handles games. Let's go. Let's go. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yo, shit in your pants. Downright embarrassing. Downright. Hope you guys are liking the tunes. I every once in a while I get the urge to listen to city pop stuff. There we go. Been listening to Nightcore recently. That's an excellent choice. Absolutely. Love the tunes and the vibes? Hell yeah. Can't help it. My tummy's lacking some toast. Eating the cheese. I had some amazing Mexican food yesterday. It was fucking delicious. Um, it was delicious. But also the cheese, there's too much cheese. And my tummy was like, I'm not lactose intolerant, but even I was pushed to my limit. But it was delicious. Had Arby's, let's go. What'd you get? The beef? You guys are super gassy. You guys are full of it. Oh, it's because I'm sitting here. Hold on. Okay, I was on the wrong layer. I'm like, why isn't it working? Because I was on the wrong layer, of course. I feel like that doesn't need to be. Okay, save. Layer, I hardly know. No, you're right. You're right. You're right. Yep. Multiple people in here. I hardly know her. No, you're right. You're right. Wondering if I like this shadow, but I think it needs to be the other direction. Like up here. I think that looks good. I think that's good. I love the meme lactose intolerance folks, where it's like folks with allergies eat something they aren't supposed to, they die to avoid it. Meanwhile, lactose intolerance folks toughen it out because cheese is so good. Cheese and dairy. But I get it. I get it. Cheese is too good. Yeah, hell yeah, I love cheese. Pretty sure I'm lactose intolerant. I love cheese. I think that's the consensus. Cheese and ice cream, all the good shit just has a bunch of dairy in it. However, however, there's now a bunch more options. I think historically the options for like dairy-free stuff weren't that great, but now there's some better options
Time
out
for
there.
some of that sweet, sweet fountain water.
Thank you. Hi nuts, how are you? Give me some of that fountain water. Yeah, a bunch of desserts have dairy. No, you're right. You're right. Let me take a sip of my drink. Oh my gosh, y'all. We're like what, 11 away from 2200? What the heck? What the fuck? For those of you that came in with the raids earlier today, thank you guys so much for hanging out. And for those of you that have come back, I love to see you. Thank you for being here. We're gonna get the I think I'm gonna get the skin and the bathing suit rendered because we are almost at 8 hours. And I'm feeling way better than I did with Pokemon Sword because Pokemon Sword literally was 5 AM when I finished that game. But I was not enjoying being up that late. Never stops me from eating dairy. My tummy is gonna be crying. Yeah, no, at least it tasted good on the way in. Just got off of work. Some dipshit stayed 30 minutes after we closed, so I'm partially full of spite. Oh, I'm sorry. They the only time that I've worked in retail, I worked in a place where they sold cigarettes and people would come in at like it was during the summer, it closed at like 11 instead of 10. And this one woman with like clockwork would come in with her daughter like 10 minutes before close, and we had already like packed up a bunch of stuff from the outside, and she would just linger and then ask for cigarettes. So I had to like unlock a case and everything. It was yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy. But anyway, I hope you're doing well aside from that. Welcome home. Been playing Animal Crossing Wild World. How have you been liking it? Have you ever played it
Mandi,
before?
remember to save your work.
I'm saving, I'm saving, I'm saving. I actually need to eat more dairy to get rid of it, build a gut biome to process it. Lots of stories in Africa of people receiving aid and only going from extreme lactose intolerance to no issues within weeks. Yeah, just eat cheese, consume cheese. I was there for the whole stream. Couldn't believe how long the ending was. Yeah, I said, "How about we don't?" I was very scared for my life. And having to fight Leon 2 times made me big sad. Made me super sad. Didn't want to deal with it, but we toughed it out. We made it. We made it. Made it through. Mouth ringing's so pretty. How'd you get it so accurate? I'm actually a PNG program um called Honk. 76%. Oh my god. I use a program called Honk and it uses sprites for the mouth. So I don't have any tracking at all aside from my mouse. So you can see here's my mouse. Um and the mouth is a input of a bunch of different sprites and it pulls them from your audio and matches up your audio. So it's all audio synced, which I don't know enough to tell you how that happens, but only that it does. I don't know how, but it do. Yeah, it's really neat. Again, no idea how it works, so you'll have to forgive me. I just know that the audio pools from a sprite sheet. If any of you are coders or developers, let me know if you know how that shit happens. Because no other PNG programs have made that happen. And I feel like if one person could figure it out, cringe. You guys are just barely meeting the cringe minimum. SMH my H. I know it's kind of taboo to mention other streamers, but Honey Goblin has some of the best expressions. Honey Goblin's a fantastic artist. Also, I feel like I feel like there's, like, no competition between me and Honey Goblin. Honey Goblin's got what, fucking hundreds of thousands of followers? No, honestly, my policy is if it's relevant to a conversation, I don't have a problem with it. I think the really only the taboo would be if you came in and you're like, "Hey, everyone. Hey, everyone, remember that this other streamer's really cool?" I'd be like, "Oh, this other streamer's streaming right now." And you'd be like, It's even worse, though. It's even worse if you yourself are streaming and you come into someone's stream and you're like, "Hey, everybody, setting up for stream right now. See ya." Be like, "Oh, got jump scared by an ad. Wait. Oh, I'm sorry about the ads. Fuck them ads." The bare minimum of cringe is about 50. I'm sorry about the ads. I run the 3 minutes of ads just to be sure that I don't have to deal with them. Mall dummies streaming. I didn't know that actually. Really? Dummy, you say? Hmm. You said this person's a dummy? Hmm. Sounds fake. Okay. Misspelled your name. No, you're fine. You're fine. I was once called mall dumpy by a streamer, and I thought that was fucking hilarious. Also, nuts, if you can hear me, we did this metal tutorial earlier, and I had a good time. I really enjoyed it. I can't wait to make a written tutorial about this. Yeah, it's almost 11. Was it accurate? I don't have very much dumpy. I don't. I'll be real with you, I do not. Yeah, I don't. Oops. Okay. And then I'm gonna do a little bit of shadow here from these. Okay. And then I'm wondering if I want to do the locket. I think I can. I think I should. I can do. I like this song better in Japanese, but I have both of them on this playlist, so. Welcome back! Actually, I've been calling you Mal the majority of the time, misreading your name. Oh, Mal? It happens. It happens. Oh my gosh! Zerny, thank you!
Mall DU1 clubbin', Mall DU1
DU1
clubbin',
clubbin',
Mall
Mal
DU1
DU1
clubbin'.
clubbin'. Thank you so much for resubscribing. Oh my god, 8 months, my golly, wish. Mal Quin is evil, Mandy. I thought it was good kitty, but it's actually evil kitty. What were you saying? I'm vibing. I'm chilling. What was I saying? I don't know. I don't know what I was saying. Legitimately, I was like, "Huh?" I don't know. Either way, my eye is twitching. Get it out of here. I usually do the 3 minutes of ads, just because then we don't have to deal with them for a whole entire hour. So thanks for dealing with them. Minecraft movie McDonald's ad. Let's go. Oh, Honey Goblin. We're talking about Honey Goblin. Honey Goblin has really awesome art. But like in terms of like no context for or like not sharing or talking about other streamers, I think one of the things that's like don't advertise your own streams in someone's stream unless they're asking, you know what I mean? Manny, I gotta show you the fold effect thing I did. Let's go. Yeah, being called mall dumpy. Let's go. I want to see. This has such a strange shape, so I'm gonna try to get it looking a little bit. Driving my love. But yeah, I don't have a problem with people talking about streamers, especially because usually it's within a context, like we're actively discussing something. Um, but yeah, no, it's usually not a problem. Why does Twitch have McDonald's emote? Hmm, I don't know. I don't know. Send. Oh, it's for the movie. Oh hell yeah! Like it's around the edge. I love that highlight that you put on the edge. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Other unwritten rules, I feel like I screw them up all the time. I think I think a lot of time people can definitely sense your intentions. Like it's okay to make mistakes. It would be I think it'd be too harsh to expect that everyone can like follow all these unwritten rules, especially because it's more so something that someone hasn't said. Um, you know what I mean? Um, the necklace is a heart, okay? Um, so yeah, I mean it's kind of I think it would be a little too much to expect that everyone's going to get these, at the same. But I think just consider if it helps, consider like how if you went to somebody's party and then you said, "Hey everybody, I'm having a party up the street right now. Why don't you come over to my place in the middle of this person's like birthday party or something?" You know what I mean? Um it's the same thing with Twitch. Whereas if you're saying, "Oh, I was actually, I love that we have like this drink at this party. I was at another party where they had this drink and I loved it." The context, um, the context is different, you know. Um, feels a little less like you're bringing it up in a conversation because it's relevant, not bringing it up to compete. If that makes sense. Why did Twitch glitch out that message for me? It showed you saying "screw them up" so many times. I don't know. What did I do? Yeah, so I wouldn't feel too bad about it. I'm gonna cut this out. There we go. But yeah, some of the secret rules, quote quote, are a little hard to follow. So all I know is let's talk about the scene of the birthday party happening at the mall, and someone comes and said, "Hey guys, my birthday party's at a bigger mall next to this place. Hey y'all, you like this mall? What about a different mall?" Are you drawing the grays here? Sorry, I missed some. No, no, you're good. Yeah, so I'm working right now. This is just the gray, the dark, and I'll go in with some highlights. In fact, let me show you kind of um what some of those highlights will look like. So here I was just focusing on getting some of the dark spots, and then, here I can let me re redo this. And I'm gonna like something like this, you know. Something like that. Obviously it's not perfect, but I can always kind of play around with it. It doesn't have to be so harsh of a highlight. I'm just kind of stylizing it. In fact, the necklace is very cute. Thank you. Probably could do something a little bit closer to that instead of having the two. There we go. Have it be a little bit more like that. Yeah, that looks a lot nicer. Have a little bit of a harsher edge here. Yeah, there we go. That's better. And then erase some of it here. One of the things that makes shines look more interesting is having a harsh edge that fades. Not a pet store, but my local mall has an adoption shelter in it. Oh, hell yeah. I love when, like, pet stores have, like, a little adoption thing. Usually um, local spots will, or local shelters will have they'll use, like, Petco or PetSmart to show off some of their foster animals or their animals that are up for adoption. So, yeah, so that's what the highlight's gonna end up looking like. I don't like pet stores unless it's, like, pet goods. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. All we have around here are strip malls. There's only one mall in my town, and it's usually pretty dead. Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of malls have been incredibly dead. Here, I'm actually going to erase a little bit of my shadow to show where the locket is reflecting. See that? Little details like that definitely like push push your art over the edge. Let me darken this a little bit. Just ends up making a really interesting uh tidbit there. No, I don't want it to be that. I don't want it to be that crazy. Summer days. There we go. Malls are dying due to e-commerce, unfortunately. Yeah. The mall also just isn't like malls usually aren't the same type of social gathering place that they were for kids. Um and it's just kind of it's a little sad. There we go. There we go. That's enough for me. Malls are so expensive as well. Yeah, they are. And they're also like millions of square feet. Like crazy, crazy amount of space. And keeping them all filled is what keeps them all like going. Um, kind of nutty. Kind of nutty. All right. So, my wife is sending me text messages. What is she sending to me? Oh hell yeah. Hmm. Looking at math. 140, 140. Hold on. I'm looking at something. Prices are about the same as Walmart. Yeah, Walmart is notorious for also under. Let's see. Hold on. I'm doing some math. Okay. Hmm. I don't know. She just sent me a text message of an invoice, so I'm just like, huh? Put my phone away. I don't need that right now. Well, lamb rat. Yeah. Just like me for real. Anyway, so you can see just the value of without the highlights, with the highlights. We're pushing our darks and pulling out our lights. So that's a pretty good example of what the rest of this is going to look like. It's not going to be as shiny because this is a metallic item, but All right, so I'm gonna do the face. And then I'm thinking we'll pass our pretzels because we're almost at 8 hours. So if I can just get the face done, we'll be in a good spot. Not gonna focus too much on the hair.
Emotional
Emotional
damage.
damage. No, you're right. You're right. There we go. Treating it like a round object. Kind of rounded. Okay. Grabbing some of this. Trying to pull out the different faces. I actually think a little bit less. There we go. Trying not to go too crazy, too quickly. More mixed use than singular zone, commercial and residential. Yeah, and we chatted about this a little bit, about how difficult it is sometimes to repurpose space in a mall because of how difficult it would be, um, to, uh like, zone it differently or, plumb it differently because the spaces were built for a very specific purpose. Wait, how we open the viewer attack thing? There is a panel down below in the panels. Or actually it's an extension, like an overlay extension. So there should be a little tomato. If you're on desktop, there should be like a little tomato icon over top of the viewing. Boom, 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 boom. Tomato heart, your attacks, yeah. And when you redeem, it gives you like inventory items. Oops. Yeah, baby. Me, 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 me. I see you. I see you. Oh my gosh. You guys are crazy. You guys are nutty. You know that? You guys know that? If anybody has any questions, by the way, of how I'm rendering something,
Emotional damage.
If anybody has any questions about how I'm rendering something, let me know. I'm so used to rendering stuff at this point that it's like second nature because this is pretty much like drawing like this is my day job most of the time, doing stuff like this. So just trying to yeah. You guys are going crazy with it. I'm nutty? Oh, no. Just get really upset about it for no reason. Nuh-uh. Look at that ear. Probably erase a little bit up here. There we go. The song is such a banger. There's a lot of really cool songs on this playlist. Not gonna lie, the Toothless Dancing song reminds me of Pokemon music. It is a Pokemon song. It is a Pokemon song, in fact. Yeah. It is the Driftvale City song. So you are correct. Oh, it's hearing correctly. My ears work. Yes, let's go. Let's go. For chat's sake, I'm done shopping. I see. I see. Actually, let me just shade the rest here. Trying to get some good values here. I was thinking of the bike riding theme. Ooh, yeah. Also, if you ever see me like rotating my canvas like this, it's to get a better angle. Nothing. No, you're not planning nothing. I don't think you're planning anything. I think you're up to some good. I don't like shopping, stresses me out. No, that's also very fair. For somebody who's a mall mannequin, it also stresses me out to shop. I don't know how much I want to render the nose. The one problem with this is like having stylized stuff and then trying to like render it kind of realistically. A little strange. Let me leave the nose for now. Let me also grab the eyes and make a lighter color of those. Actually, no. I don't think I need that. Planning world domination, nothing big to worry about. Yeah. Being outside stresses me out, to be honest. I hate running errands, and of course, I can only do it on weekends where everybody's out for it. Or week. Yeah. No. You're right. You're right. I misread it first. Oops. Some. Ooh. Oh, I see. I see what I did here. There we go. There we go. Summer blue. Summer blue. Yeah, so having the eyes like this is gonna be a little strange at first. Yeah, the eyes look scary, but I'm focusing on the eye white right now. I promise it'll look a little better soon. And when I put the highlights in, it'll look better. I'm scared. Don't be scared. Doo 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 doo. 80 Blueies, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. I promise it's not that bad. Hold on. Hold on. Summer blue. She's gonna get me. No, she's not. Hold on. There. Better? Better? How you like that? Hmm? How you like them apples? And then I'm gonna use a lighter color here. Maybe not as light. She could be chasing us all over. Nuh-uh! Jen's vibe and your vibe go well together. I've never gotten to do a collab with Jen, but I would love to. Jen is an absolute delight. Summer blue, summer blue. Better. Scary Mandy's gone. Yeah. Color look would also be good next to each other. Yeah, maybe someday we can do something together. I think that would be great. I would love that. Something like that. Might have to do something a little bit different, but for now. So now you can see that we have the basics. And I'm going to show you really quickly. We're not at a stage um where we need highlights, but let me show you what a highlight will look like. Let me go over the line art and let me show you what a bit of a highlight would look like. Immediately makes so much difference. If you ever see something that looks a little soulless, it's most likely because um you need some highlights. Also, I'm gonna do something real quick. Hold on. Gonna stream on 420. What day is it of the week? Actually, you know what? Let me All right, let me go here. It's a Sunday? Then yes. Let me actually let me make this another layer too. Iris. Okay, hold on. Making stuff some different layers so that I don't mess it up. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is now I have another layer. And now okay. So now there's a little bit of a highlight there. Just a little bit of something extra. Gonna erase a little bit of the extra here. And then, of course, let me go back to my sketch. I have my cursor highlights here. Let me see that. And here's a bit of what that color will look like. We're obviously going to have a lot more. Yeah, the eye whites are spiky. That's like something that I picked up doing a while ago, just like the bottom eyelashes. I don't know. I just really liked doing it. There's that, and then and then let me show you what kind of highlight I want to do here. Let me use my lasso. Actually, let me just focus on drawing it. We'll have like this. And then can I do a I guess I'll just do the polygon tool. Something like this. Okay. Dance, silly little shopper, dance. Whites, your eyes are spiky. They're interesting. I can see it as both spiky eyes and the lashes with a shine. My eyes bounce back and forth with it. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, a wife sending again a cryptid message of "I hungry." All right, all right. Let me get these highlights. And we'll finish the rest soon. Making sure that my poor wife does not go hungry. Let me erase. There we go. Let me see. I think I want them to be like this direction. Let me do distort skew. And I think I could also there we go. I'm wondering if I have them drawn on the other side. If we click on your eyes, will they water? I hope not. So let me see. Might be able to make it look a little better. Oops. Nope. Hold on. If they were over here. Flip this. I kind of like that vibe better. Ate so much nachos. Oh man. Nachos. Let's fucking go. Wondering if hmm let me how did I have them in my sketch cuz I'm not liking them. I don't know. Hold on. Let me see how my sketch had them. Yeah. My sketch had them larger too. They're also like going to be a light blue color. So let me see if I can't get them looking how my sketch has them. These highlights are a little tricky. But I think too, I got to give myself the benefit of the doubt that they will not be like pure white like this. Um and also they're like pretty crazy. Nef's JoJo, yes, redeem. Hell yeah. Let me do an outer glow. Whoa! That's cool. Hold on. I'm gonna keep it white for now. And we're gonna do smaller size. There we go. Yeah, there you go. Bum, bum, ba-dum-bum. Bum, ba-dum. Mhm. Oh, you know what? I did say that I was gonna show you guys how to do like a neon lighting tutorial, and it would only take a couple minutes. So we have the highlights. Let me see. For now, let me leave them off. And I don't like that very much. So we'll just save that for later. Let me go back up to the highlights. So yeah, you can kind of see the vibe. They'll be a little bit different in the end, but for now I think that's good enough. Um Let me show you really quickly how to do a neon light. And I'm sure that Clip Studio has something similar to this. Whoa! Jellywire, welcome in, Raiders. Welcome. Hi there. Hi, everybody. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome to the mall. Springing into orbit. Welcome in, everybody. Hi there. Hi, I'm your little butterfly. Welcome in. I hope you guys had a fabulous stream. What were you doing today? Oh, I love the little dongo emotes. So cute. A little emoji. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Mandi Quin Mall Mannequin. I'm an illustrator, animator, and professional goober. And thank you so much, Nozomi. Hi, welcome in, everyone. I made all my overlays. I made my model. It's so cute. Thank you. I hope you had a fabulous stream. What were you up to today? Oh my gosh, I'm so excited to see you guys. If you don't already know me, like I said, I'm an illustrator. I'm currently working on this. I'm rendering it in black and white because I'm going to be using Grayscale. Hi everybody, welcome in. I'm gonna be using not Grayscale, sorry. I'm gonna be using gradient maps. I was doing art, but I had to end early because I gotta go out tomorrow. That's so fair. If you have anything you'd like to send, even if it's just a link in the chat to your socials, please send an art tax or anything you'd like to send. But if you need to raid and run, I totally understand. Please take care of yourself. Nozomi, thank you for the follow, and hi Ginsky, how are you? If you guys don't know me already, I draw stuff like this, and I draw stuff like this, and I draw stuff like this. Value painting, you're so brave. Actually, the stream started as me teaching people about gradient maps, and we did a metal rendering demo using gradient maps. So basically, you just make a black and white image, and then you add color on top. Um, so here, for example, if I turn this off, this is what I drew. Here is my gradient map, and then here is an additional layer with some extra color. Um, so that was basically what we were up to. I plan on getting something like this in a written format and posting it on my Blue Sky. So if you guys are interested in seeing some more stuff from me, consider following me on Blue Sky. But yeah, Jelly, if there's anything you'd like to send, even if it's just a link to your socials, please do. Good, just waking up. Hope stream's been fun. It's been absolutely hilarious. It's been a wonderful time. We're actually really close to finishing up. And again, here's some of the art if you guys links are absolutely okay. This was all done with gradient maps if you're curious. I have some for green, I have some for this purple. Um and then this is a piece that I finished somewhat recently. So I love drawing stuff that's super fun, stuff that makes me laugh. Yes, we love gradient maps in this house. Again, these are all rendered with gradient maps. And this one, I didn't use any gradient maps, but I feel like if I were to remake this, I think I would have the wings be gradient maps so I could make it look crazy. Is that a Furby? Yes, it is. I actually have a Furby model. It's a long Furby. But she's the Furbchenteller. And she has a worm in the she has a little worm in the orb, a warb, if you will. Metal shading, let's go. Yeah. Oh, that's right. You were working on this the other day, weren't you? Oh my god. Are you on X Games mode? Are you on X Games mode? Hold on. Oh my god. Are you on X Games mode? I love this angle here. This perspective of the hands. Oh my god. This is such a cool pose. Here, hold on. That's cool. I love that. Bang, it's giving me Cowboy Bebop. It's giving. You're serving. You ate. You ate. This looks great. This looking great. It's looking wonderful. No golden. Oh. Oh, guys, I'm so sorry. Oh, really? Hold on. Oh, that's cool. Oh, ooh. Ooh, I'm so sorry, Rid. Ooh. Golden bug. Oh, golden bug. Oof. I'm so sorry. Ooh, I'm so sorry, guys. The burning goes away. The burning goes away. No! Oh, God. I promise it goes away. Your eyes will stop watering soon. Oh my gosh. This is awesome. I love this. Oh my. Yeah. What an awesome. Sorry, guys. That was me. The burning's supposed to go away. Oh no. That's giving the same energy of it's giving the same energy as when people don't realize a food is that they're allergic to a food. And they're like, "Oh, what? Bananas don't make your mouth tingle and burn?" And you're like, No." This is so fucking cool. I can't wait to see it when you're done. I cannot wait to see it. Oh my gosh. Also, y'all, if any of y'all need to go take care of yourselves, please do. Have that with toothpaste. Hey everybody, anybody's absolute entire mouth burn with the fury of 1,000 suns because of you're brushing your teeth and you're like, n no? Actually, I was just about to show chat how to make a, like, neon light. So if you guys are interested, I can show you really quickly. So I'm gonna make a dark spot over here. Perfect. All you have to do, it's gonna be super simple. I'm gonna take a soft round brush and I'm gonna set my brush color to white. Um, and then I am going to add layer effects. I'm currently using Photoshop. I'm sure Clip Studio also has the same thing. It's literally like, when your mouth burns and gets red, it gives you rashes when you brush your teeth. It's so annoying. Oh my god. Take care of yourselves. My gosh. Keep thinking of that one meme that says, I love spice citrus has. Okay, update. Apparently I'm allergic to citrus. um, Thank you for taking a raid. I'm gonna go sleep. Enjoy. Have a good night. Hi, Rosie T. Does that Furby have fat tits? I'm not judging. Yes, that's Jennifer. She does have fat tits. What a gentle and beautiful way to describe Jennifer. It's Jennifer. She's asking you about your car's extended warranty. Mhm. She's asking about your car's extended warranty. Um, yeah. No, she's got her little she's talking to you. She's actually also after she gets off the phone with you, she calls her mom. Yep. Yep. And the only thing extended about her and your mom, well, I'll leave the rest to your imagination. The phone call's extended, you perverts. Just thought of something. Are you open for commissions? Not yet, but I'm hoping to be. So if you want, my VGen is empty, but if you're interested, you can follow my VGen and I hope to open commissions soon. Don't know how to react to this? Positive? Yeah, yeah. It's good. Hell yeah, hell yeah. I'm so glad my car's warranty is properly extended already. I don't own a car. My car's extended warranty, and by extended warranty, I mean my hand for a handshake. Your model's lip sync is so cool. It's like synced but choppy. Thank you. If you would like to know how I achieved something like this, I made a tutorial all about it. I use a program called Honk. I'm a PNG tuber. It only has mouse tracking, and then it has a sprite sheet that you input different sprites for your mouth, and it's all audio based. So there's no visual tracking. You don't even need a webcam or anything. But yeah, that YouTube tutorial right there. Hold on, I didn't even notice you were the PNG tuber. Yeah, I'm a PNG tuber. Yeah, I'm just a little guy. I'm a little baby. I'm just a little baby. Also, I use two different models at the same time. So because Honk only has 8 slots for toggles, I wanted to be able to um I wanted to be able to use multiple expressions and my arms at different times. So I have my normal, I have my smile, I have a smug, I have a cry, which you guys saw when you shat your pants earlier. I'm scared. I'm shocked. I have a sassy where I'm like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And I have a drinking. Well, for my other model, I have a drinking toggle with an actual cup. It's like perfect in between of P and G tuber. Oh my god, I can't fucking read. I forgot how to read. Anyway, if you want to know why I have a blizzard, when I started streaming, I used to have Dairy Queen a lot. Like, I would take a break and have Dairy Queen during my streams. But also you can see here that I have different arms, and so I basically just have, a hold on, can I there we go. Um, I have different arms in a model that's layered over top of this one, so it's just 2 honk windows. If only it would wanna work. So here's my Nintendo 64. I have a GameCube controller. I have my damn, this bitch don't wanna work. Hello? Why do my toggles not wanna work? There we go. I have my hand. Goodness, you're still going. What a champ. I know. Champ, you mean confused? Yeah. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna show you guys how to do neon real quick. All right, so make a layer. I have white on my brush. It's a soft edge brush. I'm gonna go to the layer effects and I'm gonna do outer glow. And I'm just gonna choose what any color. I'm gonna set it to the screen. I'm gonna just choose pink. Okay. Let me actually make this. There. Done. There's your neon. You guys like that? Yep. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, you like that? That simple, yep, mhm. Also, let me go back to my outer glow, and I'm gonna make it a little bit better. I'm gonna make the size bigger, and I'm gonna set it to soft light hard light? Yeah, there's hard light. So hard light looks great, and I'm gonna make the spread a little bit bigger. Oh, hold on. It's misbehaving for some reason. There we go. There, that's it. So this is just outer glow, which is a layer effect, and now I can draw anything. I was gonna draw a penis, but I figured that would probably be a little not good, so let me draw something better. Um, I'm gonna draw a cat. Draw pussy instead. I'm gonna do eh. Lovely. You like that? It's funnier than what I was gonna say. But so yeah, super easy. As long as it's on a dark background, you're pretty much guaranteed that it's gonna look good. If you want to go an extra step, add a drop shadow layer as well. And I'm gonna set that to screen, and I'm gonna set the color to like a purple. And then I'm just going to increase the size. And now we have this pretty intense glow. So here is the before, the after. Look at how much prettier that looks. I suppose cats can be dicks, metaphorically anyway. Yeah, yeah. And because the layer has the effects on it, um, I can erase everything here and still be able to continue drawing how I was drawing. Um, Very nice. So yeah, no matter what you do on the layer. Here, and I'll use a harder edge brush. Now it's like really intense. This looks like a pet rock. Looks like a pet rock. Wait, hold on. I was gonna do a worm on a string. Looks like a scared bird. Meet my pet rock Rocky. What brush is that? It is literally just any brush you want, Sasquatch, but I put an outer glow layer and a drop shadow layer. Outer glow has the magenta color, and the drop shadow has like a purple color. You can see there's like purple on the edge. If I turn that off, easy peasy, very easy. You can choose any colors, you can turn them on and off and do whatever you please. For Sasquatch, how about a foot? I was gonna draw for you. How's that? You like that? There you go. A bird on a string. You're right, you're right. I'm blushing. For free? Yeah, for free. Um, so currently we're doing, an underpainting, a grayscale underpainting. Um, and I was just working on the face here real quick. But you can see here that this is what'll happen when we start adding the highlights, this like shininess. This is the only thing that we've added highlights to. This layer is just our shadows. And then we'll go in with a soft brush and do something like, kind of have like something like that. Um, and that's a later stage. Um, but that's kind of what we've been up to. Um, do you have your grays picked out on the side? No, I'm actually just using black and white. And then if I want it to be lighter, I just make the opacity of the layer lighter. Or I just use lighter grays so my darks aren't so dark and my lights aren't so light. So yeah, it's just black and white over a mid-tone gray. Before, after. And then it should look something like this. Obviously, this shine is a little crazy. We're gonna fix that later. But if I did, if I kept going with my highlights, I could do something over here, something on the cheek, something like that, something here, something like that. Um, but yeah, for now, it's not going to be so shiny. It's not going to be crazy like that. I still have, this is just a placeholder for my gradient map, but that gives you a little bit of an idea um, of what we're working with. Just gives you a little bit of idea of what it will look like in the end. I'm going to change my lasso tool again. I forgot to unchange it. Okay. All right. So it's pretty late, y'all. Raiders, thank you so much for hanging out with me. If you'd like, um, I would very much like to bring you guys off to somebody else. If you'll have me. Or else I'll just keep going, and I've already been going for almost 9 hours. Do you have a special rule with opacity? No, I'm mostly just making sure that it's not too dark. So this is at 80%. If I brought it back to 100%, it looks like this. And even then, um if you wanted to, you could put something like a levels layer, which is an adjustment layer. Um, and that would allow you to control how dark some things are and how light some things are. But I usually save that till after I'm done rendering because, like I mentioned before, I'm really heavy-handed with my shadows. I tend to make things too dark and too high contrast, which ends up making it look too like metallic or shiny. Um, so I end up just rendering how I like to render, and then I can adjust it afterward. Um, and the bathing suit will have a slightly different amount of shine because it's going to be like cloth, so it'll be a slightly different material, whereas Mandy's like plasticky. Skin is relatively shiny. uh don't want to keep you. Oh, no, no, of course, if you guys ever have any questions, I'm always open to answering them. And if you guys missed it, this VOD will be up and available for you guys to watch if you guys wanted to see the tutorial for gradient maps. It was a lot of yapping. Um, I did the metal rendering towards the end. And like I mentioned earlier, I will be making this into a tutorial for you guys to reference. I made this. Let me turn off my slideshow. I made this and posted it on Blue Sky and in my Discord. Thanks for the 50 Shades of Grey metal tutorial. No, thank you. I made this tutorial on how to draw Fruitiger arrow buttons. And so this is basically going to be the layout for our metal, which is this. We did this demo right on stream. So I'm going to be taking this information and putting it in this format, as well as another one on how to use gradient maps. So if you guys are interested, again, you can find me here on my socials. I'm hoping to this summer make some videos as well. 8 hours, 30 minutes. Yeah. So if you guys are interested in that, um, I would love to see you. I stream art 3 times a week. Sometimes I play games. Um, and we vibe, we chill. Let's find somebody to pass you guys off to. You guys have been so incredibly sweet. For those of you that have followed this stream, thank you guys so much. Here's our raid message. Let me get you guys. We're passing our pretzels. We have a bunch of mall pretzels. Here it is, a bit bigger. You don't need to be following or subscribed to use that. Thanks for stream. Thank you guys. Let me go back to this medal here. I think that's pretty fun. Hell yeah, we're passing the pretzels. I'm gonna have a wonderful night. I'm gonna get some dinner. It's gonna be a super slay. Hell yeah, everybody. Hold on. Let me find somebody to pass you guys to. Thank you for the amazing, wonderful stream. You guys have been so incredibly sweet. Okay. I'm a lonely one. Let's see who's streaming. I'm just gonna use. Actually, let me take a look at. Oh, excuse you. Excuse you. Got too excited. No, that's fair. Let me see if any capsule cuties are online, so we can pass our pretzels over to a capsule cutie. Oh wow. Oh wow. No, that's right. That's right. Actually, you know what? Do y'all like Big Nose Bug? Y'all like Big Nose Bug? Food and drink. Bug is making cookies. Oh, holy shit. Let's go. Bug's making cookies. Let's go. All right, y'all. Big Nose Bug is a delightful creator uh and a Twitch ambassador. So we're going to pass our pretzels over to Bug. Yeah, let's fucking go. The simple okay response was fast, making me laugh so much. Okay. Welcome in, y'all. You guys have been an absolute treat, okay? You guys have been a delight. I hope to see you guys again. I really appreciate you guys being in here and chilling. I'm going to be doing more tutorial streams like these. So if you have any art questions or you're interested in learning more, please hang out and vibe. I also do art critique streams. Um Bean Jammin, thank you so much for the follow. You guys can submit to this form at any time. There's a link on my card as well to this form. So if you guys have anything you want to get some advice on, or you're interested in sharing your work in a safe environment, I highly recommend submitting it there. It's easy, free, and it's a good time. Um, and thank you guys for hanging out with me. I really appreciate you. Get that raid message again. Hold on, let me make sure. Hold on, let me get the. We're gonna pass our pretzels to Big Nose Bug. If you don't know Bug, Bug is super cool, super sweet, and is also baking cookies. Here's that message. Give all those pretzels to the grubs, y'all, and I can't wait to see you again. There is an ant inside my Cintiq screen. I'm gonna worry about that later. All right, we're passing our pretzels off to Bug. Thank you guys so much. Speaking of bugs, thank you guys so much. And I'll be back on Tuesday. Okay. Hell yeah, everybody. Yeah, I know. I've been getting some ants recently, and it found its way between the screen. Like, it's a really tiny little ant. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Wants to be included. No, you're right. You're right. Have a wonderful night, everybody, and enjoy making cookies with Bug, all right? Okay. Let me get that link for anybody that doesn't get swept over. Here we go. There's Bug. Have a wonderful night, everybody. Bye bye.